Buenos dias. Good morning, everybody. It is time once again for Champions of the Future race action from the Circuito Internacional de Zuera here in northern Spain. The sun is already out. It is a bone-dry, baking hot circuit, and we're going to have some fantastic races in front of us. 10 races around the circuit. The next two deciding the final 6 drivers in the junior and OK categories that will join the already qualified competitors in the pre-finals. Good morning to you. Jake Sanson here once again with you as we prepare for race action. This is what the last 72 hours have all been about. This is the last chance saloon for these drivers on the starting grid as we prepare for our first race of the day, which is the second chance heat for juniors. Do please like and subscribe if you are watching along to us via the live stream at home, and hit the notification bell as well. You'll never miss a broadcast from us. So let's talk you through who is going to be racing in this first event of the day, which is, as we mentioned, the second chance heat for the junior category. And in this race, it is not good enough to do a decent job and come across the finish line. You've got to be in the top 6 across the finish line if you want to progress through to the finals. And there are many drivers on this grid who deserve to get there. So this is going to be an epic encounter. Running through the drivers in the order of their grid positions, Ian Eichmans is the man who will start it from the front of the grid, having had 4 solid finishes yesterday for the Cosmic Racing department, all of which in the heats were outside the top 10, but all still incredibly competitive, so he is one to keep an eye on. The Italian lines up alongside him, Giovanni Trentin, for the Paralin squad, having picked up 2 decent results yesterday, a 7th and an 8th, and then having some difficulties in the other 2 heats. He is definitely one to watch as they get underway. His teammate is behind him in 3rd on the grid on the inside line. That is Valerio Rinicella, who had a 6th position at the end of the day yesterday and had some difficulties in his other heats, and that is the reason why he is there in 3rd on the grid for this one. The highly rated Italian is in 4th position on the grid, and that is Flavio Olivieri, the sole representative for the Newman Motorsport squad, who did such a fantastic job over the course of qualifying, was 25th overall in qualifying, but that put him in the top 10 of the grids for every single one of his heats. He got a 6th and a 9th, but then also a DNF put him down the order, so he now needs to fight his way back into contention. Laurence Lesatour, the very talented Belgian driver, had a miserable day of bad luck yesterday, was 13th overall in time qualifying and grabbed a 4th place in his final heat, but other difficulties in the race day yesterday meant he had 2 difficulties, including a race retirement in the very first race start, so it was a difficult race for him. In 6th position, a lot of people are cheering on this young man, the Pole, Karol Pazovic, who is technically 36th overall at this point, 6th on the grid for this second chance heat, but he was dead last in qualifying on Friday after a mechanical problem, and now he has fought his way up to the middle of the pack. Now, if he can get himself into the top 6, which is where technically he already is, and get through, then he still has a chance of having a very exciting race in the final. And of course, if you get into the top 6 of this race, you join the pre-final grid. And he spent all of yesterday fighting his way back through the field, essentially. So having started dead last for each of his races, he had a very strong afternoon. He got a 17th, a 13th, a 15th, and a 12th, which from the back of the grid in every single one of his heats, which was usually about 27th or 28th on the grid, is very impressive. So keep an eye on the number 50. The Pole is going to be charging for it in this second chance. 7th on the grid is the young Thai superstar Sonny Smith for the Pantano team. And he had a top 10 finish yesterday, as well as some difficulties in the middle of the pack, so he is definitely going to be one to watch. The pace of the man in 8th position is definitely not to be sneered at. The Jamaican star Alex Powell will go off the outside of row 4, was very quick in qualifying, managed to get 21st overall in the time qualifying session, and had a 3rd and a 5th in the races yesterday, but unfortunately 2 DNFs after difficulties meant that he has had to fight his way back now in the second chance heat, but keep an eye, he's one of the favourites for this race. Emo Fittipaldi is there in 39th overall in the standings, and therefore 9th on the grid for this second chance heat. Son of the legendary 2-time world champion Emerson Fittipaldi, and Emo Jr. has had a very solid weekend in terms of speed. 8th and 9th in 2 of his heats yesterday, and a difficulty in being involved in one of the accidents over the course of the weekend on the Friday definitely didn't help his cause. So he is there in 9th on the grid for this one. Evan Gilter, the Frenchman, is there in the sturdy cart. He's really struggled over the course of the weekend, perhaps more than anybody thought he would, but he's certainly had the resolve to dig deep and fight his way back, and he's definitely a talent to keep an eye on in this one. A 9th, a 13th, and 2 difficulties in the midfield have meant he's ended up there where he is. Matteo Capieto is 41st overall in the rankings and therefore 11th on the grid for this second chance heat, as the young Pantano driver had a real struggle in qualifying in a very similar manner to that of Karel Pazovic. Lost a lot of time through qualifying and has had to fight his way back up the field in a similar manner to the pole, so that is why he is where he is, but he's done plenty of overtaking, so expect some more in this second chance heat. Rafael Modenese, the Peruvian for the Charles Leclerc by Lennox team, is 12th on the grid for this one. And again, a solid effort yesterday, but not quite enough to get through to the top 30. So expect some good overtaking moves from him in this one, as he is sure to try and fight his way forward. 13th on the grid for this one is the very talented Spaniard Aran Garcia. Now, he didn't turn a lap at all in time qualifying by the end of it. So essentially, again, dead last in every race from the start of the grid yesterday. But how many karts he overtook yesterday was absolutely astonishing. Aran Garcia made it to 6th in his first heat from the back of the grid. So he's, again, definitely one to watch. And from the inside line, he is sure to be a serious threat. Matteo De Palo will start from 14th on the grid for Joachim Ward, and that's going to be an interesting one from him. 8th position in one of the races yesterday, so plenty of opportunities for him to move forward. There was a lot of bad luck yesterday for the man starting 15th on the grid, Keanu Alajari. He got two solid finishes over the course of yesterday's races, firmly within the top half of the grid, but then had some poor luck with the DNF in the second heat of the weekend. So that's obviously compromised his chances. He has an opportunity to move forward, though, as does the man alongside him, the Swiss ace Aaron Reshepi. Very difficult qualifying session for him, but again, he spent the 4 heats yesterday charging his way back through the field and had some good overtakes and some good battles, but there's a good opportunity for him to come through, especially in a race like this when goodness knows what's going to happen. Behind them in the field, a lot of talent as well. Jakubas Bogdanovicius and Lucas Samalisto will join each other on the 12th row of the, the 9th row of the starting grid for this one. The Spanish talent Miguel Peiro will line up alongside Francesco Marengi, the ENTMC Motorsport and CRG squads, respectively. Also at CRG, Eric Genet will line up in 21st on the grid alongside his countryman Guillermo Delgado of the Xperia team. And then Adam Kowalski, who's had all sorts of bad luck this weekend, the Czech Republic star in the Birol Art, he will be carving his way through the pack, and alongside him will be the Austrian talent Oscar Wirtz, who had a topsy-turvy day at the office yesterday. Flashes of brilliance all the way through, though. Axel Malia will line up in 25th on the starting grid. Alongside him is going to be the very highly rated Frenchman Alessandro Gusti, and then we have Mickey Magnussen alongside Federico Scalvini, Nico Lemberg and Peek Abrahamsen, the 2 Finns for Koski Motorsport and the Pantano team, respectively. Simone Bianco, who had nothing but bad luck yesterday, lots of speed, but didn't quite manage to get the results he wanted after a couple of incidents, so expect a lot of overtaking moves from him in this one. He's alongside another serious contender, Nicola Lacorte, in the Cetelar colours at Kart Republic, and again, that's a talent you definitely want to take note of. Alongside Nico Lanati on the grid. Lanalati will be joined on the grid by Andrea Frasinetti, who had a couple of thrills and spills over the weekend, including a spin at the first corner in this morning's warm-up. And then right at the tail end of the field, charging his way forward, is going to be the Mexican Fernando Sotogallegos of the DPK Racing team. Apparently, he was going to be joined on the back of the grid by Maxim Rem, the German for the Tony Kart Racing team, but he is not going to be taking the start. So, the drivers make their way out onto the circuit for the second chance heat. And remember, this is their last chance to get into the event. So, Ian Eichmans, Giovanni Trentin, Valerio Venicella and Flavio Olivieri will lead the grid around. Lawrence Lesatua and Karel Pazovic will be on the 3rd row from Sonny Smith and Alex Powell. Emo Fittipaldi Jr. and Evan Gilter from Matteo Capieto and Rafael Modenese. Then Aaron Garcia and Matteo De Palo. Keanu Alajari and Aaron Reshepi from Jakubas Bogdanovicius and Lucas Samalisto. Miguel Peiro and Francesco Marengi. Eric Genet and Guillermo Delgado from Adam Kowalski and Oscar Wirtz. Axel Malia and Alessandro Augusti from Mickey Magnussen and Federico Scalvini. Then it is Nico Lemberg, Peek Abrahamsen, Simone Bianco, Nicola Lacorte, Andrea Frasinetti, Nico Lanalati and Fernando Sotogallegos of Mexico. So as the karts make their way around, they obviously have these 2 formation laps to build up temperature in the tyres and brakes. They obviously have to make sure that they are working absolutely spot on, ready for the races. There's a lot of long straights with some big stops around this 1.7 kilometre circuit, so they have to make sure everything is dialed in just so. And these are the skills that they will take with them in their motor racing careers, whether they stay in the world of karting and go up to the OK or KZ gearbox categories, or whether they move on to cars one day. These are the skills you learn and you train yourself and you build yourself up as a racing driver. But the kart racer really does have an incredibly tough job. For those of you who are watching for the first time or still getting into the sport, and maybe a lover of motorsports in other disciplines, you just got to remember that with karting, it is completely different. All of the current Grand Prix drivers came from the world of karting in some way, shape or form, and there's a reason for that. It's incredibly physically demanding. It's very tight, very demanding on the body, on the mind, and particularly on the machinery as well. You're a couple of millimeters off the ground. You're not strapped in. You have a lot of hard work to play with. The demands on your body, you can pull 2 to 3 G in some of the corners, and particularly around here when you're going flat on the throttle through some of these apexes. Drivers are not too shocked when they get out of the car, out of the kart, feeling very, very sore indeed. It's properly physical. That's why most of them wear rib protectors these days. But this is going to be an interesting one. Did Lawrence Lesatua just go up in the air there? Just a little rise from the kart. I thought he went a tiny bit airborne, but hopefully that's not going to be a massive problem as they come out onto the main straight. They are in their rows, and hopefully this is going to be a clean start straight away. It's up to clerk of the course, Martin Bean, to send them on their way, which he does. A good start there from the front of the field as Ian Eichmans comes straight through to the first corner, and it's time for race action to begin. A couple of drivers already trying to get their way through to the first corner. Lawrence Lesatua getting himself straight onto the inside line, but it looks to me as though it's still the Cosmic out in front of Ian Eichmans. He's keeping himself very nice and sturdy there in the inside line, and that is Valerio Rinicella in a second. A couple of drivers just taking a little wheel or two onto the grass, but it looks as though everybody's made it through. You can't win the race on the first lap, but you can definitely lose it, and you've only got 6 laps in the second chance heat to make it happen. Rinicella trying to come around the outside of Ian Eichmans. That looks like a bold move there for 4th position from the Pantano team card, and that is going to be Sonny Smith moving his way forward. Good to see him there in the top 5. As the karts work their way around the circuit very quickly indeed on this first lap. You've got to settle yourself into a good rhythm. That is Rinicella trying to work his way into the lead of the race, and he's going for it in the final turn. Rinicella makes a beautiful move there in the Paralin as he heads the pack. They come out of the final turn and onto the home straight with 4 of them in a line, and it's Rinicella in front of Eichmans, Lesatua and Smith. Through the first corner, and Eichmans is immediately making his challenge to get back on the inside of Rinicella. He has to play defensive because he's got Lesatua and Smith lining him up behind, and that is the move from Lesatua to keep Sonny Smith at bay. Smith is now trying to come around the outside. He's going to lose a lot of places there. 2 or 3 karts coming through, and that's Karel Pazovic making his move forward. Up into 3rd position, the pole, having been in 5th position originally at the start of the lap. Now he's up into P4, and now he makes his way up into P2. Great bit of driving from the pole as he gets past Lesatua. Eichmans is defending his position around the outside. Oh, that's for P3, I do apologise. And there's an investigation apparently into Miguel Pero. I'm not quite sure what that's for, but it looks to me as though Miguel Pero has clearly transgressed in some way, and the incident is being investigated. There's yellow flags up at turn 6. We've got 2 karts off the road, so we need to figure out who they are, and it is Alessandro Gusti who is involved in that one. The 11 is in there as well. That is Gusti, but it's Adam Kowalski, the other one, the Czech driver. So Gusti and Kowalski unfortunately involved, and that's a real shame. So that is, is that 3 karts in there? I think that might even be 3 karts in the mix. No, it is Gusti and Kowalski, so just the 2 of them. Miguel Peru is still circulating around, but is in 14th place. We've got Rinicella leading, Eichmans in 2nd, Pazovic is 3rd. Green flags fly. We've got yellow flags now at the 2nd corner. So somebody has gone off at turn 2 now. I think that might be Rafael Modenese, the Peruvian. Yellow flags still waving at that. Yes, there is Modenese. Unfortunately, the Peruvian has fallen from the timesheets, and the Charles Leclerc by Lennox driver is trying to get going again, but it's not going to happen, and it's game over. Oh, that's a big problem! We've got a spin from Sonicar. That's Evan Gilter. 2 karts getting too close together there, and Gilter is the one who spins out. Now, who was Gilter battling away with there? I think that was Emo Fittipaldi. And the two cars just ended up getting too close together. In fact, actually, I think that was not, no, that wasn't Fittipaldi. He was behind them. So that looked to me like the 92 that had the problem. And that was Aaron Garcia. So Garcia was making the bid to come through. It was Garcia that they were dueling with. So Garcia and Giltair, I think they connected, and that's why we had the little slip up. Nice move up the inside there from Alex Powell, the Jamaican. He's now come up in front of Karol Pazovic. So that's Powell up into 4th position behind the two Belgians of Eichmanns and Lusatua. Valerio Rinicella has bolted out in front. The Parolin drivers just skated away. And Alex Powell is now in 4th place in front of Karol Pazovic. And the man on the bubble is the Italian star, Flavio Olivieri. So Olivieri is now on the bubble in 6th position. The man behind him is trying to come through to take that final qualification place away. Sonny Smith with his teammate Maceo Capieto in the other Pantano machine trying to come through. And that's Lesatua getting the move on Eichmanns for 2nd. So Lesatua gets into 2nd place. 4 laps completed, 2 to go, and that is Giltair parking his cart at the side of the road after his little moment with Aaron Garcia. So there are the two Pantanos, 7th and 8th place for Sonny Smith and Maceo Capieto. Both of them want to get through into the race. That means both of them need to overtake a couple of carts to do it. Behind them, we've got Fittipaldi in 9th place. Then Miguel Beiro is in 10th position. Bogdanovicius is up to 11th. Garcia sets the fastest lap of the race, as he is now running in 12th place in front of Matteo De Palo. And then it's Merengue, Delgado, Lacorte, Bianco, Sotogallegos up to 18th in front of Lemberg and Malia. So Rinicella still holds the lead here. Powell is charging hard to try and close up on Laurens Lesatua. Another place made up is another bit of security as Pazovic gets up the inside of Eichmanns. And Pazovic gets through then into 4th position. The pole for the Tony Kart Racing team doing a great job. But now they're queuing up behind Olivieri. Eichmanns and Olivieri are the two men in danger here. They've got Sonny Smith and Maceo Capieto queuing up to try and close up. And Emo Fittipaldi is doing his best to try and catch up to the train as well. And then behind them, we've got Beiro and Garcia. Final lap. This is the last chance. Rinicella doing a grand job in the lead. Lesatua going defensive on Alex Powell with Pazovic, Eichmanns, Olivieri, Smith and Capieto very close in behind. Time to make some overtakes, boys. Eichmanns has got Sonny Smith very much closing up on the train, and these three are getting very close together as well. And we got somebody on the grass there in the background. Little puff of grass comes up. But Flavio Olivieri under massive pressure now from Smith and Capieto. They both need to get through, and they're both going to try something on this overtaking opportunity. They need to. Meanwhile, Pazovic is dueling it out with Eichmanns up in front of this little badinage. Sorry, that's not, it's actually Alex Powell Pazovic is going for. That's Eichmanns at the front of this train. You've got one chance, guys, and it's going to be in the final turn and on the run to the main straight. Valerio Rinicella is going to take the second chance heat with no questions asked. I think the two Pantano karts didn't quite get what they needed out of it. Fittipaldi's made up a move on the final straight. Rinicella crosses the line in first, and Fittipaldi gets Capieto on the line. So Rinicella takes it from Lesatua, Powell, Pazovic, Eichmanns and Olivieri. Now, if that's the way it stays, those are the 6 that go through. So obviously that is not taking into account any possibilities of front fairing penalties or whatever it might be. But if it stands, then it's Valerio Rinicella who takes the victory in the second chance heat in front of Laurens Lesatua, Alex Powell, Karol Pazovic, Ian Eichmanns and Flavio Olivieri. And those are the 6 that will progress through to the pre-final. So there's the confirmation of the provisional result. It's Valerio Rinicella in front of Laurens Lesatua and Alex Powell. Karol Pazovic from Ian Eichmanns and Flavio Olivieri. Sonny Smith just missing out in 7th ahead of Emo Fittipaldi and Maceo Capieto. Aaron Garcia and Miguel Beiro from Jakubas Bogdanovicius. In 13th place, it is Francesco Merengue from Matteo De Palo and Guillermo Delgado. Nicola Lacorte and Simone Bianco from Nico Lemberg and Oscar Wirtz. Fernando Sotogallegos is 20th in front of Axel Malia and Federico Scalvini. Aaron Rescepi, 23rd from Lucas Samalisto. And then in 25th is Eric Gene from Chiano Balajari and Pete Abrahamsen. Andrea Fascinetti, Nicola Nalati and Mickey Magnussen. With the retirements, as you pretty much know about already, Evan Giltair and Giovanni Trentin. Very unfortunate for him, starting from the front row originally. And then Rafael Modanese, Adam Kowalski and Alessandro Giusti. So real problems and a real shame for Giovanni Trentin having started from the front row of the grid. It's not automatic that you're going to go through to the pre-final just from starting within that top 6, and there's the proof of it. So we wait for the official confirmation, but obviously if the results are as they stand, then we now know the identity of the 6 drivers that will progress through to the pre-final. It all has to be checked and confirmed first, so that is all provisional at the moment, and obviously we'll know the identities of the top 6 when we come to the grid for the pre-final. But now there are a few drivers, a few karts, and a bit of debris that needs to be cleared away from the circuit. And that's going to be a bit of a tricky situation for the competitors, obviously, because that could delay the start of this second chance heat for the OK Seniors. But we do have ample time to talk about them ready to come out onto the circuit, especially if there is a slight delay, because, of course, that means that we've got a little bit more to riff with in terms of what they have done to get to this point. And there are some very talented racing drivers within this field, all of whom deserve a place in that second chance heat, and all of them deserve a chance to progress through. Let's talk about them one by one. The man on pole position for this one is Laurens van Hopen of the Rosberg Racing Academy. He really struggled in qualifying, and that's kind of set the tone for the entirety of his weekend ever since. But he did grab an 8th position in the final heat yesterday, so the speed is coming from Laurens van Hopen. All he needs to do is progress through from pole position on the inside line, which is the advantage, of course, on this circuit, to the pre-finals, and we could see some really strong positions made up from him. Levi Revej in 32nd overall after yesterday, so the Hungarian will line up on the front row of the grid alongside him in the Kart Republic machine. Third is the Spanish driver Jenis Savico in the CRG, and alongside him is going to be the Lithuanian talent and the reigning FIA Karting Academy trophy winner Kaios Sixnelis for the Xspirit Racing team. Then for the Ward Racing team, it is Sim Liedmar, the Estonian, who lines up 5th on the grid on the inside line. And then Finland's Matthias Salonen for the CV Performance Group will line up on the 3rd row of the grid alongside. Charlie Wirtz will line up in 7th position. First RGMMC meeting as an OK Senior, of course. He was a junior driver last year, and he has stepped up to the plate admirably here for the Xspirit team. He's there in 7th on the grid on the inside line, which is definitely to his advantage. Alongside him on the grid is the Danish talent Sebastian Gravlund of the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. Struggles in qualifying have really set him back, but he's going to charge his way forward with no hesitation at all. The reigning junior European champion, Marcus Amond, had a difficult day at the office yesterday, and he is 9th on the grid for this one. 2 top 10 finishes, and then 2 difficult races that saw him down the order and then eventually out of the race in 1 or 2 of them, so a big problem from his point of view. Joel Mesch, the German, lines up in 10th position on the grid for this one in the TB Racing team in its now infamous McLaren Customer Racing colours. All they need to do is add the rainbow to the side boxes, and it will look pretty much the same as the Grand Prix car. Then in 11th position on the grid, it is Juan Carlos Hernandez for the Forza Racing team. He'll line up on the inside line alongside his countryman Maximus Meyer, again for the CV Performance Group. And then we have Luca Leistra, who lines up in 13th position on the grid, the Belgian for the Forza Racing team. And alongside him will be the Spanish driver Alejandro Lahoz. 15th on the starting grid for VDK Racing is the Frenchman Hugo Besson, and alongside him will be the Praga Racing driver Ricardinho Gracia. And then we have the 2 Finns, Koski Motorsport and Birolart respectfully, Atasama Nautio and Nicolas Pertellati, who's really had a struggle, to be fair, over the course of the weekend, and largely that is down to not getting the qualifying lap he wanted on Friday. Then in behind them, another serious crop of racing talent. You look down this grid and you really do see such an incredible raft of drivers, and they are so strong in this OK category field. Alexandru Iancu is next up, the Romanian for the Xspirit team. He lines up 19th on the grid alongside Hugo Belda-Romov, the ENTMC Motorsport driver. And then we have Marlon Hernandez, the Frenchman for the VDK Racing team. He will line up there beside Ben Dorr, the German for the TB Racing squad. And we're only just getting started with the competitors in this field at that point. Arton Fonteca will start 23rd on the grid for the CRG Spa squad. He's going to have a really strong run there from the 12th row of the grid. Alongside him is going to be the Portuguese racer Pedro Parino, who really struggled yesterday in the Kart Republic Motorsport. A couple of incidents where he ended up getting spat out of the fray, essentially. So now he needs to get himself back into a competitive position, which he is more than capable of doing. Alongside him on the, behind them, on the 13th row of the grid, we have the Spanish talent Miron Pingazov, who is there for the Kart Republic team. He'll line up 25th on the grid. Alongside him is going to be the French ace Florian Rousseau, and he will be there for the VDK Racing team. Behind them, we have the privateer Mikael Hjorgaard, who is going to line up in 27th on the grid. Plenty of great racecraft from him yesterday. More from that to come. And alongside him on the starting grid will be the Spanish talent Ubelt Moore, who has been one of the strongest independents within the fray. The Italian star Mattias Torrigiani had a very tough day of fighting back yesterday and has been very eager to continue that trend. Alongside him on the grid will be the Thai superstar Tanapompang Satumnu for the Biralart squad. He lines up 30th on the grid for this one. Markus Kayak, the Estonian, will hopefully be lining up in 31st on the starting grid. Alongside him on the grid will be the DR SRL machine of Warang Kim, the very rated Korean driver. They had some mechanical problems over the course of the last 2 days, but anything is possible and never say die. So Warang Kim is going to give it everything he's got in this last race opportunity. David Sobreiro, the Portuguese talent, will line up on the 33rd position on the starting grid, the 17th row, alongside the very highly rated Swedish racer Cecilia Hedqvist. She'll be there in her Cosmic for the Ward Racing team. And then on the final row of the starting grid, the last two drivers making their attempt to get through into the race. Emili Koivisto, the Koski Motorsport driver from Finland, and alongside him will be the talented Swiss ace Toni Nauder of the Xspirit Racing team. So 3 minutes to go before race time. Always a very tricky race, this one, when you've got 36 drivers, all who are more than capable of racing at this level and competing at the front end. But when you've got so many drivers trying to fit into just 6 grid spaces for the later pre-final, you just never know what's going to happen. But there have been times in the past when the driver starting towards the back of the grid of the second chance gets their opportunity to storm through the field and come up to the top 6. It has happened many times before. Just ask Joe Turney. He's got good experience of doing that in the OK category. We'll see him out in the pre-final a little bit later on. But this is where you've got to dig deep and you've got to find your inner strength. This is where you've just got to keep calm, carry on. You've got to be very alert. You've got to think 2 or 3 corners ahead of you. And particularly on that first lap, there is so much congestion within the traffic of the pack that you have to be very alert and on your toes. Incidents can happen within a split second, so you have to be very alert and keep yourself out of trouble wherever possible. But sometimes it's easier said than done. You've got that conflagration of drivers all trying to go into the same apex of the corner at the same point, and everybody wants to be on the inside line. Everybody wants to be just slightly in front of their opponent to get the traction off the turn for the next apex. And everybody wants to avoid the carnage and pick up 6 or 7 places in one move. But that's the identity of every single driver's makeup in this point. So they all want to get the same benefits. They all want to take advantage of the incidents around them. But only 6 of them are going to be able to dodge the carnage and dodge the pressure and be able to come through from the front. And the great thing about this OK category in 2020 and the level of competition means that nobody is entirely sure who is going to make it through. 1 minute to go, 60 seconds, board goes up. And this is when drivers really start to feel the weight of expectation, the pressure. They start to go into their little bubble, their inner tranquility. They have to get their mental capacity together. It's all very much about staying calm, staying cool. For the drivers outside the top 6 at this point, there is just one objective. No more caution to the winds. Enough is enough. Aggression, but good overtaking skills are needed. And obviously it needs to be clean, it needs to be disciplined, but it needs to be fast. And all of these drivers have the ability to do that. They've been hand selected and continued their route through the world of motorsport in their various domestic and regional championships and competitions. And now they're here on the world stage in the Champions of the Future 2020. The reason they're here is because they are the best of the best, and nobody can tell them otherwise. The green flag will fly at the end of the pit lane. They will head out onto the circuit. 2 exploratory laps of the racetrack to come. And this is where things get serious. Laurens van Hopen on the pole position from Levi Revege. Jenis Savico and Kaya Sixnellis on the second row from Sim Liedmar and Matthias Salonen. Charlie Wirtz and Sebastian Gravland. Marcus Amond and Joel Mesh from Juan Carlos Hernandez and Maximus Meyer. Luca Leistra and Alejandro Lahoz from Hugo Besson and Ricardinho Gracia. Atasel Manautio and Nicolas Bertolatti from Alexei Yanku and Hugo Belda. Marlon Hernandez and Ben Dor from Arten Fonteca and Pedro Perino. Miro Pingazov and Florian Rousseau. Mikael Hjorgaard and Ubelt Smoor. Mattias Torrigiani and Tanapompang Satumnu. Markus Kayak and Kim Warang. David Sobreiro, Cecilia Hedqvist. Imelico Visto and Tony Nauda. Just the one non-starter by the look of it. That is Markus Kayak, the Estonian. So he will not be taking up the start of the race. With the rest of the field, motors around the circuit, 1.7 kilometers. The air temperature is climbing already. I said at the start of the day that it was 21 degrees Celsius air temperature. Now it is up to 23 already. So it's going to be sky high by the time they get to the finals this afternoon. It got to a height of 33 degrees Celsius, I'm told, yesterday. So obviously it's going to get hot. It's going to get very, very tough for the drivers. And I was talking to a couple of them over the course of the last couple of days. They tell me that one of the biggest factors at Zuera is water temperature within the engine. And because this track surface temperature, obviously the heat rises from the track surface, that obviously affects the temperature of the engine. As it gets hotter, it gets harder to cool the engine, and it gets harder for the engine to run at operating temperature. So you don't tend to get too many dominant performances when the race circuit is particularly hot. So when it's nice and cool at this point of proceedings, by comparison, you're obviously going to get the opportunities for drivers to spread out a bit of a gap. But for the finals this afternoon, do not expect too many drivers to disappear and check out into the distance, unless, of course, there's an incident that it becomes the catalyst for that. In terms of raw pace, this is going to be tough. And it looks to me as though we have another driver out there who is not taking up the start. That looks like Siim Liitmaa has not gone around, so that's a real problem for the Estonian. It looks to me as though Siim Liitmaa is not able to take up the start of this one, so a real shame, but that obviously gives the other drivers a chance to move up another position. They are in their rows very shortly. They obviously need to get on with the forming up very quickly. I have a feeling this one might not be a clean start this time around, and it isn't. The drivers at the back of the field were not really given much of a chance to run in formation, so the yellow flags are out. It is a false start. Obviously a rolling start procedure in the world of karting, certainly in the direct drive categories. So they have to ensure that obviously they are making sure they adhere to the procedure. It is up to the leaders of the event, the leaders on the race, to run around the circuit and make sure that the grid is formed up. It's on them to make it happen. I can recall an incident a couple of years ago back at Genk in Belgium when we were there in the box, and the pole position sitter at the time was given 3 chances to form the grid up from pole position, and after 3 attempts they still couldn't quite get it right, and the race was at that particular point halted, and the pole position sitter was made to start from the back of the grid because they couldn't do it properly. So hopefully that is not going to occur today. It certainly hasn't occurred in the last 18 months or so that I've been commentating on the OK classes. So the second chance heat is going to see a few drivers battle away for the positions, but they all have to remember the same motto, the same indoctrinated quote: you can't win the race on the first lap, but you can definitely lose it. They need to be wise about this. Van Hopen, Revege, Savico, Sixnellis, Salonen, Wirtz, Grabland, Amond, Mesh, Hernandez. Is this going to be a good start? That's more like it. Perfect getaway is up the inside. Savico comes straight into second place past Levi Revege. In there behind the race leader, Lawrence Van Hopen. And as they come into the second corner of the turn, this is going to be a really strong run up to the hairpin. This is the first point when things get a little bit messy traditionally. Into the braking zone, everybody trying to make up some places. Somebody has gone off there on the inside line, but rejoined fairly good. And that's, oh, we've lost one of them. We've lost one of them at the hairpin. And that is the 282, I'm afraid to say. What a shame. That's Hugo Belder. Hugo Belder's come off. And it looked to me as though we've also lost Marlon Hernandez. Hernandez has not had a great run for it. And that's the 260 recovering from an incident there. That's one of the CRGs that has gone right the way down the order. That's Arton Fonteca. He's already had his fair share of difficulties this weekend. Well, Belder is trying to get going again, but I think it's all to no avail. 9 laps of this 1.7 kilometre circuit. That is 15.3 kilometres distance of racing to decide which 6 go through to join the others. And after the first, oh, there's a spin out of the final turn, and that's one of the Expirits. I think that's mechanical. That's Kaya Sixnellis. Sixnellis with his hands in the air. What's gone wrong? But that was something that happened with the kart. There was no contact involved in that one at all. Kaya Sixnellis, something's failed on his kart, and that is devastating on the home straight. Well, it's been a miserable weekend for Kaya Sixnellis anyway, but that is not the way he wanted it to end. And that was definitely a mechanical failure of some kind. The kart just suddenly lost all traction. It looked as though it seized on the main straight. Absolute disaster for Kaja Sixnelis. That's not what he wanted. Oh, and we've lost one of the Koskis as well. The two more cuts have come off together there. That is Emilio Koivisto. Koivisto is out of the race now as well, and that's at the same point. Well, not everybody is going to have a decent end to the day here, and not everybody is going to get through in fine fettle. So we've lost Marlon Hernandez, we've lost Dietmar and Kayak, who didn't start, we've lost Kaja Sixnelis. Hugo Belda has restarted, but he is way down the order. Back to the front, Van Hopen, Civico, Revege, Wirtz, Armand, Hernandez. If it stays like that, those are the 6 that progress. But there's more racing to come. Big slide up the inside there. That was a very bold move from Matthias Salonen, and it worked beautifully. So Salonen makes his move on Gravland, and that puts the CV Performance driver up the order. Is there more problems? Oh no, that's Emilio Koivisto just picking up the remnants of his kart there. Not the greatest of days of racing. He's going to want to forget this one in a hurry. There he is, walking away from his kart. What a shame. That's the 279 in trouble, actually. That's after Salmonautio. That's his teammate. So Salmonautio, just a lap later, has a similar problem. As drivers are trying their best to make their overtaking moves, and obviously there are disagreements all around the circuit. So another retirement. And they are dropping out of this race like flies, it's fair to say. Fastest lap of the race is Ayrton Fonseca. You always go a bit faster when you're driving angry, I found. Van Hopen, Civico, Revege, Armand, Wirtz, Hernandez, and then it's Salonen. That looked like a bit of debris flying up into the air there. Not exactly uncommon. But Marcus Simon now sets the fastest lap. There he is in 4th place. The white helmet with the blue cross. Because there is, of course, he is French, but there is Finnish derivation in the family as well. So Marcus Simon running there in 4th position in the VDK. The reigning junior European champion, now trying to make it good in the OK Seniors. And so far, 4th position will serve him well to get through to the pre-final. Van Hopen leads the way, the Rosberg Racing driver. Genis Civico 2nd, Revege, Armand. Here's the battle between the drivers just outside the top 6. We've got Charlie Wirtz in 5th. There he is in the Spirit. And in 6th place is Juan Carlos Hernandez in the 4th Racing. But he's being hunted down by the Finn, Matthias Salonen. There he is in the CV Performance in the background. As they come through the first corner, there is the man in trouble here. Juan Carlos Hernandez in 6th position. The man is being chased by Matthias Salonen, and he's on the bubble. 6th place is the danger place, where you could lose ground. If you lose just 1 place, you're out of the competition. There's a good battle forming up behind as well. We've got Luca Leistra there in 8th place in front of Gravland, Meyer, Lohoz, Pertalati, Pingazov, Gracia, Hogard, Besson and Torrigiani. So some good fight backs through the field. I have to say, there's some great overtaking moves being done. Matthias Torrigiani has made up 12 places. Dana Pompeksa Tumnu has come up 10 places, so good work from the Birolot driver. And the Swiss racer, Toni Nauder, she's done an incredible job. She's made up 15 places from the very back of the grid. She's now 21st, so for Toni Nauder, she is doing a sensational run here. So Lawrence Van Hopen is going to give it everything he's got to keep in front of Genis Civico. CRG running in 2nd place. He's getting closer and closer all the time. Marcus Simon has caught up to Levi Revege, the Hungarian. He's going to make his move on the inside line, and that's a lovely move from Marcus Simon. Textbook from the VDK. So into 3rd place, aboard his Kart Republic chassis, and that's Wirtz up the inside now of Revege. So Wirtz gets through, and that puts him up in a 4th position. So Wirtz is now P4 in front of Levi Revege, who is in very much danger here of getting Juan Carlos Hernandez and Matthias Salonen closing up on him. So Van Hopen, Civico, up the inside comes Civico, that's for the lead of the race. So Civico hits the front, and the Spanish charge is going to make it. Marcus Simon is going to take full advantage. He gets into 2nd place as well. Marcus Simon doing a great job here in the pre-final. That's next, the 2nd chance, I should say. Marcus Simon showing everybody what he's made of as Charlie Wirtz gets through into 3rd place as well, past Van Hopen. Now, Van Hopen can't afford to lose too many more places. He's in 4th place, but if he loses 3 more, he's out of the competition, and he knows it. Armand is going for the lead in turn 1. Beautiful move on Civico. My goodness. It takes a really brave driver to pull that one off in the first turn, and Marcus Armand showcasing his talent there with a beautiful overtake. That's so hard to get right because you're both flat on the throttle, but Marcus Armand makes it stick. So Amon now leads from Savico. Wirtz in third place. Van Hopen is in fourth position. Then we've got Revege and Hernandez. But they're all in a line now. Anything can happen from this point. 3 laps to go and all bets are off. Amon, Savico, Wirtz, Van Hopen, Revege, Hernandez, Salonen, Lystra, Gravland, Lahoz. Those are the carts in the top 10 at the moment. Still some great moves through the field. The driver who's made up the most places in the race now is Toni Nauder. She's made up 14. She's obviously lost 1 in the proceedings, but still incredible fighting from the Swiss racer. Down the main straight, 2 laps to go. And Amon leads Savico and Wirtz. Wirtz looks like he's hungry for second place. He's going to try and make his bid to close up on Amon with Savico's assistance. So they want to focus on the leader. Wirtz is not going for the overtake here. He's being very smart. Knows he needs to work with Savico to gain ground on Amon if he wants to get a victory. And he may as well go for the victory because he's in third place at the moment. He's still got time on his hands. Anything can happen from the carts behind. Wirtz is in a tricky situation here. He needs to get on with it, but at the same time, he doesn't want to lose too much ground to the man who's about to throw it up the inside. That's Van Hopen. And Van Hopen is committing to it, and they've tangled! And that's exactly what can happen. They continue, but they've lost massive ground. And that means that Wirtz is now 7th, Van Hopen is 6th, having made the overtaking move. So now the 2 of them are dueling for the last place in the race. This is exactly what can happen. You commit to the overtaking move and you lose ground. Revege has gone through, Hernandez has gone through, and so has Matthias Salonen. Last lap. Now or never. And Wirtz knows it. And he's going to show Van Hopen what he's made of as they come up to the hairpin. Van Hopen moves across to defend. Wirtz is going to try again. So Charlie Wirtz needs a good trick up his sleeve here to go for the move in the hairpin. Van Hopen is going to defend to the inside. Wirtz is going to try the switchback move to cut back across. Van Hopen is there, ready to counter-attack. And these 2 have already had 1 tangle. They can't afford another one. Wirtz is getting ready to pull the same move on Van Hopen that he pulled on him a lap ago, and that might be his last chance. He's there. Van Hopen knows he's going to be. But Wirtz needs to be calm about this. If Van Hopen does pick up a transgressional penalty, then that's Wirtz's place assured. So he needs to be sensible about this. He wants to get the place, but he also wants to do it in a manner that's going to be clean and firm. Van Hopen is not letting him have it. Wirtz is going to keep trying. Maestro is lining up behind him. He's going to try and make the move himself. Wirtz has to stay in the hunt, but he goes wide. And it's Amon who gets the victory. Amon takes it from Savico, Revege, Salonen, Hernandez, and Van Hopen. Well, Van Hopen just hangs on. Only the top 6 can get through. And with the slightest of errors, that's what it can take. But Marcus Amon has absolutely ripped the form book apart in this one. Great job from the Frenchman as he storms his way to the front of the pack there. And it's an amazing fight back from him as well. He started 9th and has come through to take the victory. No wonder he's the European Junior Champion from 2019. Marcus Amon takes the victory then in front of Janis Savico and Levi Revege. Matthias Salonen is 4th in front of Juan Carlos Hernandez. Laurens Van Hopen is 6th and safe provisionally. Lystra, Lahoz, Gravland and Charlie Wirtz. And then Nicolas Bertolatti and Minon Pingajon. In 13th place behind them, it is Mika Kjolgaard and Maximus Meyer. Great comeback from Kjolgaard. Made up 14 places in the end. Ricardo Canafia and Florian Rousseau from Hugo Besson and Joel Mesh. Then it is Ben Dor and Matthias Torrigiani. Pompax Tumnu and Alexei Yanku. From Pedro Perino and Artem Fonteca. The fighting Toni Nauder and Warren Kim. From Cecilia Hedfist, David Sobrero and Hugo Belda. Retirements aplenty. Urbelt Moore, Atta Salmanautio, Emily Koivisto and Kaya Sixnelis, who didn't even technically complete the first lap, nor did Marlon Hernandez. And then Marcus Kayak and Siem Liedmart didn't even start the formation lap. So, very tough battles then amongst our competitors in the second chance races. We always knew it was going to be very close. We always knew it was going to be very tight. But now we know the identity of our drivers in the mix. And obviously it's going to be a very close race battle for them. So now we get to have a slight pause in proceedings as obviously all of the checks are completed and the drivers are made aware of their positions and their likelihoods of getting through to the main event. The second chance heats are completed. Our next race is going to be taking place at 10 minutes past 11. So that's just a whisker under half an hour's time. So we're going to get more opportunities for great racing here at Zuera. So return to us when the pre-grid forms up for the mini pre-final.
Jake, are you gonna speak or you're done and you're gonna take it back in like, I don't know, 11:05? I think we need to come back at 5 minutes past 11 really. Oh no, 11 o'clock is fine. We get 11 o'clock.
Welcome back to the Champions of the Future here at Zuera, the first weekend of our 2020 campaign. And it's a fantastic opportunity to see what will happen in the upcoming races as our minis now make their way to the pre-grid for their pre-final. This is, of course, the race that sets the grid for the main event. And considering what we've had from the drivers over the course of the last 3 races, their qualifying heats over the course of Friday and Saturday, it gives us plenty of a preview as to what we can expect. The man on form in this particular class is the Russian ace, Dmitry Matveev. He has taken pole position in time qualifying and won all 3 of his qualifying heats so far. So certainly the Energy Course driver is the man to beat, but he is only just in front of the Japanese ace, Kian Nakamura-Berta, who has been second in every single session so far this weekend. Second in time qualifying by a fraction of a second, and second in all 3 of the qualifying heats. But he has led the races over the course of the 3 weekends, so it is possible for Dmitry Matveev to be beaten. He just hasn't been able to cross the line in first position since those races began. So it's obviously been an interesting battle. Third position on the grid is the very talented teammate of Kian Nakamura, that is Mark Kastelich, and he will line up in third position. Having been 7th in the original qualifying session, he has obviously had an opportunity for the competitors to close in on him, and he's had 2/3 and a 4th place, which has definitely given him plenty of scope to move forward. The Hungarian star, Adam Hideg, has been one of the stars of the weekend as well. Fresh into the Mini 60 category for the Kiddix squad in the Kart Republic chassis. And he finds himself there in 4th position on the starting grid, having been 3rd in time qualifying and with a 3rd and 2 4th places across the heats. In 5th place is the Spanish talent Christian Costoya for the CRG squad. And he is there, having been 4th in time qualifying originally, and then a 5th and 2 6ths across the races, puts him on the inside line on the 3rd row of the grid, alongside Luna Flusha, who is in P6, and that is from her 5th position in time qualifying, 2 5th places in the races. And the competitors for 6th position on the starting grid. The 6th position on the starting grid there is Luna Flusha, 5th position in time qualifying, 2 5th places and a 10th position. So they are together in position. 7th position on the starting grid for this one is Maciej Gladij, the Polish driver who races for the Parolin squad. And he is there 7th on the grid for this one on the inside line of the 4th row, having been 6th in time qualifying. A pair of 7ths and a 9th in yesterday's heats gives him a good chance to move forward. Then we have the Belgian star Len Nige for the Team Driver Racing Kart squad with the Kart Republic chassis. He is starting 8th position on the grid, having been 9th in time qualifying and 8th in all 3 heats yesterday, so he definitely has a strong chance of running at the front. 9th position is Tej Kieran, the Pantano driver for the Kart Republic squad. He was 11th in time qualifying originally, having not quite had the pace he wanted originally. And then over the course of the heats yesterday, he had a 6th, a 7th, and a DNF. So Tej Kieran definitely has a chance to move forward. If he can get a decent result from the pre-final, he'll be right up at the sharp end. Alongside him on the starting grid is the Italian, and that is Filippo Sala for the Team Driver Racing Kart squad. He is the 4th driver within that team this weekend. For the Kart Republic chassis, 10th in the qualifying session, and 9th, 11th and 12th over the course of the 3 qualifying heats. Denis Kurivali lines up in 11th position, the Kart Republic España driver, and he is the local hero here as well. After 8th in time qualifying, he had a DNF as well as 2 top 10 finishes, so he has a good chance to move forward, so we'll keep an eye on him for some good overtakes. In 12th position on the grid is Franciszek Lasota, the Polish ace, and he is there for the CRG squad. And then we have in 13th position the privateer, the Armenian ace, Daniel Dalakian, who races under a Spanish license because he races in this country a fair bit, but all the way from Armenia, and he is there in 13th on the starting grid. 14th on the grid is the Spanish talent Louis Leveau, and he is there, the Parolin chassis, in 14th on the grid. Then we have the French ace on the Sodi kart, that is Thomas Casse, and he is there together in 15th position on the grid alongside Hugo Marti, another of the Tony karts in the fray this weekend, but certainly the only Tony kart chassis within this grid. And then 17th on the starting grid is the EKR factory driver, the Spanish racer Michelle Tayati, and she is going to be joined on the starting grid on the rear row by the 811, and that is the DR driver Michael Eder, who had all sorts of bad luck over the course of the 2 heats yesterday, in which he finished lower down the order. But there's still plenty of time for him to fight back. And I have to say a massive congratulations to the DR team, who are wearing incredible tributes this weekend to their friend and our own very esteemed friend and colleague, Alex Zanardi, who is still in convalescence following his incident last month. So it is great to see the tributes that are being paid to Alex Zanardi all across Italy and Europe. And the DR squad carrying a fantastic tribute, which says Forza Alex on the nose cones of those karts. It's great to see, and really lovely to see the tributes for him. Of course, Alex Zanardi, a great personality within the karting community for many years as well, as a racer in his early days, and then as a karting manufacturer of a chassis in the early part of the millennium. So 18 karts will race in the Mini 60 category. Just the two racers that were not able to attend, Haito Dall'Agnol and Kimitani. We wish them all the very best and hope that they can join us at our second weekend of the Champions of the Future 2020, when we go racing again in October at the Portimao circuit in Portugal. And that will be on the fourth weekend of the month. If that is something of interest to you, if you're a kart racer, I know many of you do watch along at home, wherever it is that you're watching from on our live stream. You can head to our website, championskarting.com. All the details of how to get involved and get onto the grid are there for you. And obviously there are entries available in the OK Junior and Senior classes, as well as in Mini 60 and KZ2 gearbox as well. So drivers have plenty of opportunities to register their interest, and you've got a nice long time to prepare for that second weekend in October. But I have to say, considering we've got some time before our final races of the weekend, the pre-finals and the finals, it has been a fabulous weekend here in Zuera. We really have enjoyed ourselves. The track staff and the facilities here at Zuera have been absolutely fantastic. It's a wonderful racetrack to come to, very fast, very dynamic. And I have to say, the team here at Zuera have been absolutely astonishing in welcoming us and giving us plenty of entertainment and a very safe and organized drill of people who have been absolutely fantastic. We must say muchas gracias to the entire team here at Circuito Internacional de Zuera. And we've had a lot of fun here, and we can't wait to come back for our next event, which will hopefully be 2 weeks from now, for the FIA Karting European Championships, when they take place here at the Circuit Zuera on the first weekend of August. We are very much looking forward to being here, and it's going to be very exciting when we can continue our racing program. But here at Champions of the Future, we have now 4 races to go before we get to the finals. These are the pre-finals. These races slightly longer than the qualifying heats, but it gives us plenty of opportunity to see who is going to be starting from which positions in the races. This is the pre-final for the Minis. 9 laps of the course, the longest race they've had so far this weekend. Won't quite be as long as the final, which will be run over a 10-lap duration. So the Minis will be getting themselves ready for action very shortly. And this is the longest race, as I say, of their weekend. 23 degrees air temperature, which means that the track surface will be around 39, 40 degrees, I would say, at this point. So it's obviously going to be very hot and getting hotter all the time. But now the Mini drivers have 15.3 kilometers of racing to endure for the pre-final. And this is the race that sets the grid. All the drivers are obviously going to be qualifying for the final. There's no need to weed out the drivers towards the lower end, because there are enough to fill the entirety of the grid. But now we have 9 laps of racing, 15.3 kilometers in 23 degrees air temperature. It's going to be a tough battle for the Minis, the longest they have had to endure out on the circuit. 30 seconds until they head out onto the circuit. And it's going to be a tough one for the front row men. Dmitry Matveev and Kian Nakamura have been untouchable over the course of the first 4 sessions of official running, the qualifying session, and then, of course, the 3 heats. But can they be beaten in this first pre-final? Anything can happen over the course of these next 9 laps, and the young drivers on the grid know exactly what is to be expected of them. Time to go racing, drivers. Give us your best. We run through the grid one more time. Dmitry Matveev and Kian Nakamura will be on the front row of the starting grid from Russia and Japan, respectively. Mark Kastelij and Adam Hideg on the second row of the grid from Christian Kostoya and Luna Flusha. Maciej Gladij and Len Nij from Tis Kiran and Filippo Sala. Denis Kudevali and Francisca Glazota. Daniel Dalakian and Louis Laveau. Thomas Kasse and Hugo Marti from Michel Tayati and Michael Adair. And that is the completion of the grid. No Dall'Agnol, no Tani, but we wish you all the best for next time. So Matveev versus Nakamura seems like it's going to be a bit of a tradition over the course of the Champions of the Future. Hopefully both drivers will return and be back in October again, but their rivalry is definitely the biggest talking point within the Mini 60 category. The other drivers have so far been competing essentially for scraps, but there is one or two other drivers in the mix that have been trying to battle their way forward for the victory. Kastelic, Hideg, Kostoya and Flusha have all had a good opportunity to run at the front, and they all want to be right there at the forefront of proceedings. Particularly the closest that have come to toppling them from the top of their perch is Mark Kastelic and Luna Flusha. They both come very close over the course of races, but Christian Kostoya has been equally fast over the course of the racing as well. And I have to say as well, Adam Hideg has been one of the stars of the weekend, the Hungarian. So plenty of drivers still have a great opportunity to move forward. So we'll see how the competitors continue on their way forward, but it is going to be a very tough race from here on in. So let's see how the competitors run. And this second formation lap, of course, very, very busy at the moment as the pre-final is about to get underway. Dmitry Matveev from the front of the grid, Kian Nakamura from second place, Kastelic and Hideg on the second row, then Kostoya and Flusha from Gladij and Nij, and then Kieran and Sala, Kudavali and Lasota, Dalakian and Lavo, Kase, Marti, Tayati and Ider. They'll form up in their two rows once again and will be racing in fine style as the competition really starts to raise its fever pitch now. The drivers are obviously running in their two rows, 9 laps of the circuit to complete. Matveev, Nakamura, Kastelic, Hideg, Kostoya, Flusha, Gladij, Nij, Kieran, Sala, Kudavali, Lasota, Dalakian, Lavo, Kase, Marti, Tayati and Ider. They all form up together in the two rows as they come out of the final turn. That looks like a pretty solid block of rows to me. So as long as they can hold that formation around the final turn, I think we could be in for a clean start. Matveev has already made the bid to go for it, and he and his colleague in behind, Kastelic, have made a good start. Yellow flags though, so they're going round again. A false start here, unfortunately. Looks as though Matveev and Kastelic working together made the break a little too early there, broke up the flow. So it's a false start, and as a result of that, clerk of the course Martin Bean there watching the action, making sure that the formation is correct, and on this particular occasion the minis need to go round one more time of asking. So the drivers are obviously now dialing in the karts again, getting the tyres and brakes to their operating temperature, and it has to be optimal. Makes such a big difference when you've got everything else to balance within the kart, and when you consider that these guys are sort of 8 to 12 years old in the Mini 60 category, it is astonishing just how much work these guys are doing, how much they're having to take on board. They're having to look after tyres, they're having to look after brakes, having to look after throttle application, where they position the kart through the turn. It's not obvious straight away. There's an awful lot for these kids to process, and they are doing so in the same manner as professional racing drivers from the tender age of 9 or 10. And it is absolutely astonishing. Incredible work from these young athletes. Far better at it than I would ever have been. So they come through the final turn. Matveev and Nakamura side by side on the front row. The second is Kastelic and Hideg. The third is Kostoya and Flusha. The fourth is Gladij and Nij. The fifth is Kieran and Sala. The next is Kudavali and Lasota. The seventh is Dalakian and Lavo. Then Kase, Marti, Tayati and Ider. Is this going to be a stronger start? Certainly looks like it could be. They come off the final turn. That's more like it. And we're racing. So up to the first corner. Looks as though Nakamura is going to have to squeeze in there alongside Kostoya as they go round the first corner. Kastelic getting a good start tucked in behind Matveev. And as they go through to the first right-hander, looks like a fairly balanced start all round. So up to the first hairpin. This is when it's going to start getting a little bit more intense as drivers try and make a move or two through that first hairpin. Looks okay to me for the moment. Matveev is out in front. Kastelic, Nakamura and Kostoya. Then that looks like the Paralin chassis that's come forward. That's Maciej Gladij, who's up into 5th position in the early stages. So Maciej Gladij has made the move just in there behind Christian Kostoya and Luna Flusha. And that is the move from 5th position. I think that's the move on Gladij. So that has got to be Adam Hideg, who's come up into 5th position there behind Christian Kostoya. So a good start to proceedings then from the two team driver racing kart machines of Kastelic and Nakamura in behind the race leader Matveev. But in fifth position, that is the Hungarian Adam Hideg, who lines up there in front of Maciej Gladij, and that's the second of the CRGs. So I think that one is going to be... Is that Franciszek Lasota? Has he made a fantastic start? He has, you know. Lasota's up to 7th place with Lenij in 8th from Kudivali. Then it is Leveau, and up the inside, that is the move from Matveev to try and get back into position as Kastelic and Nakamura have both tried to sweep past. Kastelic has made it through. Now Nakamura comes past Matveev, and the two teammates can work together. Matveev is squeezed out. Down to 3rd position comes the Russian. So Kastelic and Nakamura now 1st and 2nd. 3rd place for Matveev. 4th is Kostoya. 5th place is Maciej Gladij, the Pole, in front of Adam Hideg. Then Lasota, Nij, Leveau, and Kieran. So this is going to be a tough battle out in front of the field, but Nakamura and Kastelic now need to work together to try and build that gap over Dmitry Matveev. It's the only way they're going to beat him this weekend, the way he's been winning everything over the course of these last 72 hours. Matveev is so strong in the Energy Force machine. He runs a little bit wide through the right-hander, but there's a chance now as Nakamura takes the lead away from his teammate Kastelic. So Nakamura gets through. Kastelic still there in 2nd position, but here comes Matveev, and he's got a great run off the right-hander. He's going to try and sweep past both of them up to the first corner. Matveev in a straight line. He now tucks back in behind Kastelic. Meanwhile, further back, that's Lasota trying to get the move done on Gladij, and he's going to leave the door open for Lenij to come through. So Lenij, the Belgian, is going to get into the position, gets past Franciszek Lasota. The top 4 now absolutely together as Matveev makes the move on Kastelic, gets through. Kostoya is going to get through as well. So Nakamura, Matveev, Kostoya, Kastelic down to 4th position. 5th place now is Adam Hideg, the Hungarian, as Matveev has his first serious look at Kia Nakamura since getting into 2nd place. 6th place for Maciej Gladij, who is there running a good job there in the Paralin in 6th position in front of Lenij. And then it is Louis Leveau from Franciszek Lasota and Denis Kudivali. Luna Flusha 11th, Kieran Tees is 12th. Then it is Daniel Dalakian, the Armenian, in front of Filippo Sala. And then we have Thomas Kansei in front of Michael Eder. That's the move from Matveev. He gets through on the inside there of Kia Nakamura. Wasn't sure if he was just moving across to the line to see if there was a chance, but he has taken the opportunity and gets back through past the Japanese star. Now, Kia Nakamura is going to try and line up Dmitry Matveev once again. Might get some support from Christian Kostoya down the main straight. In the slipstream, Nakamura still very close in behind the Russian. So Nakamura going to try and get his run on Dmitry Matveev. Christian Kostoya is there in 3rd position. Kastelic in 4th place. 5th place is Adam Hideg. And here's the move from Nakamura. Straight back on the inside of Matveev, who has to back off the throttle. Christian Kostoya has a chance to come back at him, but no, he's going to work with the Russian to close back up. Kastelic is there in 4th. Matveev's going to take the opportunity. Nakamura's not going to give him the space. Great racecraft from the two. But Matveev cannot get past Nakamura. Now he's going to try again into the right-hander, and he knows that Kostoya is going to be there, so he has to make the move on the inside line. He does so. Nakamura springs back to the outside, and that is a retirement. It's one of the Pantanos, so I'm afraid that is going to be Kieran Tees, I do believe. So a real disappointment there as Tees Kieran out of the race, unfortunately. And what a shame for the Dutchman. And that's up to 2nd place for Kostoya. Kostoya makes the move on Nakamura. So Kostoya in the CRG gets past Nakamura. Now this is a great chance for him to go after Dmitry Matveev. So Matveev leads the way. Kostoya in 2nd place. Can he make the bid now to get past Dmitry Matveev? 3rd place is Nakamura, then Kastelic, then Hideg. 6th place for Gladys. 6th place, sorry, is Maciej Gladij, the Pole, and right in behind them is Lenij, the Belgian. So this could be an interesting tussle as Kostoya holds his line to the inside line for the hairpin, and up to 4th place comes Hideg. Maciej Gladij tries to get there. I think there's a tangle between the two, and that's enough for Kastelic to drop back in his 6th position behind Lenij. So Lenij has got through to 5th position, the Belgian. But then we've got Kastelic and Maciej Gladij who have tangled there and dropped back to 6th and 7th places. So now it's about Nakamura going with Kostoya to chase after the race leader Dmitry Matveev. So Nakamura needing to work with Kostoya. There's time to catch up to Dmitry Matveev yet. We're on lap 5. And up the inside, that's Kastelic making the move back on the inside of Lenij, I think, to get back into 5th position. So Kastelic makes the move, but there's 3 wide in that turn. And it's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top. Kastelic does manage to get the advantage. But tucked in behind, that's a Paralin. So I'm guessing that's going to be Maciej hanging on to his position as the field comes down the main straight. It's Matveev, Kostoya and Nakamura. Nakamura getting his opportunistic move to try and cloaks in behind Christian Kostoya. They come off the hairpin and up towards the tight right-hander, the next hairpin on the course. Dmitry Matveev sets the fastest lap of the race, trying to get away from Kostoya and Nakamura. But it's not going to be easy. We have 4 laps remaining here, 5 completed out of the 9 so far. And through comes the battle further back. That's Kastelic in front of Maciej and Len Nies in front of Denis Kurivali and Louis Leveau. Francesco Lasota has dropped back into 10th position. But Nakamura still hustling Christian Kostoya in 2nd position in the CRG. Kostoya really wanting to make his move forward, and the local knowledge of the track is definitely going to come to him. He signals to Nakamura, come on, let's work together. Let's catch Matveev. We can get him. So Matveev still there in the lead, but Kostoya is less than a couple of tenths of a second behind now. He's right in the slipstream of the energy course in front. As the Kart Republic chassis of the Team Driver Racing Kart squad in 3rd position of Nakamura slots in behind Christian Kostoya. They're going to try and work together to close in on Dmitry Matveev through the first corner. They may get their chance to go for the Russian. But there is a serious threat of Matveev pulling away as Maciej tries to make his move on the inside of Len Nies and gets through despite the defensive lunge. But here comes Nakamura now trying to get his move on Kostoya. He's obviously got to get on with this now. He's in a 2nd place, and now obviously Kostoya has not been able to catch up on pure pace with Matveev. So Nakamura gets into 2nd place and says, right, let me have a go. So Nakamura and Kostoya will now work together in 2nd and 3rd place. Can they deal with the raw pace of the energy course up front? Kostoya has a think about it in behind Nakamura. But Nakamura is still trying to close up on Dmitry Matveev. 6 laps completed, 3 to go. But Matveev still has the ultimate pace here at the moment. And Kostoya is still tucked up behind Kian Nakamura. But is there going to be enough time for him to make a move? Because they've got 2 laps to go and they need to catch up to Matveev before they can challenge for the victory. They're too far back at the moment. It only looks like a couple of tenths, but in these karts, when you're only dealing with 60 cc's, you've obviously got to use the straight line speed advantage, and it is clear that Matveev has a little bit of one over the rest of the field at the moment. So Nakamura in 2nd position. Behind him is Christian Kostoya. 4th place is Adam Hideg. Then it is 5th place, that is Mark Kastelic. In front of Maciej and Len Nies, in front of Denis Kurivali. Luna Fusha up to 9th again, and Francesco Lasota in 10th position in front of Louis Leveau and Filippo Sala. Well, Lasota has got back through on Luna Fusha. Back into 10th position she goes. So Lasota gets back into that place, but Christian Kostoya now in behind Kian Nakamura for the battle for 2nd place. Matveev is still right there in front of them, but crucially, he is not close enough for the 2 of them to make a challenge just yet. They are getting away from the rest of the pack. Hideg is there in 4th. Kostelic in 5th position. Looks as though Lasota's lost a couple of places now to Flusha and Leveau. As Daniel Zalakian has moved back a position, the Armenian in behind Filippo Sala as we head into the last lap. Out of the final turn, and 8 laps completed out of the 9 we've done so far. So 1 lap to go. And look at the squabble for 4th place as Kastelic now taking on Hideg. And we've got Gladish in there in 6th position. Maciej trying to get the move done as they squabble into the hairpin. Is that going to be too big a run wide from Hideg? Kastelic is going to try and counteract. Maciej has set the fastest lap of the race in his bid to try and close up on the field. And he's there in 6th position with Len Nies trying to come through up the inside. Trying to keep a handle on both battles is going to be tough, but here we go. Mark Kastelic trying to get the move on Hideg. And Maciej still hanging on to 6th position, but the Polish star wants to come through. Can Maciej get into the 5th position slot? It's a very valuable overtaking place to be in P5 because you're on the inside line for the start of the final. If you can get there, Len Nies knows how difficult it is to try and make the move on Gladish. Gladish is going to try and hold that line on the inside, which he does. Meanwhile, Nakamura still trying to keep in front of Kostoya to the bitter end. And it looks to me as though Dmitry Matveev has once again made mincemeat of the opposition here in the mini-60s. A great performance from the Russian as he comes out of the final turn, and Dmitry Matveev wins the pre-final here at Zuera. So far, so good for the Russian. Nakamura is just going to try and hang on in front of Kostoya. He does so, and across the line it is Hideg in front of Kastelic, Nies and Maciej. So a tough race there in the mini-60. The threat of things to come for Dimitri Matveev, though. The Energy Course driver looks absolutely solid as a rock out front. We've got to feel sorry for Tish Kiran, who did not make it to the finish of the race and therefore will start the final from 18th. But what a great performance from Dimitri Matveev. The Russian has been absolutely superb so far. But the race he wants to win is the next one, the final. So Dimitri Matveev takes the win from Kian Nakamura and Christian Kostoya. Adam Hideg is fourth in front of Mark Kastelic. Then Len Nij of Belgium and Maciej Gledij of Poland from Denis Kudevali and Luna Flusha. Franciszek Sota, Louis Leveau and Filippo Sala in front of the Armenian Daniel Dalakian. Then Thomas Kase in front of Michel Tayati. Hugo Marti, Nicolas Adair, and the race retiree is Tish Kieran as they prepare for their last race later this afternoon. But so far, Dimitri Matveev has come through the entire weekend completely undefeated. Can he make it an absolute 1-0 victory for the clean sweep in the final later on? We will have to see. The final is very different to the qualifying heats and pre-final. That's where you've really got to bring your A game to the table. So the minis finish after 9 laps of intense racing. Speaking of intense racing, there's another one right around the corner. And it's from our gearbox contingent, the KZ2s. And they are already in the holding area on the pre-grid, ready to go racing. So the lineup for the pre-final is very similar in mode to what we've seen from the minis in terms of the performances from the drivers across the qualifying heats yesterday. The front 2 men on the grid are the front 2 men in every single session so far this weekend. Paolo Ippolito from Brad Benavides. They've been first and second all the way through these proceedings. And the Italian star, Paolo Ippolito, fastest lap in qualifying, 3 victories. Brad Benavides, second in qualifying, 3 second places. These are the 2 that are going to be battling for the victory up front today, but they have several drivers who will be fighting with them. The Romanian star, Daniel Vazil, in the DR, will be there in 3rd position on the starting grid, having had 3rd position in time qualifying and the first heat, and then struggled in the latter races to come 6th and 7th. It wasn't exactly plain sailing for the Swede Brandon Nilsson either, 4th in time qualifying, and then obviously having a 3rd, a 4th and a 9th over the course of the heats. So that puts him 4th in the rankings for this pre-final. Antonio Garay comes next, 5th in time qualifying, and 4th, 5th and 8th across the heats means the Sodi kart run by the Magic ASD squad are now finding themselves in 5th on the grid, but on the inside line, of course, for this pre-final. And the very talented Mozambique star, Rodrigo Almeida, in his first season of gearbox racing, lines up 6th on the grid, having been 6th in time qualifying with a 5th and 2 6ths across the heats yesterday. But at one time in the weekend, it looked as though he was on for a podium in the final heat, so he's definitely getting better. Alvaro Garcia in 7th position on the grid for this one. His times were deleted in time qualifying in the end, but he fought his way back to 5th, 7th and 8th across the 3 qualifying heats yesterday, and he will start from P7. And then we had Ricardo Avila, who will start in 8th position. 7th in time qualifying, but a 4th, an 8th and a 9th put him in P8 on the starting grid. A great comeback from him in the final heat yesterday to be 4th on the grid. And then in 5th, and then in 9th position on the starting grid will be Brice de Guy, who managed to claim a 3rd position in yesterday's final heat. But after a 7th and a technical infringement, he starts from 9th position on the grid. So a fascinating battle for all of the competitors. 30 seconds board goes up. And the battle resumes in the gearbox category between Paolo Ippolito and Brad Benavides. This is the battle that everybody's been highly focused on and is keeping very, very intensely focused upon. Ippolito and Benavides, the 2 drivers that will battle away for the victory in this pre-final from the front. But there are several drivers in the mix who feel that they have just as much right to battle for this race victory. Green flag flies, and it's time to send the KZ2 gearbox racers out onto the circuit for their 2 formation laps and the formation of the grid for the pre-final. Here is the starting grid. Brad Benavides and Paolo Ippolito from Daniel Vazil and Brandon Nilsson. Antonio Garay and Rodrigo Almeida on the 3rd row from Alvaro Garcia, Ricardo Avila and Brice de Guy. George Tredescu was entered into the race, but for difficulties unable to be explained, he is not here. So 9 karts in the fray. Not the biggest entry list for KZ2, but that doesn't mean that the race won't be anywhere near as exciting as we've come to expect from KZ2 races in the past. The Gearbox fraternity, the fastest karts of the weekend, able to lap the circuit here at Zuera in sub 60 seconds. And that gives you an idea of how long this 12-lap race is going to be. But it doesn't tell you the whole story because the circuit is getting hotter all the time, and as it creeps up to 23 degrees Celsius air temperature, we're going to have some pretty thrilling battles around the circuit here. Brad Benavides and Paolo Ippolito from the front end of the grid. Daniel Bazile and Brandon Nielsen from Antonio Garay, Rodrigo Almeida, Alvaro Garcia and Ricardo Avila, and then Brice de Guy will be in the mix. So we'll see how the competitors line up in formation once they've completed their 2 formation laps. Karting is physical enough as it is without having to consider the possibility of changing gears around the circuit as well. Fast and furious stuff and a real technical skill. Even some of the Formula 1 drivers these days didn't come through the world of gearbox karting. 2 of the most notable to have done so, Max Verstappen and Charles Leclerc. They took on the Championship of the World back in 2013 and were first and second, up against drivers who've been racing there for many years. Gearbox karting, such a technical skill, but it really does show you, everybody, the kind of caliber of racing driver that you are. If you can handle this, you can handle anything, in my opinion. Gearbox karting is without a doubt, for me, the most physically demanding form of motorsport in the world, and it really is an absolute assault on the senses. So Brad Benavides and Paolo Ippolito will bring them round for the front row. Daniel Bazile and Brandon Nielsen, Antonio Garay and Rodrigo Almeida. And then Alvaro Garcia and Ricardo Avila from Brice de Guy. Those are the karts that will come through. They will line up in formation on the grid. But now they have to get everything right. This is where all of their preparation, all of their practice starts over the weekend that they've been able to go for in the practice sessions and in the warm-up this morning. It's an important one to get right, and Brad Benavides there on the inside line needs a textbook start. He hasn't had it so easy over the course of the weekend in terms of race starts, but now he needs to get it right. Time to go racing. Green flag flies at the back of the field. Are we going to get a clean start? Off the lights coming on. When they go out, we'll be racing. Drivers in position, hands on steering wheels. Time to go racing. Now, and it's a cracking start from Ippolito. Benavides gets a good one, but the CRG launches fractionally quicker. So battle begins, and Benavides is going straight for Ippolito immediately. Ippolito has to defend big time, and Benavides is on the back foot there. He's actually got a great chance to go for the lead into the hairpin. Ippolito defending valiantly. Nielsen through into third place past Bazile, and as they come down towards turn 5 for the first time through the long flowing hairpin, it is Nielsen trying to attack Brad Benavides for second position. Fourth place is Daniel Bazile. This is going to be an absolutely incredible run from the Romanian if he can get past Brandon Nielsen on the first lap. But he is there tucked up in fourth position in front of Rodrigo Almeida, who's also got a cracking start. So some absolutely sensational runs in the early stages here. But it's not going to be easy, that is for sure. Paolo Ippolito starting to build a gap over Brad Benavides and Brandon Nielsen early doors. As they come out of the final turn, that CRG is already kicking into touch as he charges away down the home straight. Lap 1 completed, 11 to go. Benavides has already got pressure from Brandon Nielsen in the CRG. Sweeping through turn 1, flat on the throttle. Nielsen is already making his bid to get through on Benavides. He slides through, he's got absolutely missed that completely. Completely misjudged the braking zone. The back end came out, and Benavides got him straight back on the exit of the corner. Easy to get that wrong, and Nielsen just lost the back end. It slid out, and that was always going to be Benavides picking up the pieces again to get back into second place. So Ippolito leads the way. He has dominated the weekend so far. Benavides in second place. Third is Brandon Nielsen. Fourth is Daniel Bazile. And then it is Rodrigo Almeida in fifth position in front of Antonio Garay from Avila, Garcia and de Guy. They come through together. This is Rodrigo Almeida trying to fend off from the fast-charging Antonio Garay. Garay gets through. There was a little bit of a rub there as Rodrigo Almeida tried to defend his position. And that's going to put the 416 right into the hunt. Ricardo Avila trying to get past Rodrigo Almeida as they come through. And that's also going to give Alvaro Garcia and Brice de Garay plenty of ammunition as they continue on their charge. Up through the first corner. Is this going to be the move from Avila? He's definitely going to have to defend here from Garcia. Garcia gets through. So a nice move there from Garcia. As Avila drops back into 8th position into the clutches of the Frenchman Brice de Garay, but he comes straight back up the inside. Great battling between Avila and Garcia. They remain in their 7th and 8th positions at the timing split. But obviously Garcia's made a move and Avila's counter-attacked. So great racing and great overtaking in the middle of this pack. Hipólito still leads from Benavides, Nilsson and Vasil. But then the battle for 6th position further back is between Almeida, Avila, Garcia and Brice de Garay, the Frenchman who is there in 9th position. And there's that Nilsson just losing a little bit of traction there through the triple apex. I think he lost a bit of ground there to Brad Benavides in 2nd place. You've got to be so careful not to push the cart too hard. And, oh, that's interesting. Hipólito under investigation. That's what's coming up on my timing screen, but Paolo Hipólito is under investigation. Now, that is baffling. Now, I wonder, is that something to do with the start, potentially? So, Paolo Hipólito sets the fastest lap of the race, but if the race leader is under investigation, that's really going to spice things up as Brice de Garay gets his move up the inside to move up a position there on Alvaro. Now that's going to be Alvaro Garcia. I think the guy got past him and then Garcia returned the favor, in fact. But now this race has been completely turned on its head as Paolo Hipólito, the race leader, who is stretching out a bit of a gap to just under a second to Brad Benavides, is under investigation. Now, if he gets penalised for anything, his race is compromised. He's got to try and pull out a decent gap over the rest of the field to essentially counteract any problems that might occur. But if Paolo Hipólito, the race leader, is under scrutiny, then he obviously needs to focus in on trying to build as big a gap as possible to counteract any penalty that might come his way, as Garay makes the move for 4th place on Vasil. So Garay and Vasil are now battling away for 4th position. Daniel Vasil in the DR not getting as much speed out of the turn. Is that for 2nd place? Is there a change? As Brandon Nilsson has caught back up to Brad Benavides. Benavides has defended valiantly for the time being, but here's Garay. Garay has come up past Daniel Vasil for 4th position. So the Romanian is now down in 5th position behind Antonio Garay. The Sodi kart is doing well there in 4th position. As we watch the other Sodi kart in this race from CPB Sport, that is Brad Benavides, running in 2nd in front of Brandon Nilsson. Here's the other one. A long way back, actually, after 4 laps. Antonio Garay in front of Vasil, Avila, Brice de Garay, and then we've got Garcia and Almeida. So Almeida looks like he's got a problem. Rodrigo Almeida has fallen to the back of the field, and we know that that car is capable of running in the top 5 without any problems at all. So is Rodrigo Almeida coming into the pits? No, he's not. He's continuing on. But certainly something is not quite right with the DR. So Hipólito still leads the way. Under investigation, though. And here comes Nilsson up the inside of Brad Benavides. He gets there. Benavides has not got a response to Nilsson on that occasion. And the CRGs run 1 and 2 as Brandon Nilsson gets past Brad Benavides. Well, Nilsson's been building up to that move for a while now. And he gets through on lap 6. The half-distance lap, essentially. So now there is still going to be an interesting battle. Why on earth it is that Benavides hasn't quite got the same pace we saw from him earlier in the weekend? Not entirely sure, but I wonder if Benavides, this might even be tactical, you know, knowing that there's a possibility that Hipólito might end up with an issue of some kind. If he starts still on the front row of the grid, if he's going to finish, he could well be classified 2nd at the end of this one if there's an investigation coming the way of Hipólito. Maybe he wants to start on the right side of the grid. So I've seen strategies like that work before. Perhaps finishing 2nd in the pre-final gives you a good chance of getting a good start for the final. So there is Hipólito. He can't focus on the investigation that's on his head at the moment. He's just got to knuckle down and get on with it, essentially, as they head into the hairpin. And Brandon Nilsson is closing up on his teammate. 12 laps of racing this time, the longest race of the weekend for them. A distance of 20.4 kilometers of race action. The final is going to be even longer than this, though. So Hipólito has got to the halfway point, still in front of his teammate Brandon Nilsson by 1.2 seconds. And it's fair play to the CRGs. They've done a fair, solid performance in this race thus far. But there is definitely more still to come in this one. Either that or the reason that Nilsson's able to get through past Benavides is he's preserving tyres. He obviously wants to try and get himself into a good position later. It is the pre-final, so it's not a panic for him down in third position that the CRGs are racing ahead. He could well be keeping something in reserve, ready for the races later. The pre-final is not the be-all and end-all in KZ2, as long as you're in a relatively strong position, which third place certainly is, on the same side of the grid as Paolo Ippolito, the way things currently stand. Brandon Nilsson sets another new fastest lap. The Swede, who races under an Italian license, of course, racing out here, racing out in Italy as much as he does. But Ippolito from Nilsson and Benavides is the top three, and this could all be tactical, getting themselves ready for the final later. Brandon Nilsson sets the fastest first sector of anybody and sets a personal best in the second sector, so it would suggest that he's now starting to chip away at the leader, Paolo Ippolito. So Nilsson is trying to close up on his own teammate here. He set the fastest lap a moment ago. 1 minute flat, 0.956. Everybody else is in the 61-second bracket. Across the line comes Nilsson, and it's another new fastest lap. 1 minute, 0.8836 for the Swede. So Ippolito is now only 7/10 of a second in front, as that's Brice de Guy chasing down Daniel Vazil. It looks as though the DRs are slightly off the pace now as well. Almeida's dropped back to 9th. Vazil has dropped back to 5th and has got de Guy all over the back of him, with Avila and Garcia a little further back. And there goes Brice de Guy. He gets through. So the battle is raging as Brice de Guy goes up into 5th position. Have we lost somebody from the fray? I think Rodrigo Almeida has not come through. Oh, now he has. I do apologise. So Rodrigo Almeida has dropped back about 5 seconds off the tail of Alvaro Garcia. But there is the battle up front. This is Brad Benavides trying to close up on the two CRGs up front. But Nilsson's getting very close to Ippolito now. He's chipping away at it. Another new personal best in the second sector, faster than Ippolito in the first split. I think there's going to be a change here. Nilsson's going to get onto the toe of Ippolito, and on lap 10 he's going to make his bid to come through. Is he? Not yet, but physically you could see on the main straight that Nilsson is a lot quicker than Ippolito. He's going to make his bid up the inside, is he? Not quite yet. Ippolito actually holding up Nilsson a little bit there. I wonder if Nilsson's got an issue, but then Nilsson is trying to come through and Ippolito's not really giving it to him. They do race in the same team, but karting is not exactly a team sport in the sprint form. So Ippolito and Nilsson will both want the victory. Every man for himself out there, but Nilsson has caught right up to his teammate. And they've dropped Brad Benavides. Is Nilsson going to get his chance to go for the lead? Yes, he does. He gets up the inside. Ippolito's trying to hold him off. They are desperately trying not to hit each other. But Nilsson is determined. He wants to come through past Ippolito, and Ippolito doesn't want to concede the victory. This is only the pre-final. What's the final going to be like between these two? Nilsson gets a great toe off the final corner, and surely he's going to pop out and overtake into the first corner. Yes, he does. Nilsson gets through. Ippolito has no reply. So Brandon Nilsson saving his best for last, as it seems. He's been solid and consistent through the weekend up to this point, but now Nilsson opens up the taps in the pre-final, and he looks like he's going to grab the pole position in the grand final itself. So Brandon Nilsson catches and passes teammate Paolo Ippolito. What can the Italian do to respond? Especially considering he's under investigation anyway. Brad Benavides is 3rd. 4th place is Antonio Garay. Brice de Guy is 5th. Daniel Vazil is down to 6th. Ricardo Avila and Alvaro Garcia now run in front of Rodrigo Almeida. And Almeida is still going, albeit quite a considerable way behind the rest of the field now. Just clearly trying to learn the intricacies of gearbox karting. You can't just learn what's happening when you're out in front. You've also got to learn what's happening when you're down at the back. As Brandon Nilsson starts the final lap. KZ2, when the numbers are thin, has a habit sometimes of running dry. Not today. Brandon Nilsson's made a real push for this one and has taken on his teammate Paolo Ippolito in a straight fight and has gone for the lead and taken it. So Brandon Nilsson going very well indeed here as he continues on his way through. Paolo Ippolito in 2nd, Benavides is 3rd, then Garay, de Guy, Avila, Vazil down to 7th now, and Alvaro Garcia in front of Rodrigo Almeida. So the DRs are in some kind of problem. Ippolito seems to be a little off the pace, so does Benavides, but Brandon Nilsson has really taken advantage of this in the pre-final. Unless they're all holding something back for the final itself, Brandon Nilsson really has changed the form of this race. So far, his teammate Paolo Ippolito has gone unbeaten. That is about to change, as out of the final turn, Brandon Nilsson comes through after a brilliant drive, and the Swede is going to get the victory in the pre-final. Brandon Nilsson takes the checkered flag, and deservedly so. Ippolito in second place, third place to Brad Benavides. It's going to be Alvaro Garcia that comes through in fourth. Fifth place for Brice de Guy. Sixth position for Ricardo Avila. Daniel Vazil will come home in seventh in front of Alvaro Garcia and Rodrigo Almeida. Well, big drama in the race then for Paolo Ippolito. We'll have to try and figure out what the results of that investigation are a little later. But certainly plenty of talking points here as Brandon Nilsson sweeps through after 20.4 kilometers of racing at an average speed of 99.25 kilometers an hour and takes the pre-final. Brandon Nilsson wins from teammate Paolo Ippolito. Brad Benavides is third in front of Antonio Garay. Brice de Guy in fifth place in front of Ricardo Avila. Daniel Vazil is seventh. Alvaro Garcia is eighth. And Rodrigo Almeida is ninth. So fascinating racing from the KZ2 pre-final, and Brandon Nilsson showing his cards on the table in this penultimate race of the weekend for the KZ2s. Now we have business as usual in the OK categories to think about, but Brandon Nilsson now emerges as the new favourite for the final later in KZ2. He's been hiding that speed all weekend. He's got a great chance to do it again in the final. If he does so, he'll be the first KZ2 Champions of the Future winner. Back to the pit lane, and we've obviously got a nice grid of OK Juniors lining up for this pre-final. And it's going to be fascinating to see how the drivers get on, and what a grid of races it is. Igor Sepil, the fastest qualifier from yesterday's heats, having done a fantastic job over the course of Saturday. A fourth place, coupled with 3 victories after qualifying 7th in time qualifying, puts the Czech right up at the front end of the field, and he's definitely a contender for the victory. Alongside him, the very talented British driver Josh Koska-Nerfen in the Ricky Flynn Motorsport machine. 2 wins, a 5th and a 7th after 3rd overall in time qualifying. This kid's got every opportunity to fly forward for victory. In 3rd position is Arvid Lindblad, one of the standout performers of the weekend, it has to be said. 17th in time qualifying was not really in the script, but he has fought his way back to a brilliant 3rd on the grid with a 2nd, 2 thirds and a 4th. And his consistency is what has kept him in the hunt for the victory. And he now lines up on the 2nd row of the grid on the inside line for this pre-final. So it's definitely a good chance for Arvid Lindblad to showcase his skills. 4th on the grid, the ever-impressive Polish racer Timothus Kucharczyk for the Biralat squad in his Kubica chassis. 14th overall in time qualifying, which is impressive considering that he almost didn't get a lap in at all in the session. But then a 2nd, 2 thirds and a 5th put him 4th overall in the qualifying heats yesterday, and so he'll start the pre-final from P4. Then it is the Norwegian ace Martinius Stenshorn, who on the road has been completely unbeaten over the course of the weekend. Only a penalty prevented him from getting the clean sweep as he dropped to 17th in one of the heats, but he won all the other 3 and was fastest in time qualifying, so he is easily the man to beat this weekend. And from 5th on the grid, he still has an incredible chance of fighting back. 6th position, Douwe de Decker, the Belgian, for the Kart Republic Motorsport team. He's been one of the most impressive drivers of the weekend for me. Still a fairly new contender in the junior category. Has only just recently made the switch up from Mini, but his impressive early pace has been phenomenal. And he is there in 6th position on merit, having taken 3 4th places and a 6th, having been 11th in time qualifying. Alex Gubenko lines up 7th. A great weekend for him. The Russian has been absolutely superb, and he's got himself on the inside of the 4th row. Anything can happen from there. Freddie Slater, 2nd overall in time qualifying. A 2nd, a 3rd, a 6th, and an unfortunate incident in the first heat that dropped him down the order. He's 8th in the lineup for this one. And then rounding out the top 10, it is Lucas Flusha, who has never been outside the top 10 this weekend. And alongside him, the Singaporean Dion Gauda, who was 2nd, 5th, and then 2 other solid finishes to be 10th on the grid for this one. Here we go. The pre-final is about to begin. This is the race that determines where they will start the final. Igor Sapil in front of Koska Nerfen, Arvid Lindblad and Timotis Kucharczyk, Martini Stenshorn and Due De Decker from Alex Kubenko and Freddie Slater, Lucas Flusha and Dion Gauda from Alfio Spina and Santiago Valve, Brando Badoa and Aidan Neat from Jonathan Waywat and Will McIntyre, Nasho Tunyon and Bruno Del Pino, Nikola Tsolov and Ivan Dominguez, Yuga Chukwu and Max Dodds from Julius Dinesen and Tuka Tarpanen, Augustin Bernier and Harley Keeble from Maxen Verbruge and Arta Rajon, Christian Batuka and Maxime Ferron-Castellen, and the 6 drivers that made it through earlier on in the second chance heat are the same 6 drivers that crossed the line in those positions. Valerio Renicella, Lawrence Lesatua, Alex Powell, Karol Pazovic, Ian Eichmans and Flavio Olivieri. So the 36 drivers warm up the tyres and brakes across the 2 formation laps. This is when it gets pretty serious out there on the circuit. And of course, this is the race that determines the grid order for the biggest race of the weekend for the juniors. And it's 9 laps of racing rather than the previous 6. So obviously also the longest race of their weekend thus far. And in terms of the tally of the laps of the racers, this is going to be the toughest race of the weekend for them thus far. Obviously the final will be even tougher, but they have to make sure that they get things right across the next 15.3 kilometers of racing. But Igor Sapil, alongside Koska Nerfen, Arvid Lindblad and Tim Kucharczyk, Martini Stenshorn and Due De Decker, Alex Kubenko and Freddie Slater, Lucas Flusha and Dion Gauda, Alfio Spina and Santiago Valve, from Badoa, Neat, Waywat, McIntyre, Tunyon, Delpino, Solov, Dominguez, Ugo Chukwu, Dodds, Dinesen, Tarpanen, Bernier, Keeble, Verbruge, Rojon, Batuka, Ferron-Castellen, Renicella, Lesatua, Powell, Pazovic, Eichmans and Olivieri. The best of the best in Junior OK competition are here, and all 36 of them want to cross the line first in 9 laps time and after 15.3 kilometers of serious racing. So Sapil and Nerfen control the pace of the grid as they come around the final turn. They obviously need to be in their 2 rows of formation. This is where it's all going to get very interesting. Is it going to be a clean start off the bat? Yes, it is. Good start. Into the first corner. Oh, and it looks as though Koska Nerfen's had a little bit of a nudge into the first corner and has lost a little bit of momentum. That's going to cost him dearly as the rest of the inside line managed to make their way through without incident. And that's Stenshorn making his bid on Lindblad early doors for second position. Are they all going to get through the hairpin? No, there's a spin in the middle. There's a spin in the middle and a couple of carts are ending up in trouble as a result of it. The 52 is Harley Keeble and he's absolutely livid. Well, that has not gone well at all. Nasho Tunyon's got around it. Julius Dinesen has not. So it looks as though we've lost Verbruge, Keeble, and there is the 65 as well. That is Tuka Tarpanen. Tuka Tarpanen is out of the race. Disaster for the Finn. Made the switch to Tony Kart for this year. And look, there's all sorts of karts all over the place. There is Nasho Tunyon. There is Maxon Verbruge as well in the 41. But Harley Keeble and Julius Dinesen are trying to get back into it. Oh dear, that's not gone well at all. As the marshals try and move the kart out of the way. Maxon Verbruge could have done his best to help move the kart off the racing line there, really. But the field comes through at the end of the first lap. Sapil, Stenshorn, Lindblad, Kucharczyk, De Decker, Slater, Gauda, Valve, Kubenko, Neat, Flusha and Nerfen. So the field works its way around the circuit. And as they come up to the hairpin once again, a few more drivers trying to make a move or 2. Yellow flags though, so no overtaking. Up to the next corner though, there is an opportunity to do so after the hairpin, because of course the yellow flags are still there for Tuka Tarpanen's incident. And up the inside, that's one of the Kart Republics going for broke on the inside line. That's the 74, and Freddie Slater going with. So that is De Decker and Slater moving up to 4th and 5th places past Tim Kucharczyk. That is Arvid Lindblad trying to get the move back on Martini Stenshorn for 2nd place. The field storms its way through, but Igor Sapil is the race leader, and they need to work together to catch him. The Czech has been lightning when he takes the lead of races here, and he has been pretty much uncatchable when the mood takes him. The only person he hasn't beaten this weekend is Martini Stenshorn, and he is there in 3rd position. So this is the 2nd time they've raced on the same bit of road as De Decker goes for the inside line and makes the bid for 4th place. Has he got past Slater? Yes, he has for the moment. And Slater is now there in 5th position, battling to try and move his way further forward with his teammate Gauda and Kucharczyk now starting to queue up behind to make the bid. So as they come through the hairpin, it looks as though Dion Gouda has essentially ended up losing ground. Now, where is Slater in the mix of all of that? Oh, Slater's gone down the order. My apologies. He's down to about 12th position. So he's ended up losing ground and slotted in behind Lorenzo Flusha and Koskenurfen. So Sepil, Lindblad. Oh, there's an off behind us. That's for the battle for 4th position. Somebody's gone wide there, and it looks like Kucharczyk. Kucharczyk has gone down the order. So Timek Kucharczyk has dropped down. Not great news for the Polish star, but it means that Due de Decker and Dion Gouda now have a clear path in front of them. Santiago Valverde is lining up behind there in 6th position behind Gouda. Then Gubenko, Neat, Urfan, Flusha. And it looks as though Kucharczyk and Dodds have both made the move on Will McIntyre on that lap. Lawrence Lesatua and Bruno Del Pino have come through to make moves on Augustin Bernier and Alex Powell. So Igor Sepil leads Arvid Lindblad, who is now in 2nd place in front of Martinius Stenshorn. He's got back into position. He knows the equipment that the man in front is on. He's got the year's experience in this kart as well behind him. So now Arvid Lindblad is going to try and make his bid to move forward. So he knows the OK Junior machine very well now, Arvid Lindblad. Was there throughout the European and World Championships last season. Here in the first Champions of the Future event, he's a strong contender to close up on Igor Sepil, but the Czech has been winning pretty much everything he turns his attention to these days. So it is going to be a tough one to rob away from Igor Sepil out of the final turn. Sepil, Lindblad, Stenshorn, De Decker, Gouda, Valver, Neat, Urfan, Gubenko and Lucas Flusha in front of Brando Badura and Timothus Kucharczyk, who has fought his way back beautifully to 12th position. A nice comeback there from Kucharczyk. So already some strong battles out there as the field continues on its way. And up the inside, that is a strong challenge for their position there. That is Dion Gouda trying to move up another position. No, sorry, that's Koskenurfen trying to move up a position on Aidan Neat in the Tony kart. But Aidan Neat is not going to let that move slide. So Igor Sepil out in front of Arvid Lindblad and Martinius Stenshorn. De Decker, Gouda, Valde, Aidan Neat. And then it is Koskenurfen from Gubenko, Flusha and Badoa. Kucharczyk, Slater, Nikolaj Solov and Alpio Spina. As Lucas Flusha makes the move on Alex Gubenko to get into 9th place. So a good overtaking move from the Spaniard. In fact, he is the 2nd highest Spaniard in the race on home soil, behind Santiago Valde. As the field comes onto the home straight again. Sepil is being caught by Lindblad. Stenshorn is there in 3rd. 3rd would do for Stenshorn in this race, because that would give him the inside line of the 2nd row for the final. It's not a bad place to finish, 3rd position in the pre-final. Meanwhile, though, we've got a terrific scrap going on further back in the pack. This is a little bit of a defensive line here from Santiago Valve, trying to hang on in front of Neat, Urfan, Flusha, Gubenko, and it's getting pretty serious here. Santiago Valve wants to finish in the top 6, but Aidan Neat wants to get the move. And Valve is kind of holding up an entire conflagration of karts now. Someone on the grass there, potentially. Couldn't quite see, but certainly out in front, the top 3 are getting well clear. But Lindblad is dropping Stenshorn. Now, Stenshorn may well be playing the tactical game here. Look at this squabble going on. This is the 6th position downwards as Aidan Neat has got into it. So Aidan Neat has brought his Tony kart into 6th position. Still plenty of time for things to change. But Sepil is being caught by his teammate now. Arvid Lindblad gaining massively down the home straight, and you can see it. As Lindblad is now going to catch up to Sepil. He might be able to make the move into turn 4. Here's turn 2. Through the right-hander at 3. Has he got the potential? He's not quite close enough yet. You don't want to make that move too soon. It's the pre-final. You don't want to risk a 2nd place starting position. But as we've seen from Koskenurfen, who started 2nd on the grid for this one, it's not the greatest place on the grid to start from. The inside line is where you want to be. So you want to be in the first 5 rows, essentially. You want to be an you want to be an odd number of finishing position rather than an even number, because you want to be on the left side of the grid as we look at it, rather than the right side of the grid as we look at it on the start. Looks as though we've lost Will McIntyre, unfortunately, from the race. We've obviously lost the drivers that we have lost. Nasho Tignon, Julius Dennison, Tuka Tarpanen, Harley Keeble and Max Over Bruges. I think we've also lost ground from Will McIntyre as well, I'm afraid. It looks as though he has not completed the race in the Sony car, but he will be back in the final, of course. So the battle continues on its way with 2 laps to go. Oh dear, Dion Gauda's been given a warning flag. That is not good for the Singaporean in 5th position. That comes with a non-appealable 5-second penalty, so Gauda's going to lose ground. And that is great news for Aidan Neate, because his 6th position becomes a 5th position if he stays where he is. Freddie Slater sets the fastest lap of the race. He's now in 11th. So Igor Sepil in front of Arvid Lindblad. Is that going to be the positions they finish in, or has Lindblad got one final trick up his sleeve behind the check? He might be able to run a good race from the outside of the front row of the grid. Oscar Nerven's not had quite such a benefit. Lucas Flusha making his way through the field now. He's got past Santiago Valva. He's now the leading Spaniard in the field, in front of Timothus Kucharczyk and Freddie Slater, who gets past his teammate Oscar Nerven. Then Valva, Spina, Solo, Ugachukwu, Gubenko, Badoa and Del Pino. As Minichella, Powell and Eichmanns rounds to the top 20. That is a great comeback from Eichmanns, who has fought his way back 11 places. He's fought his way back 15 places, I should say. Final lap begins. And now it's the 2 Kart Republics, nose to tail. Can Sepil hold on to the lead of this one, or is Arvid Lindblad going to get his chance? Sepil's going to go defensive. That's what Lindblad wants. He can get a good run off the hairpin. Sepil is still controlling the pace of the race. Sepil's spending a long time looking behind him. And that is Arvid Lindblad's opportunity. Valerio Vinicella sets the new fastest lap of the race. Down in 18th, but still fighting his way forward. Lindblad's going to have an opportunity, is he? He thought about it for a split second. But Sepil is still there. So Igor Sepil is going to hang on to the victory as he comes through. Can the Czech maintain this victory, or is there going to be one last move from Lindblad? If it's going to come in the final turn, isn't it? Lindblad's still pushing. He's not close enough. Igor Sepil's going to get the victory from Arvid Lindblad. The Kart Republic team swamped the front row, but it's Igor Sepil who gets the victory. Oh, is Lindblad going to concede the position? He's trying to concede the position. Stenshorn wouldn't let him have it. Fascinating. Lindblad wanted the inside line and he backed right off, hoping Stenshorn would overtake, but he didn't. So Lindblad will be on the front row, but it's on the wrong side from his benefit. Igor Sepil has got the pole position for the final. Tactics at play here, as Lindblad wanted to see if Stenshorn could get past him and get the front row, but Stenshorn wants the inside line for the second row just as much, and it looks like he's going to take it. Oh, the gamesmanship is up in junior. Igor Sepil takes the win in front of Arvid Lindblad. Stenshorn in 3rd. De Decker is 4th from Dion Gauda, who will have 5 seconds added to his time now. So Aidan Neate, Lucas Flusha, Timothus Kucharczyk, Freddie Slater and Oscar Nerven will all move up. Santiago Valva 11th, Alfio Spina in 12th. 13th place for Solov from Ugachukwu, Gubenko and Bruno Del Pino. From Brando Badoa, Valerio Vinicella, Alex Powell and Augustin Bernier. From Ian Eichmanns and Arthur Grosjean, Max Dodds and Flavio Olivieri. And then in 25th position, we will have Lawrence Lesatua and Maxime Ferron-Castellen from Karol Pazovic, and Christian Bertuca, Ivan Dominguez, Jonathan Waywat, and Nasho Tunion are the last ones home. The retirements, Will McIntyre, Julius Dinesen, Tuka Tarpanen, Harley Keeble, and Maxime Verbruge. Wow, tactics are always very fascinating to observe in the world of junior karting at OK level, but that was quite blatant for everybody to see on the home straight. Lindblad wanted to get 3rd on the grid. He can't get 3rd. He'll have to settle for 2nd. Fascinating gamesmanship there from Stenshorn to back off the throttle. No, I want 3rd, thanks very much. So now we head into the last race before the finals, and that is the OK Senior Pre-Final. This is where the kings and queens of the sport reside, and this is where the big names will come out to play. On the pole position, it is the Finnish star, Juho Valtonen, making the switch this season to the Pantano team. But the Kart Republic chassis serving him very well indeed so far. Pole position in time qualifying, and then 2 heat wins, a 2nd and a 3rd, makes him the undisputed pole sitter for today's racing. Alongside him is the superstar Emirati. From the United Arab Emirates, it's Jamie Day for the Charles Leclerc by Lennox Racing team on the new Charles Leclerc chassis. He's been a superstar thus far. 2 wins, a 3rd and a 5th from 6th in time qualifying. This boy's got so much still to give us, and he might well give us something spectacular come the final. 3rd on the grid is Andrea Kimi Antonelli, part of the young guns in Kart Republic. And this Italian definitely with a strong chance of victory from the inside of the 2nd row. Alongside him on the grid, the talented Swede Norton Andreasen, leading and flying the flag for the Ward Racing team. He's been absolutely meteoric this weekend, and he's really taken a quantum leap forward. A driver to watch for the future for sure. 5th position on the starting grid, that comes from Nikita Bedrin, who's been one of the superstars of the sport in the last 6 months, whenever racing has been allowed to take place, that is, of course. But he was robbed of a victory in the end in the first heat, but 2 wins and a second in the others. From second in time qualifying puts him 5th on the grid and on the 3rd row on the inside line. Next up, it is Joe Turney, the British driver and the leading Tony Kart racer this weekend. That is a very good fillet for him. And I know that everybody back home in the UK is rooting for him and cheering him on. And from 3rd row of the grid on the outside line, his performances yesterday were super stellar. 21st in time qualifying overall, and he's come through for a 2nd, a 3rd, a 4th, and a 6th. The only top 3 finish he hasn't had yet is a win. But there's plenty of time to do it. 7th on the grid, on the inside of the 4th row, is Harry Thompson, the superstar Brit from the Sauber karting team. He struggled in qualifying as well to get up to speed, 20th overall, but he's made good use of it. 2/3, a 4th, and a 7th put him right into the hunt for victory. Alongside him on the 4th row of the grid is the Brazilian star Rafael Camara of the Forza Racing team. Solid and consistent throughout the weekend. A 3rd, a 4th, a 5th, and a 6th. And that puts him into the 4th row. 9th on the grid. No major panics yet, because the best is still to come from the 2-time world champion, Lorenzo Travazanuto. For the Tony Kart team, 9th on the grid on the inside of the 5th row. And 10th position, one of the revelations of the OK Senior grid this year, Clayton Ravenscroft, coming through to the Birolart team for 2020. His first season in OK competition, and he's right up there at the sharp end. A difficult qualifying, which he has completely turned around. 33rd in time qualifying, and he's had an amazing weekend. A 3rd, a 4th, a 6th, and the 11th. More to come from the Brit. Outside the top 10, we have the superstar for Energy Course, the Flying Dutchman, Robert De Haan, from the inside row of the 6th. And that's going to be a tough one for him to fight for. 4th, 5th, and 6th, and 11th in the heats, but absolutely incredible over 1 lap. Oliver Gray lines up 12th position, one of the additional revelations of this OK category in 2020. Still new to the world of OK racing, don't forget. Didn't even turn a lap in juniors in 2019. Now he is there in the seniors with Charles Leclerc by Lennox in the Birolart chassis. 5th in time qualifying, a win, a 2nd, an 8th, and a DNF. And it would have been essentially a DNF. He ended up down at the back, but his determination and his resolve means he won't park the kart unless he absolutely has to. And that's a tradition that serves him very well, Oliver Gray. It's going to be an interesting one to watch from 12th on the grid. 13th place is the Danish driver, Noah Denbol, and he has been very quick all the way through the weekend. 3rd in time qualifying, a win, 2 fifths, and a problem in one of the heats, but he's definitely got the potential to go all the way from 13th on the grid. Alongside him is the Italian star Lorenzo Patrese, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th in the heats yesterday's, but always battling up the front. The Italian with plenty of opportunities to continue that trend. 15th on the grid is another of the superstar Dutchmen and the reigning world champion in junior, Thomas ten Brinke. 2 6ths, an 8th, and a 10th after a difficult qualifying. Sees Thomas ten Brinke very much in the hunt for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. He flies the flag for the team at the front end of the fray, and he is one to watch for this race. Alongside him on the grid, the Brit star Taylor Barnard. His weekend has been completely transformed from a first race DNF, but boy, has he fought back. A win, 2 seconds, and of course, from his time qualifying performance, he was 7th overall. So he is not to be underestimated from 16th on the grid. The Brazilian Matias Morgato lines up 17th on the starting grid for the Paralin team, and he's been steady and solid and consistent throughout. Alongside is Maya Verg, the Dutch lady who is very quick and very fast with it. 2nd on the road in the first heat, but never outside the top 10. So Maya Verg is one to keep an eye on as well. James Wharton, the Australian, had a DNF that's hampered his weekend, but he's had a 3rd, a 4th, and a 5th when he has finished well. In 19th on the grid, he starts. And alongside him on the grid is Hannes Janker, the 2018 European champion in the Kart Republic chassis. And he will be running very well from 20th on the grid. Also in the fray is Alex Dunn, the Irishman, who's only just recently joined the Birolart team, and he's done a fantastic job to get up to 21st on the grid for this first race of the day for him. And he is the 3rd highest Birolart of the entire squad. Not bad for a new boy. Josip Marti is 22nd on the grid in his Kart Republic machine. And then on the 12th row, we have Luigi Coluccio and Dilana Van Toff, two drivers who will be fighting their way back. So here come the drivers out onto the circuit, and the grid in full reads of a who's who of the very best talent in the world of OK Senior Racing right now. Juha Valtonen and Jamie Day, Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Norton Andreasen, Nikita Bedrin and Joe Turney, Harry Thompson and Rafael Kamara, Lorenzo Travasanuto and Clayton Ravenscroft. Robert DeHaan is alongside Oliver Gray, Noah Dainbold is alongside Lorenzo Petresi, Thomas Temprinka beside Taylor Barnard, Matthias Mogato and Maya Berg, James Wharton and Hannes Janka, Alex Dunn and Josip Marti, Luigi Coluccio and Dilana Van Toff, Lola Lovinfoss and Rasmus Utsemis, Enzo Trulli, Henry Sescalati, Ollie Pilker and Michael Paparo, Marcus Amon, Jenny Savico, Levo Revege, Matthias Salonen, Juan Carlos Hernandez and Lawrence Van Hopen. And that, of course, tells us that the top 6 drivers across the finishing line in the OK Senior Second Chance also made it through without incident, which is very good news indeed. So the contenders continue on their way around the circuit, warming up the tyres and brakes. This is their last chance to get things ready for this pre-final. 12 laps around the course, same as we saw from the KZ2 heat earlier on, the pre-final I should say. And then after this race, we will take a pause in proceedings before we build up to the main event, the first Champions of the Future finals of the 2020 season. And the first ever, of course. 26 degrees air temperature. That means that the circuit is going to be very warm indeed itself, about 42, 43 degrees Celsius, I would imagine. So things are going to be very tight indeed at the front end of this field. And all of the drivers want to be at the sharp end. So now it's about pacing yourself. It's about getting yourself into a good rhythm, and it's about measured control and incredible discipline. That's how you win races. That's how you get into a decent position on the starting grid. And these 36 drivers, the best in the world at OK Senior Racing at the moment, charging their way further forward. A few more of them will join in the fray, of course, in 2 weeks' time when we will hopefully return for the FIA Karting European Championships at Zuera. But here in the Champions of the Future, it's a nice warm-up for them to get ready for that eventuality. So let's see who's going to come out of this pre-final with the best chance of victory. Valtonen and Day, Antonelli and Andreasen, Bedrin and Turney, Thompson and Kamara, Travasanuto and Ravenscroft in the top 10. Is this going to be a clean start first time round? Looks as though they're in their rows together, and we are racing. And Jamie Day makes a big lunge towards Valtonen to the first corner. Valtonen has to swerve to avoid it, and Jamie Day makes a spectacular start. What a move from the Charles Leclerc by Lennox driver, straight into the lead. Juha Valtonen caught completely off guard by that one. No contact, but Valtonen has to swerve to avoid him. A big move from Jamie Day, and that's enough to put the Emirati into the lead early doors. A couple of drivers going off onto the grass, and a few positions changing hands as a result. But that was such a big move towards the race leader into the first corner. Jamie Day showing everybody how it can be done from the second position of the grid. And now he has started to launch away. Absolutely sensational from Jamie Day. He's now in front of the Tony kart. That is Joe Turney in second place. Third position, that's one of the Forzas in the mix there. I think that's Rafael Kamara. So there's been a big shuffle of the deck as a result of that one. And that twitch from Valtonen caught out the entire inside line as well. So as they come across the line, it's Jamie Day who leads the race from Turney, Kamara, Andreasen in fourth place now from Valtonen. Then Antonelli, Bedrin, Thompson, Travasanuto, DeHaan, Barnard, Gray, Denbol and Van Hoff. Now the landscape of this OK Senior race is completely transformed. All bets are off. Looks as though we've lost somebody off at turn 2. Somebody's gone clean off the grass and has dropped down to the back of the field. Looks like we've got a problem for that kart in the background as well. I think it might be Lorenzo Petresi who has not come through. And it looks to me as though we've lost James Wharton as well. So Petresi's off, Wharton's gone off the circuit, there's Petresi. That is such a shame for Lorenzo Petresi. His weekend was going so solidly up until that point. So Lorenzo Petresi will now have to start the race from the back of the grid in the final. James Wharton has fallen to 35th. Oh, and that's enough from, is that Harry Thompson or is that Pilker? That looks like Pilker who's got off there for 271. So a big problem there for the Sabbath. No, it is Thompson. It is Thompson who's got off, my goodness. So another big name falls from the fray as Thompson falls down the order. And that is Oliver Gray getting his move on Robert De Haan. So Harry Thompson has gone clean off the circuit and rejoins in 23rd. But that is not good news for the Sauber drivers. Up the inside, Juho Valtonen gets the move on Norton Andreasen to get into 3rd place behind Jamie Day and Joe Turney. So Valtonen back into 3rd position. As far as he's concerned, it's not going to take him too long before normal service is resumed. He wants to get back into the lead, as that is Robert De Haan, I think, trying to make his way at the back of the queue. Antonelli tucking in behind Andreasen for 4th position. As they battle away, Bedrin is in 6th place, Travasanuto 7th, then Kamara, Barnard, Gray, De Haan and Denbol. Oliver Gray getting past Taylor Barnard now. Goodness me, this kid's on fire around the circuit. And that's a move from Antonelli. Antonelli gets the run on Andreasen, who gets into 4th place through the double apex step before the final corner. What a race this is turning out to be. 3 laps done, and I don't want it to stop. 9 to go. Day out in front, Turney in 2nd, Valtonen in 3rd, Antonelli in 4th position, Andreasen down to 5th, then Bedrin, Travasanuto, Kamara, Gray, Barnard, De Haan, Denbol, Vanthoff. Up the inside comes 2 of the Tony Cots. One of them's from Ward Racing. That's Andreasen making his bid to get through on Antonelli, and Bedrin got there as well. Oh, and into the pits comes one of the Birolats. It's Ravenscroft. Ravenscroft is coming to the pits. So Ravenscroft is out. That is such a shame for the Birolat superstar. But his incredible weekend comes to a premature end now, or certainly compromised at least. So Ravenscroft is out of the race in front of me, down to my left. But Oliver Gray continues his move up the field. He gets past Norton Andreasen. So Day, Turney, Valtonen, 4th place for Antonelli, 5th place for Nikita Bedrin, Travasanuto in 6th position, still very much in the hunt with Kamara, Gray and Andreasen behind. Andreasen is really struggling now, has fallen all the way down to 9th position. And that's the move, up on the inside of Travasanuto from Rafael Kamara. Kamara gets a great overtaking move, and now that's the move from Oliver Gray to pass the 2-time world champion. He gets past Travasanuto. And now that's a very late charge at the inside from Lorenzo to get back past Oliver Gray. And I think Gray has actually got him back on the switchback, has he? No, Travasanuto sorts that one out. Holds the inside line. And there's a little bit of jostling as a result of the chain reaction. But Travasanuto gets to the front of that queue again for 7th. Then it's Gray, Barnard, Andreasen and Vanthoff. So Delano Vanthoff at the back of the queue, the Dutchman wanting to try and make some progress. Here's the battle for 2nd place as Valtonen closes up on Joe Turney. But he's in a strong position in 3rd place. He needs to keep this in perspective. Jamie Day may be out in front, maybe leading, but in his 3rd position, we saw the tactics played out at the end of the junior race. 3rd position is not a bad place to start. But Turney is there in 2nd position in the Tony Kart, and he wants to go after Jamie Day to back pole position for the final. He dovetailed his karting exploits with single-seaters last year. He's made the full commitment for 2020 to stay in the world of OK Senior Karting. And why wouldn't you when you've got a Tony Kart race deal? And he's here in 2nd place doing an absolutely incredible run. Marcus Simon, the fastest lap of the race. Where is he in the standings? 27th. So he's obviously got a little bit of road to play with in front of him. And that's a move from Andreasen to get back through on the inside of Antonelli. So Andreasen, oh no, sorry, that's Bedrin. My apologies, that's Nikita Bedrin. So Bedrin gets up into 4th position in front of Kimi Antonelli. Kamara 6th from Travasanuto and Ollie Gray. Then Andreasen, Barnard, Delano Vanthoff and Joseph Marti, I think it is. He's there in position 12th in front of Noah Denbol and Robert De Haan. So across the line they come once more. But Jamie Day is out in front. Joe Turney in 2nd, Valtonen 3rd, and they have teamed up in their quest to go after Jamie Day. 6 laps to go. There's plenty of time if they work together to catch him. Fastest 1st sector and fastest 3rd sector of the entire race from Nikita Bedrin. He's trying to close up on these leading 3, and he's doing so. He's almost with Valtonen. Now, if the 3 of them can work together, this is going to be a great chance to close up on Day. But Day leads, Turney 2nd, Valtonen 3rd, Bedrin 4th. Not for long, Bedrin's going to get the move on the inside of Valtonen, and he takes on the Pantano team driver straight into 3rd place. So a fascinating battle. The Charles Leclerc chassis leads the way, then it's 2 Tony Karts from the Kart Republic chassis of Juho Valtonen and Kimi Antonelli. As Nikita Bedrin in the Ward Racing team machine closes up car factory machine of Joe Turney. Tries to get on turns with it. Down the straight. 5 laps to go. 7 completed. So up to the right-hander. Jamie Day still leads the way. An absolutely terrific performance from the Emirati. And this could be an incredible run from him as he goes all the way to the top of the sport here. If he continues his charge in races like this one, it gives you plenty of confidence and determination for the races ahead. He was a superstar in junior last year. Not many people will forget the way he completely stormed to the victory at Kristianstad in 2019 in the European Championships. But now they battle away in Champions of the Future, the preview to the FIA European season. And this is a fantastic opportunity for the Charles Leclerc by Lennox driver. Second place Turney still hanging on to Benjamin. Benjamin is giving him plenty of opportunities to sweat as the racers continue their charge down the order. Not so easy for them. A few drivers are out of position now because quite a few of them have ended up out of place. There is the 281 of Juan Carlos Hernandez trying to move his way further forward through the field. Here's Bedrin. Closing up on Turney. He's got good straight line speed. I sense a potential overtaking moving to turn 4 here. Through 3 in the left-hander. Is he going to make the bid on Turney? No, he's not close enough yet. But Antonelli is. He gets the move on Valtonen. Great overtake from the Italian. And now Juho Valtonen lines up behind him to try and assist the moves coming up later in the race. So Jamie Day running well at the front of the field, but it's Turney and Bedrin. There they are, the 2 Tony karts. And here comes Bedrin up the inside. He's timed it well into the hairpin. Turney trying to cut back at him. And that's a shame for the Sauber driver, Olli Pilka. So Olli Pilka has been given a warning flag. Didn't see the incident, but unfortunately the warning flag comes with a non-contestable 5 seconds penalty added on to your race time. So that is a real shame for Olli Pilka. That's going to drop him out of the top 20 for sure. Doing a good job at this point, but it's not going to last, unfortunately. Certainly he can still come back for the final and do a fair crack at it, but Bedrin is second, Turney is third, and in 4th place now is Antonelli in front of Valtonen. 6th place is Kamara, 7th is Travis Anuto from Oliver Gray, and then Barnard and Delano Van Toff in the top 10. So things are going to get very tasty and interesting in this top 10 as Day continues his charge. Here's Bedrin in front of Turney. Quick look over the right shoulder just to gauge where Turney is on the racetrack. Antonelli still running well in 4th in front of Valtonen. Taylor Barnard's made the move on Oliver Gray further back as well for 8th position. That's a good move from the Rosberg Racing driver, and that actually benefits Gray to a certain extent because that puts him on the right-hand side of the grid as the drivers see it rather than the left-hand side of the grid. And that's the inside line for turn 1 at the start. Not a bad place to be. So Jamie Day in front of Nikita Bedrin and Joe Turney. What a performance from the young man from Dubai. Turney now seems to have dropped back a little bit off the toe of Nikita Bedrin. Bedrin's going to have to come up with something pretty special if he finishes second in this one to Jamie Day. So this could be a fascinating finish to the pre-final with 2 laps to go. We saw some tactics and gamesmanship from Arvid Lindblad earlier on as he tried to allow Stenshorn to come through and take second place off him, but that didn't occur because Stenshorn was wise to it and he backed off the throttle himself. But Taylor Barnard 7th now as he gets past Travis Anuto. He's got past the 2-time world champion. And this is Antonelli in front of Valtonen, 4th position at the moment. So Antonelli is down just 1 position from where he started, but that is not bad considering all the flotsam and jetsam at the first corner as a result of that massive swamp on Valtonen from Jamie Day on the side of the grid. Perfect start, that's how it gets done. But Valtonen still has an opportunity here from 5th on the grid where he is potentially likely to be for the final, but there's 1 more lap to figure out how that's all going to fare. And so Jamie Day goes into that last lap in front of Nikita Bedrin and Joe Turney. Antonelli in 4th place. Valtonen, Kamara, Barnard, Travis Anuto, Gray, Andreasen. But there is the man who's made this look like child's play, to be perfectly honest with you. What a start. He looks back just to make sure that he's got a bit of distance between himself and Bedrin, which he does. And this is absolute heaven sent. When Charles Leclerc decided to go into business with the Pirelli team to produce his own chassis, I don't think even he had the thought that their team was going to be this fast out of the blocks straight away, but they certainly are. And the Charles Leclerc by Lennox union is absolutely spectacular in its early days. it looks like it's going to continue a fantastic trend as Jamie Day comes out of the final few corners here at Zuera, and the young man from the United Arab Emirates plows on the throttle and takes an incredible victory in the pre-final. Brilliant race from Jamie Day. He wins in the OK pre-final. Now watch the tactics coming across the line. Turney gets second over the line in front of Bedrin as Bedrin backs off. Kamara gets fourth in the end. Valtonen and Antonelli are next up. So Bedrin does back off the throttle and gives the place back to Turney because he wants the inside line for the final. Fascinating gamesmanship again. But Jamie Day grabs the victory, and that is an absolutely outstanding drive. He'll be grinning quite quietly to himself in that helmet. He knows the job isn't done yet, but that one really will have felt good. So Jamie Day takes the victory in the Leclerc by Lennox kart. Turney is second from Bedrin. Rafael Kamara is fourth ahead of Valtonen. Then Antonelli and Barnard, Travis Anuto and Ollie Gray. From Andreessen, Van Toff and Josep Marti. Luigi Coluccio is 13th in front of Matthias Morgato. Hannes Janke in front of Noah Denbol. Then Henry Sassolinati and Thomas ten Brinker. From Robert De Haan and Marcus Amond. Harry Thompson recovers the 21st in front of Alex Dunn. Enzo Trulli is 23rd ahead of Genis Savico. Lola Lovinfoss and Maya Verg will share the 13th row of the starting grid for the final from Matthias Salonen and James Wharton. Then Ollie Pilka, Levi Revege, Michael Paparo, Lawrence Van Hopen, Juan Carlos Hernandez and Rasmus Jutsemis are the other finishers, with retirements from Clayton Ravenscroft and Lorenzo Patrese. A fascinating bit of battles there in the OK Senior race. And we're going to have 4 fantastic finals to talk about later on in the day, as obviously the drivers are preparing for an amazing day of action in the Champions of the Future. The first finals are coming up later in the day. The first of those is going to be at 13:20 local time, 20 past 1, so just under an hour from now, as the racers will prepare for the first Champions of the Future final of 2020 here at Zuera. Join us then as the conclusion to this first weekend of the Champions of the Future in the 2020 season comes very close to us. It is time for the Champions of the Future 2020 to kick off in fine style for our finals. We have had the qualifying heats and all of our pre-finals. Now it is time for the minis to get underway. 18 drivers gathered together from all over the world to compete here at the Circuit Internacional de Zuera in gorgeous Spanish sunshine. 33 degrees Celsius air temperature at this current moment in time. And we are in for an absolutely thrilling encounter. If you've only just joined us, Jake Sanson with you, and we're going to have an absolutely fantastic 4 races that will curtail this first meeting of the season for the Champions of the Future 2020, promoted by the RGMMC group. It's been an absolutely fantastic weekend thus far. Lots of great battles, drivers taking part in new competitions as well as in new squads, and learning the trade for the very first time. It's a warm-up to the world of the FIA European and World Championships, these classes, for Mini 60, KZ2, OK Junior and the OK Senior classes. And it's great to have so many fantastic international continental drivers taking their places amongst the starting lineup. And it's time to talk you through the starting grid for these 10 laps around the Zuera circuit. 17 kilometers of racing ahead of these youngsters, aged between 8 and 12, as they will determine who is going to walk away with our trophy here this afternoon. Dmitry Matveev will line up in pole position. The Russian for the Energy Course squad has been the dominant force of this 2020 season opener. He has won everything so far this weekend. Pole position in time qualifying, 3 heat victories, and the pre-final win. Can he complete the only clean sweep this weekend? It's going to be tough to see if he can get the job done, but only he can manage it. The man alongside him on the front row of the grid, though, will have plenty of opposition to that. Kian Nakamura, the Japanese racer for the Team Driver Racing Kart Squad, and he is in his first major international competition of this type. Alongside, on the second row of the grid, the Spanish driver Cristian Castoya will line up on the inside of the second row for the CRG team, and alongside him will be the Hungarian for the Kidix squad on their Kart Republic's chassis. Adam Hideg, the Hungarian, will line up there on the 4th position slot of the grid. P5 will see Mark Kastelich take up his position on the starting grid in fantastic fashion alongside the Belgian Len Nige. So it'll be a tough one for him as he goes off on the outside of the 3rd row. 7th position on the starting grid will be Poland star Maciej Gladisz, who will line up in position for Poland and for Parolin as he lines up there on the inside line of the 4th row. And in 8th position on the starting grid will be the talented Spaniard Denis Curevalli for the Kart Republic Spain team. He will be there in the 4th row. On row 5 on the inside line, it is the Spanish female Luna Flusha who will take up her place on 9th position on the starting grid on the inside line of the 5th row. And alongside her will be Franciszek Lasota, the new driver in the CRG squad, and the Polish talent will be there in P10. 11th position on the starting grid will be the Spanish charged Louis Leveau, and he will be there on row 6 of the grid. Alongside will be the Italian star Filippo Sala, as he takes up his residence in 12th. 13th on the grid, the Armenian privateer Daniel Dalakian will be there in 13th on the starting grid, and he will go to battle alongside Thomas Cassé, the Frenchman, who is making a great impression on this field. Then in 15th on the starting grid, it will be the Spanish female Michelle Tayati, lead driver in the EKR factory team in Mini 60. And then alongside her will be Hugo Marti, the Spanish charge, 16th on the grid. The Italian Mikel Ider will line up 17th on the grid for the DR squad. Forza Alex emblazoned on the nose cones. And in 18th position on the grid will be the Dutchman Thijs Kieran for the Pantano team after his DNF in the pre-final. But the 18 drivers will line up in position on the grid, and the 3-minute board goes up as all of these youngsters prepare for battle around the Zuera circuit. 33 degrees Celsius is the current air temperature, and it is quite astonishing to see just how tough the conditions are for these youngsters. Many of them delving into international competition of this kind for the very first time in 2020. Now they will go to battle in fantastic fashion for 10 laps around this 1.7 kilometer circuit. So after 17 kilometers of racing, we will crown our first ever race winner in the Champions of the Future, promoted by the RGMMC group. It's going to be an interesting battle with so many impressive drivers in this field. But there have been a lot of great overtaking moves, some of which have been saved till the very end. The Champions of the Future 2020 has been a fantastic success here this weekend at Zuera, and we're really excited and looking forward to seeing how the season continues to develop and progress. The second round of the championship will take place later this year and October, and that will be at the Portimão circuit in Portugal, our neighbours off to the west of us. So it's going to be a fabulous battle around these 10 laps, the bone-dry conditions. There's not a lot of wind in the air either, so it's obviously going to be very hot out there for the drivers. The longest race of their weekend, the hottest conditions of the weekend as well. And it's going to be an absolutely fantastic battle amongst our 18 young guns, all of whom want to start their journey in the world of international karting here this weekend. Many of them coming out of their regional and domestic competitions for the very first time to take on the best in the world. And so our Mini 60 drivers take up their positions in their starting grid positions. The mechanics will leave the grid very shortly as the 1 minute board will go up, which it does so now. And that, of course, is the signal for our drivers to be ready in position. The drivers will get some assistance in starting their karts, and then obviously when they're around on the formation lap, the mechanics will clear the grid and we will be able to go racing. The first final of the 2020 Champions of the Future season. And it is for Mini 60. Drivers aged 8 to 12 from all 4 corners of the globe they have travelled, and they want to be at the front end of the field. No matter what happens in this race, they will have to keep a level and clear head. 10 laps doesn't seem much, but 17 kilometers to a youngster definitely does. So these guys and girls will be very, very hard pushed to get to the front of the field. But they know what's expected of them, and they know how disciplined they need to be. You cannot win the race in the first lap, but you can lose it. So the drivers need to keep a clear head, stay focused, and enjoy themselves out there. Karting is a sport to be enjoyed, and they will do so around these 10 laps. So as the green flag flies and they go around for their 2 formation laps, let's review the grid positions once again. Dmitry Matveev and Kiya Nakamura from Christian Kostoya and Adam Hideg. Mark Kastelic and Len Nish from Maciej Gladys and Denis Kudevali. Luna Flusha and Franciszek Sota, Louis Leveau and Filippo Sala, Daniel Dalakian and Thomas Kansay from Michel Tayati, Hugo Marti, Mikael Eder and Tish Kiran. And I note that there is one kart on the start line still. That is Hugo Marti, although he has now got going again. So Hugo Marti can now get started and join up with the rest of the group. So he will eventually catch up with the field, hopefully, and take up his position on the starting grid. 2 formation laps to explore the circuit, get used to the conditions, warm up the tyres and brakes, get them to their optimum temperature, and then they will be ready for race action. Not a drop of precipitation over the course of the last week here in Zuera. It has been absolutely bone-dry, baking hot conditions, perfect karting weather, and these guys have been very much treated to the best that the Spanish frontier can provide them. They come out of the final turn, and obviously they will do a second formation lap, and that gives them the opportunity to dial in the card exactly as they like it. You never stop learning at this age. And these guys are obviously trying to get the feel for what the kart will do. You're learning symbiosis with your machine every time you go out onto the circuit. So for these young men and women, it is a continual process. You are always developing, you are always learning, and you are always getting better. But this is the school of motorsport where every single one of the 20 Grand Prix drivers cut their teeth on the way up to the pinnacle. So let's see how the drivers fare as they prepare to duel for supremacy in the Mini 60 final of the Champions of the Future 2020 here at Circuito Internacional de Zuera. Matveev and Nakamura, Kostoya and Hideg, Kastelic and Nij, Gladys and Kudevali, Flusha and Sota, Leveau and Sala, Dalakian, Kansay, Tayati, Marti, Eder and Kiran. The karts will come out of the final few corners in their 2 rows of formation, and we will be ready for the start of an incredible battle. Dmitry Matveev has gone completely undefeated over the course of this weekend. He lines them up from pole position. Kian Nakamura-Berta alongside Christian Kostoya and Adam Hideg giving chase. They will come out of the final turn in their 2 rows, and if it is a clean start, we will be away straight away. Clerk of the course, Martin Bean, ready to hit the starter button. Inside line for Dmitry Matveev, outside line for Kian Nakamura. Is this going to be a clean start straight away? Looks good, and we are away and racing for 10 laps around the Circuit Internacional de Zuera. Good start from the inside line as Matveev and Kostoya come straight through past Kian Nakamura, and we are straight up to the first corner with no problem at all for the leaders. Into the hairpin. And so far, so good for Matveev and Kostoya. It's a clean start from everybody as they come into the first hairpin, and it's getting a little bit hasty by 1 or 2 of the Kart Republic chassis in there. I couldn't quite tell if that was Adam Hideg or Len Nij getting a little bit hasty, but as they come through on the first lap, so far, so good. Out of turn 5 and up towards the right hand of turn 6 that leads them down to the next big stop on the circuit. And this is already a tough charge from Nakamura, who's got a big battle underneath him. That is the fast starting Adam Hideg, I think, who is there in 4th position, tucked up behind Kian Nakamura. So as they continue to charge their way around the circuit, the local man, Christian Kostoya, is doing a great job in 2nd place behind the man who has been undefeated this weekend. Dmitry Matveev leads the way. They complete the first lap, no major trials or tribulations to speak of, and everybody is still in the gaggle. They come onto the main straight once again, and Dmitry Matveev leads the way. Perfect opening lap from the Russian. He's got 9 more of those to do. Kostoya in 2nd, Nakamura, then it is Hideg, Kurivali, Kastelic, Maciej Gladij is up the inside. That's the DR chassis moving forward. That is Michael Lider getting another place. But out in front, it is still Dmitry Matveev. This is Adam Hideg, tucked up behind Kian Nakamura, the Japanese, in 3rd position as they duel for places. Now that is Kastelic going to battle with Maciej Gladij. And it is the latter that has ended up having to concede. Luna Flusha getting up into 7th place behind Denis Kurivali. So the 2 Spanish racers moving forward. Kurivali to 6th, Flusha to 7th, as Nakamura hangs on in front of this man, Adam Hideg, the Hungarian. Into the hairpin, and they're getting a lot closer to Christian Kostoya than the Spaniard would like. Through this triage of apexes, they will come now, still flat on the throttle through the first and the second. Then you blip the brake to get a little bit of deceleration through the third. Lines you up nicely for the pair of apexes in the left-handers here. And Nakamura is threatening already to close up and pass on Christian Kostoya at the end of the 2nd lap of 10. And Kostoya knows it. He checks over his shoulder and he knows Nakamura is there. Down the straight, Kostoya tries to signal to Nakamura, come on, let's work together to catch Matveev. But if the Japanese driver is unconvinced he's fast enough to, he will take the place himself and take the lead in that little battle as Luna Flusha gets up the inside of Denis Kurivali and moves up into 6th place. Good overtake from Luna Flusha. So that puts her up, and that's Nakamura on Kostoya. He's not going to wait around, so Nakamura gets into 2nd place, but Kostoya's going to get support from Adam Hideg here. Kostoya will get back alongside the Japanese, and Hideg will get through as well. So Kostoya into 2nd, Hideg to 3rd, Nakamura down to 4th. Kastelic is still P5. 6th place for Luna Flusha now, in front of Maciej Gladij and Denis Kurivali. Back up the inside. That's a lovely move from Hideg. He gets into 2nd place on Kostoya, and Nakamura tried to get the move done as well to get back into 3rd position, but it wasn't going to happen. So the Hungarian now gets into 2nd place in front of Kostoya. Kostoya tries again. There's no room on the inside line. Hideg makes sure of that. And as they come up to the double left apex, Kostoya will try again. Hideg again slices the door firmly shut. Out of the final turn, back on the power. And now we've got Mark Kastelic closing up on Kian Nakamura. Nakamura's going to work with Kostoya down the main straight. This is where Kostoya's going to get through. Nakamura's going to go by as well, and Kastelic has a good chance to move up past Adam Hideg. Looks as though this is a race for 2nd position, not the lead, as Luna Flusha is closing up on them as well. So this could be a very strong race for the Spanish racer in 6th position as up the inside, Nakamura blasts past Kostoya. Hideg gets through, Kastelic gets through, and now Luna Flusha's got a chance to get by as well. Kostoya's getting a little support from Flusha. That puts him on the inside of Kastelic. And we've got a yellow flag in the background. Somebody going off the circuit there by the look of it. I think it's Franciszek Lasota. So the Sota, Filippo Sala and Thomas Kansay have had an incident further back. There they are, all 3 of them. And Franciszek Lasota is not at all happy. But all 3 drivers have come off the circuit together there. There is Filippo Sala getting out of the kart, and Thomas Kansay is getting out of the Sodi kart as well. but a terrible end to the race for them. So all three drivers now eliminated. And up the inside, that's Kastelic. He gets the move on Hideg. So the Hungarian drops to fourth behind Mark Kastelic. And a very strong start then for the Team Driver Racing Kart machine as it goes up to third place. Mark Kastelic now closing up on his teammate Nakamura. They are being absolutely dropped by Dmitry Matveev out in front. The Russian is looking oh so sweet in the lead of the race. No chance of being caught by the look of things. But now we've got Maciej Gledizh and Denis Kudivali joining the train. 7 of them fighting for second place. And this is going to go all the way to the death as Gledizh gets the move on the inside of Luna Flusha. And Denis Kudivali tries to follow in pursuit as well. They're side by side. And it looks like Luna Flusha is going to hold the inside line. She does. Great racecraft all the way through this field. But this is from second down to 8th. Nakamura still hanging on in front of teammate Kastelic. Will he go for the move? No, because he needs to hold station to keep Adam Hideg at bay. Kostoya is there in 5th position. I think Hideg fancies his chances of getting into 3rd position past the Kart Republic in front of him on his own machine of the same ilk. Here comes Kastelic to the inside of Nakamura into 2nd place. Nice overtaking move, and that gets him into P2. No problem at all. Nakamura slotting back into 3rd behind his partner. So 2nd and 3rd, the two teammates, they come off the final turn. Absolutely nothing in response to Dmitry Matveev. They are doing their best, but the Russian is just dancing away out front as he completes 5 laps of the 10. Half distance, and Dmitry Matveev looks dominant out in front. There goes the move from Maciej Gledizh. He's going to get up the inside of Kostoya, and up to 5th place goes the pole. So Maciej Gledizh is now in 5th position in the Paralin, as the two Team Driver Racing Kart Republics are there in 2nd and 3rd. Kastelic in front of Nakamura. Hideg still 4th, and now up to 5th as we know, Maciej Gledizh. But there's a squabble coming on as Kostoya faces opposition from Kudivali up the inside, and they're going to drift wide if they're not careful. That's beautiful defensive driving from Hideg to hold on to his position in 4th place behind the two Kart Republics. Kudivali managed to get up the inside of Maciej Gledizh as well. Sorry, no, not Gledizh, Kostoya in fact. So Kostoya has dropped his way down to 7th now behind Denis Kudivali. Luna Flusha is next in line to go for the overtaking move. There is Kostoya. He was in 2nd place at one stage. He's now in P7. That's how tough it is to hold on to these positions as Nakamura now squabbles all over the back of Kastelic, and this is going to give Adam Hideg a chance to close up out of the final turn. 4 laps to go, and Nakamura is right in behind his teammate Kastelic as Adam Hideg, the Hungarian, trying to close in. There's Maciej Gledizh and Denis Kudivali from Kostoya and Luna Flusha from 2nd down to 8th. Still very even. 9th place, we've got Len Niche trying to fend off from Louis Leveau. But this is Kastelic's opportunity to get on the podium with his teammate Kian Nakamura. He needs to hang on to this. It's going to get very tight and a big test for all of them in this conflagration of karts as they move around the circuit. Into the left-hand sweep. This hairpin goes on forever and tightens on the exit. And then they have the right-hand twisty hairpin section up towards a very tight hairpin now. This is where most drivers tend to go for an overtake. It opens on the exit. But Nakamura is not going to make his move on Kastelic yet, but he does need to think about it quickly because Adam Hideg is right there. Kastelic, Nakamura, Hideg. There's Gledizh battling away with Denis Kudivali from Christian Kostoya and Luna Flusha. 3 Spaniards, all in a line behind Gledizh Medic. So Maciej Gledizh there, the Paralin driver, doing a grand job. Out of the final turn come the two Team Driver Racing karts. Kastelic in front of Nakamura. Adam Hideg's got a good exit out of the turn though. He might try and split them as they come through the first corner with 3 laps to go. Up to turn 2. Is there going to be a change of position? They need to start getting on with this if they want to try and make a bid for 2nd place from Kastelic. There are 3 laps remaining. And you've got to time this right. Here comes Nakamura, makes his bid up the inside. That'll do nicely as the Japanese star gets into 2nd position. Now Adam Hideg wants to work with Kastelic to try and slingshot by. But Nakamura holds the racing line beautifully as Kostoya defends from Flusha and Maciej Gledizh, the Pole, manages to defend from Denis Kudivali. So some great racing from 2nd down to 8th place. Kastelic not going to get his move on Nakamura just yet. He keeps Adam Hideg at bay. They come up to the right-hander. It's a fairly fast right-hander despite its 90-degree curved angle. Is there going to be a move from Kastelic on Nakamura in retaliation on this lap? Looks as though the Japanese is nicely settled in 2nd place for the moment. But Adam Hideg in 4th position is trying his luck to see if he can split the 2 karts as we come into the penultimate lap. And not far away, we've got Maciej Gledizh and Denis Kudivali closing up. And so too, quite close in behind, are Flusha and Kostoya. So Flusha up to 7th now. 2 laps to go here at Zuera. Matveev has a massive advantage. He doesn't need to break a sweat at this moment. Just 2 more laps of touring around the circuit for the next 3 kilometers or so. And the Russian, who's just set the fastest lap, will be the first winner of the season in Champions of the Future. But this line is getting long again. Nakamura, Kostelic, Hideg, Gladij, Kudavali, Flusha, Kostoya. Somebody's going to make a gamble and a bid for the move in a minute. And it's going to need to be a firm one. Nakamura, the Japanese star, one of the heroes of the British circuit in the last 2 seasons. Now he is here on the international stage. Adam Hideg, the Hungarian, trying to make his impression on Mark Kastelic for 3rd, but he's got to time it right. If he goes too early, he opens the floodgates for the rest of the field. If he goes too late, he's going to miss his opportunity. And Kastelic has already got his senses on Nakamura, his teammate, as they come up to the right-hander. Did he get the move? No, he has to slot back in position. This final lap is going to be an intense one, as all 7 of these drivers have a right to claim their steps on the podium. Behind Dmitry Matveev, the Russian is just charging away. Last lap. One more time around, and Nakamura is going to hang on to 2nd place as much as he can with Kastelic and Hideg. And this is their last chance. They need to make a play for it. Desperation is going to start creeping in for 1 or 2 of them if we're not careful. Flusha's caught up to the back of her countryman. That is Denis Kudavali. Nakamura's gone defensive on the inside line for the hairpin. Watch for Hideg. He can sprint out behind the 2 kart republics. He hasn't quite been able to get the speed off the turn. And Luna Flusha gets the fastest lap of the race as she makes her bid to close up on the karts in front. Maciej Gladij and Denis Kudavali are holding station in 5th and 6th for the moment, but Luna Flusha there in 7th has a great opportunity. She just needs to stay patient as the conflagration gets tighter still. Tight in for a few moves. Let's see if anybody's going to make the bid in the final few corners. Nakamura trying to push for a qualifying lap here on the final lap of the weekend as he tries to hang on here in front of Mark Kastelic. Maciej Gladij doing well, as is Denis Kudavali. Flusha's still there for an attack. This is the last chance Kastelic is going to have for 2nd. He can't make it stick, and it looks like it's going to be stalemate unless there's a sprint to the line. But out front, Dmitry Matveev wins in style here. It's a brilliant victory for the Russian, and in 2nd place to the line, it's going to be Nakamura from Kastelic and Adam Hideg. Maciej Gladij, Denis Kudavali, Luna Flusha and Christian Kostoya finish up. A brilliant race, a clean one, but a heart-stopping battle. But it's lights to flag all weekend for Dmitry Matveev, the Energy Course superstar from Russia, has won every single Mini 60 competition this weekend. From time qualifying to every single heat, to the pre-final, and now to the final itself. Dmitry Matveev is the king of the road. Dmitry Matveev wins from Kia Nakamura and Mark Kastelic. They are on the podium with him. Adam Hideg in 4th place from Maciej Gladij and Denis Kudavali. Luna Flusha and Christian Kostoya from Len Nij and Louis Leveau in the top 10. Then the Armenian Daniel Dalakian is 11th from Kidin Tij. And then we have Michael Eder and Hugo Marti from Michel Tayati. The retirements, Francesco Lasota, Filippo Sala and Thomas Casse in their incident on lap 4. Absolutely fabulous race in the Mini and a wonderful end to the weekend for Dmitry Matveev. He is the dominant star of the race weekend and he has put in an absolutely incredible display. And in a few short minutes' time, we will get to greet them on the top of the podium. Look at Dmitry Matveev. He's absolutely ecstatic as he drives down the pit lane, and he has every right to be. So it is time to welcome our drivers to the podium for the RGMMC Group Champions of the Future 2020 season opener. And our first final of this weekend here at Zuera for the Mini 60 drivers. In third position for Slovenia, Mark Kastelic. And in second position for Japan, Kian Nakamura. And to our race winner from Russia, Dmitry Matveev. And in preference to our three drivers on the podium, we will play the national anthem for Russia. Continues here at Zuera as we get ready for the first KZ2 final of this weekend. And it is going to be an absolutely fantastic battle for all of the gearbox drivers. They've given us plenty of entertainment over the course of the last 72 hours as it is. But now the storybook has changed just a little bit. Things are going to get interesting now as the competitors get ready for this final race of the weekend. And as a result, things are just the tiniest bit different. Brandon Nielsen is the man who takes pole position for this particular final. Having been so close to doing so in the previous races, now he has actually hit the front. And for the first time all weekend, Paolo Ippolito has been beaten. It took an awful lot of procedure and a lot of hard work to do it. But it was obviously going to be Brandon Nielsen's once he had caught and passed his teammate Paolo Ippolito. But there was a 5-second penalty handed out to the Italian in the previous final, in the pre-final, and that dropped him to third position behind the Spanish charge, Brad Benavides, who lines up on the front row of the grid on the Sodi kart for CPB Sport. Ippolito finds his feet in third position on the grid, alongside the rising star of the weekend, Antonio Garay, who is just now one place away from the podium in the Magic ASD Sodi kart, as he lines up there in fourth position on the grid. Next up in the lineup, it is the very talented Frenchman in the Alpha, that is Brice Dagay, who will line up there in the inside row of the third row, the inside line. Alongside him on the starting grid, it will be the Kart Republic chassis of Ricardo Avila, who is there in sixth position, and he will charge his way forward. After difficulties in the pre-final, the two DR drivers will be hoping to make their way back through the field. Romania's Daniel Vazil lining up in seventh position alongside the Spanish charge Alvaro Garcia. And then in ninth position on the grid, the second of the DRs will be there. From Mozambique, it is the new boy to KZ2, Rodrigo Almeida. And they will be there together as they battle for supremacy and charge their way up the field. KZ2 is the most physically demanding form of karting there is. It is always very tough and incredibly extraneous on the senses. All of the drivers want to pitch in and do the best that they possibly can. It'll be 2 o'clock local time when the KZ2 drivers head out onto the circuit. But it is going to be incredibly exciting as the competitors line themselves up for the charge. But we will have an absolutely sensational run between all of our drivers. Brandon Nielsen, Brad Benavides and Paolo Ippolito have been the three front runners all weekend, and it's been the challenge for the other competitors as to how they will catch them. Considering that the air temperature is currently about 33, 34 degrees Celsius, it's no major surprise why some of the drivers, having their karts been brought to the grid, are trying to take some shade. And the only shade to be found here in the entire racetrack is under the starting gantry. There is no other shade anywhere around this place. It is a very open circuit, this, but that's one of the reasons that makes it such a fantastic driver's challenge. Incredibly fast, very open corners, some tight hairpins that open on the exit, which means that the placement of the brake and the application of the throttle is so important to get right, because it really can change the whole face of the lap, and that in turn, of course, can change the entire face of the race for drivers, especially if you cannot quite build the smooth rhythm in the effective manner. It has been excellent to see international karting brought back in this manner. Champions of the Future's rebirth, Champions of the Future's renaissance here in 2020, as promoted by the RGMMC group. We've seen a lot of drivers pushing for the limit all around the circuit, just as we always used to do. The racing has still been incredibly high quality, and that is what we can be very glad about here at Zuera. Back to the action here at Champions of the Future in Zuera, the first weekend of the 2020 season in this new championship promoted by RGMMC Group. And we are ready to go racing in the KZ2 final after an absolutely titanic grudge match at the front of the field between Paolo Ippolito and Brad Benavides has been interrupted by the new pole sitter for this one, Brandon Nilsson, the Swede, who charged past his teammate in the pre-final and has taken a convincing lead in the meeting now. Having been the nearly man all the way through it in the heats, he is now the pole position sitter. And this is his best opportunity yet, the CRG driver, to command the rest of the race from here. A good start is everything in this particular competition. And it's not easy in the KZ2 fraternity, in particular this weekend on this circuit. The 5-minute board goes up, and it is going to be high pressure cooker stuff from the KZ2 drivers. The fastest lap of the race day so far here in the KZ2s has been 60.836 seconds, slower than we've seen over the last couple of days in terms of the intensity of the racing, partly down to the fact that the pre-final was a little bit longer than some of the other races over the course of the weekend, naturally, but also in part due to the fact that the air temperature is a lot hotter today at this point than it was yesterday. 33 degrees Celsius is the air temperature here in Zuera, and that's obviously a lot hotter than we've seen over the last couple of days. We did say as this weekend developed it was just going to get worse and worse in terms of the intensity of the heat. And full credit to all of the staff here at RGMMC and of course around the Circuito Internacional de Zuera, who are our very humble hosts. And they have been very, very strong and worked tirelessly over the course of the weekend, as have the marshals all around the circuit. I hope they can understand my English enough to accept the compliment, because they have done a fantastic job over the course of the weekend. And the 18 laps that await us here are going to be the most physically demanding and the toughest that these drivers have faced all weekend. This is all about stamina and strength, this final, because these guys really do have to work for a long time around this circuit. And it's a tough one, this final obviously being the longest of the entire weekend, 18 laps in duration. But that's exactly what these guys signed up for. They knew coming into this how difficult it was going to be. And this 1.7 kilometer circuit, a few of the drivers, I've spoke to them over the weekend, it's not the most natural circuit in terms of its design for KZ, but it certainly gives them plenty to think about over the course of the weekend. But there's no two ways about it that a whisker over 30 kilometers of racing is coming up for them as they battle away around this circuit in the Spanish sunshine. No escape from the heat, no escape from the pressure either. On the inside line, pole position, that is Brandon Nilsson as he runs from the inside line. The natural starting position for the standing start races being the inside line. It doesn't really apply in the same manner with these KZ2 karts because, of course, they are standing start. So the inside line doesn't matter half as much in the KZ2 field as a good start does. And in the pre-final, Paolo Ippolito found out about that the wrong way when he blasted into the lead and was actually given a 5-second penalty during the race after jumping the start ever so slightly. So they've got to be so careful about making sure that they get off the line cleanly. It's not easy in these karts, especially when you're dealing with a machine that power-to-weight ratio, you're talking Formula 3 level. They are so fast, these machines, and they really do teach you everything there is to know about racing in any discipline. I've heard many drivers attest to this, and I am totally in the opinion of it. If you can race and win and do well in the gearbox categories of karting, you can genuinely race anything. It is the most physically demanding, most exhilarating, and biggest assault on the senses any racing driver can experience. Don't believe me? Well, I've done my research, and the likes of David Coulthard, Michael Schumacher, Valentino Rossi were all given a supercar to drive or a gearbox kart to drive over the course of their careers. Valentino Rossi got out of one at Laguna Seca years ago and said, "You guys are mental." It's an absolutely incredible compliment to pay to the gearbox racing fraternity. If Rossi thinks you're crackers, then you genuinely must be incredible, stealthy stamina. The 1-minute board goes up, and these KZ2 drivers really are pushing the limits of their absolute stamina and endurance around this course. A very fast circuit and a very demanding one. To make sure you get everything absolutely right is to be absolutely at one with the machine. You can't get every lap to be perfect, but you can drive an exceptional race and become a race winner if you manage it correctly. So the KZ2 drivers go to battle. It's been Paolo Ippolito and Brad Benavides for the whole weekend until Brandon Nielsen showed up in the pre-final and decided to take it away from them both. Now he holds pole position. All bets are off for this KZ2 final in the Champions of the Future 2020 season opener here at Zuera. The green flag flies at the front of the field, and it's time for the KZ2 drivers to explore the circuit for the last time before they race. Brandon Nielsen in pole position from Brad Benavides. Paolo Ippolito on the second row of the grid alongside Antonio Garay in the Magic Racing ASD. Brice de Guy, the Frenchman, in 5th place alongside Ricardo Avila. And in 7th place, the DR of Daniel Vazil of Romania from Alvaro Garcia. And then on the inside line, in 9th position as Rodrigo Almeida. We are missing George Tedescu, who was not able to attend, but we wish him all the best ahead of his return, we hope, which will be in Portugal. So Brandon Nielsen leads them around for these 2 laps of warm-up. And of course, the formation lap's so important in getting the setup right. You have to make sure that the tyres are just at the peak temperature. They can't overheat, but they can't be too cold either. You've got to make sure that the surface of the carcass of the tyre is absolutely perfect. It's got to be right. And otherwise, there's not really a lot you can do through the course of the race. When the tyres tend to go off in these karts, they're like driving on sheet ice. You've got to look after them. You've got to protect them, which means you've got to measure your driving, not just in the race, but also on the formation lap. They need to get warm, but they don't need to overcook. It's a genuinely intense and tough skill, this. You have to be absolutely on your A game in KZ2. This is the peak of the sport, gearbox racing. And that's why when we go to the Gearbox Championships in the European and the Worlds later in the season, you'll see the very best of the best drivers in the world race their heart out. It also gives us one of the most exciting and fascinating spectacles in the sport of karting that you don't see in any of the other classes, and that is the standing start. And these karts really are rapid off the line. 0 to 60 in around the same time a Bugatti Veyron can do it, which is quite astonishing when you consider that you're strapped into one of those and you've got a roof over your head and you're not a couple of millimeters off the ground. So the kart racers in KZ2 here at Zuera make their way around the course and bring themselves to the start-finish line, where they will form up on the grid once again, and that will be the signal for them when the lights go out for 18 laps and 30.6 kilometers of racing around this Circuito Internacional de Zuera, where we will race for the first final of the Champions of the Future 2020 and the first in history of KZ2 in this new program of races organized by the RGMMC group. Brandon Nielsen takes the pole position on the outside of the front row. Brad Benavides is second. Then we have Paolo Ippolito, Antonio Garay, Brice de Guy, Ricardo Avila, Daniel Vazil, Alvaro Garcia, and Rodrigo Almeida. The green flag flies at the back of the grid. We're ready to race in KZ2 for the final here at Zuera. Benavides on the left, Nielsen on the right. The lights are on, they'll go out and we'll race now! Great start by Nielsen, terrible start by Benavides. Garay and Ippolito both swamp him to the first corner, and Garay has moved up into second place. Great start from the Magic ASD machine as he goes through, and Daniel Vazil has made a corker of a start as well. He's up into fourth place past Benavides. Terrible start for the Spaniard as he drops down to fifth. Ippolito makes his first bid on Garay and gets there into second position. So Ippolito makes the move and up into P2 straight out of the block. So now Garay needs to charge forward to see if he can get back on terms with the CRG. On raw pace, they've been a little lacking, but Daniel Vazil wants to make his own bid for third position. He's going to have a look at it as Brad Benavides closes right up, as does Rodrigo Almeida. A good start from the Mozambican, but they come through on the far side, and Brandon Nielsen has made the textbook getaway, and he has launched away. Paolo Ippolito in second, and Antonio Garay in third. The rest of this race is now about managing your speed and coupling it and blending it together with stamina and preservation of these tyres. It's a balancing act, and they are dancing with death around there. Brandon Nielsen, Paolo Ippolito, Antonio Garay, Daniel Vazil, Brad Benavides from Almeida, De Guy, Garcia and Avila. How long are these tyres going to last? Once they go off the cliff to a certain degree, that is when grip becomes really tricky. As Benavides gets underneath Daniel Vazil, and he's gesturing to Vazil, come on, let me go and we can work in formation. Vazil does not believe him. Benavides comes up the inside then of the hairpin to try again, and still can't get by. So Benavides comes through the right flick, and this time he's going to edge across. Now he gets the move done. Benavides determined, but he goes wide of the hairpin to counteract any further bids. Come on, Daniel, stop racing me. Let's go catch after the top three. But then in fifth position, we also have an extreme battle going on further back. The two DR teammates are now together. Rodrigo Almeida has caught up to his teammate Daniel Vazil. So that battle for fourth position has been won by Brad Benavides for the moment. Can he now catch up to Antonio Garay? So Garay continues on his way in third position in front of Brad Benavides. The CRGs, though, are 1 and 2. Nielsen in front of Ippolito. Ippolito pushing early. So maybe Ippolito wants to make his bid for the lead of the race early doors, because this is going to be a very tough race for him to win if he can't get to the front. But Brandon Nielsen leads the way. Paolo Ippolito in second. Garay is third. Fourth is Benavides. Fifth is Daniel Vazil from Rodrigo Almeida. And then it is Brice de Guy, Alvaro Garcia, and Ricardo Avila. So far, so good. But Ippolito is getting much closer to his teammate Brandon Nielsen now. We're on the third lap, and it already looks as if Ippolito is going to threaten a move as Rodrigo Almeida gets close to his teammate there, Daniel Vazil, the two DR carts. But Ippolito is on the tail of his teammate, the race leader, Brandon Nielsen. They come out of the final turn. And onto the main straight. Brandon Nielsen still leads the way in front of Paolo Ippolito, but Ippolito does look hungry for the lead of the race. Nielsen is holding his nerve at the front. They brake hard into the hairpin, and it looks as though Brad Benavides is catching up to Antonio Garay pretty quickly now as well. So Nielsen and Ippolito going well in the first and second places of this race in their CRG spars. But in third place, Antonio Garay is there in front of Brad Benavides. So the two CRGs together. Is Ippolito going to try a move on Brandon Nielsen? The answer, probably, but he has to get close enough to him to make the move without compromising his teammates or his own race. So Ippolito still pushing hard behind Brandon Nielsen. There's Antonio Garay and Brad Benavides. Then the two DRs of Vazil and Almeida, although Brice de Guy has split them now on the Alpha. So they come out of the final turn. And Paolo Ippolito is now pushing Brandon Nielsen down the main straight. Can Ippolito make the move on Nielsen this time on lap 5 of 18? He has to look for an opportunity. He's getting much closer as the field essentially is running 2x2 hurrah at the moment. Nielsen is trying to hang on in front of Ippolito. This is where Nielsen got past his teammate earlier on in the day in the pre-final. But Ippolito now wants to return the favour, and Benavides has got through past Antonio Garay. So into third place comes the Sony kart for CPB Sport. Brad Benavides has gone into third place past Antonio Garay. So it's as they started very nearly with the CRGs 1 and 2, Benavides in third and Garay in fourth. But how long is this battle between Nielsen and Ippolito going to last as Nielsen continues to lead in front of his Italian teammate? Ippolito just watching his opportune moment there on the far side of the circuit as they come into the twin left apexes and then the final square right that opens out onto the home straight. A good exit out of there and you get a chance to storm past your opponent. Ippolito is close, but not quite close enough yet to Brandon Nielsen to make the challenge for the lead. Similar story for Antonio Garay to close up on Benavides. No major challenges there. A big slide of the tyres through the drivers as they come through turn 1, so that could have got very nasty indeed. But so far, Benavides is working harder in third place in front of Garay, and there's no major problems there. Ooh, Brandon Nielsen looking a little bit twitchy through the hairpin. Is this going to be an opportunity that Paolo Ippolito can pounce on as they come off the turn? Benavides still running closely there with third in front of Antonio Garay. There's only 0.2 of a second between Nielsen and Ippolito. So Ippolito will want to make his move as soon as is possible. There they come. 4.19 is Nielsen. 4.18 is Ippolito. The darker helmet is Brandon Nilsson. The more colourful one is Paolo Ippolito. Both on the same bit of machinery. There's Benavides in third in front of Antonio Garay. Third and fourth positions, but as the drivers come back onto the home stretch, this is the chance for Paolo Ippolito. He's closer than ever to Brandon Nilsson, but will he risk it this early on, or does he just want to sit behind his teammate and make the Swede do all the hard work? Certainly after 6 laps of racing completed, this is the moment for Ippolito when he gets the lead on the inside of his teammate Brandon Nilsson, and now they're going to run side by side, but Ippolito gets the better run off the turn, and so the Italian takes over from his teammate Brandon Nilsson. Ippolito leads. On lap 7, he makes the move. 1/3 distance in this incredible endurance test for the drivers. So Ippolito getting through on Brandon Nilsson and running from the front gives Paolo plenty of opportunity to play with the elements and figure out what the kart is doing. It certainly seems to be comfortable for him. There's Antonio Garay, 4th position, in behind Brad Benavides. So the Sodi kart running in 3rd at the present moment, trying to chase down the 2 CRGs. But it looks as though the Italian, Paolo Ippolito, has got what he needs out of this one so far. Brandon Nilsson still running well in 2nd position. And then in 3rd, it is Brad Benavides. But Paolo Ippolito really wanted to get the job done. Benavides in 3rd position wanted even more to win here on home soil. And he gets the fastest lap of the race. It's not done yet for the Sodi kart. He's still very much in contention. He's only 1.6 seconds back, and we're on lap 8 of 18, so there's plenty of time for this to work out in Brad Benavides' favour. But he's got to stay with the CRGs, and he's got to look after the tyres, the brakes, the engine, the throttle. Everything's got to be perfectly preserved for our last few minutes of the race charge. That's how Brad Benavides is going to get this race won. He's got to look after it for a long time and preserve the tyres better than the 2 karts up front. If he's got more tyre life in the closing stages, he can push that little bit harder and he can maximise the grip. So Ippolito goes into lap 9 of 18. At the end of this one, we will be halfway home. 15.3 kilometres complete at the end of this one. So this is obviously going to be a very tough and long test for these guys. Benavides gets another new fastest lap, 60.4. So again, he's reeling in the CRGs. The gap down to 1.6. Benavides catching Nilsson faster than Ippolito, just by a little bit. But he's still within, he was about 0.2 of a second quicker on that lap than Brandon Nilsson, but he's under 1/10 of a second quicker than Paolo Ippolito. So the Italian certainly seems to have the pace in the middle of this encounter to match whatever Benavides can throw at him, but Nilsson is struggling to maintain that level and that pace at the present moment in time. So the CRG's out in front. Ippolito 0.6 of a second now in front of Brandon Nilsson. He's started pulling away a little bit, but Brad Benavides is still trying to rein in on Nilsson, but he needs to push. The gap is down to a second though, as Ippolito gets the fastest lap of the race in, 1:323. But Benavides, crucially, is catching up to the man in front of him. That's Brandon Nilsson. The gap down to about a second. So Ippolito increases the gap to 0.78. A further second back is Benavides. Antonio Garay still in 4th in front of Brice Degaille, the Frenchman. And then Daniel Vazil and Rodrigo Almeida have slowly faded again to 6th and 7th places. Alvaro Garcia and Ricardo Avila in 8th and 9th place at the moment, the 2 Spanish drivers. There's Brandon Nilsson, the pole setter, running in 2nd place now and trying to get away from Brad Benavides to stay with his teammate Paolo Ippolito, but it's getting harder and harder at the moment as Benavides sets the fastest first sector of anybody in the entire race. At the same time, Paolo Ippolito sets the fastest second sector of anybody in the entire race. So Nilsson trying his best to get away from the Sodi kart in 3rd position. But he's reining him in. You can see how quickly Brad Benavides is catching him. Little by little, he's gaining the ground he needs. 0.6 of a second is the gap now. It was a second a lap ago. So Nilsson is struggling to hold him at bay. He's lost 0.3 of a second to both of his rivals on that occasion. Benavides was a full 0.007 of a second quicker than Ippolito. That's how close it is between the leader and the 3rd place man. But can Benavides catch and pass Nilsson in time? There are 8 laps to go. On paper, you would say yes, but races are not won on paper. They're won on racetracks. Fastest first sector of them all, Paolo Ippolito that time around. Benavides gets his personal best. So those two are still pushing hard. Everybody else is settling into a rhythm. Ippolito sets the fastest second sector of anybody else now. So the race leader is looking likely to smash the previous fastest lap, which was set by himself. Out of the final turn, Ippolito goes across the line and sets a 60.278. Fastest of all in the first and second sectors. He's also the fastest in the third sector, but he didn't quite match that on that particular lap. This is Brice de Guy battling with Daniel Vazil. And then we have Rodrigo Almeida battling away with Alvaro Garcia in front of Ricardo Avila, who is in 9th position at this precise moment in time. There's Antonio Garay. Very solid effort from him over the course of the weekend, to be fair. Started on the back foot to a certain extent, but he's definitely climbed his way up the order. And he's made probably the most progress of anybody since the start of the meeting. And it's really good to see him there. Not quite on the podium, admittedly, but certainly in 4th position on merit. And he's charging away from the rest of his opposition. He's been a solid performer this weekend in the Magic ASD-backed Sodi kart. He's done a terrific job, to be fair to him. And he will be the second highest Spaniard in the race as things currently stand of the 4 drivers from this home country. 12 laps down, 6 to go, 2/3 of the way through the race. Now here's Daniel Vazil trying to close up on Brice de Guy, the Frenchman who's had a very interesting weekend. He had an exclusion for technicalities from the first race, and ever since then he's been having to fight his way back into contention, and he's had a 3rd place in the 3rd heat yesterday. So Brice de Guy is working his way back to supremacy. He's up to 5th position now, trying to shake off the Romanian Daniel Vazil. So they come through turn 5 very close together. Through 6, the tight right-hander, one of the slower corners on the circuit. But it looks to me as though Daniel Vazil is just biding his time to make another attempt to get back on Brice de Guy. They go back on the throttle, out through the right-hander. And so far, so good. Ippolito from Nielsen, Benavides, Garay. And then we have Brice de Guy in 5th position. Daniel Vazil is there in 6th position, tucked up behind the Frenchman. And then we have Rodrigo Almeida in front of in front of Alvaro Garcia, I was going to say. And then we have Ricardo Avila in position. Look how close Benavides is to Nielsen now. This is a matter of when he makes his bid to get through rather than if. The question is, though, will he be successful in getting through? I don't think Benavides quite has enough time to catch and pass Ippolito, but he certainly has enough time to catch and pass Nielsen now. He's done most of the hard work, and he's consistently 0.2 of a second a lap quicker. So he's got to wait for his opportune moment. I think it'll come on the next lap rather than this one. But certainly the Sodi kart is working better than Brandon Nielsen is making the CRG work. So let's see how they come through. This is going to be a very tough race for the 2 drivers up front as they try and close in on Paolo Ippolito, who's taken the lead of the race on lap 7 and just checked out in front. No need to bother him again today. It looks like the Italian is going to storm to the victory for CRG. But now Brad Benavides has his target locked on. Race face engaged as Brad Benavides closes up on Brandon Nielsen, the pole sitter who's now in 2nd place. This might be the opportunity Benavides has been looking for. He takes it and he makes the move stick, but Nielsen's come straight back at him on the inside line, takes back the place. So Benavides tries again. And up into turn 5. Oh, and Nielsen's gone! Nielsen's gone into the barriers! Now, that's a big moment for Brandon Nielsen. What happened? I couldn't see if there was anything to suggest whether that was a failure or whether that was an incident from Benavides. I couldn't see anything myself. As up the inside, there goes Daniel Vazil on Brice de Guy and all of that. So that's put him up into 4th position. But a big shunt there for Nielsen as he just cannons off the circuit. It looked to me as though something might have failed on his kart there, because I don't think that was Benavides pushing him off the road. It certainly didn't look that way. It looked to me as though something failed on his kart. But Ippolito is leading. Benavides in 2nd now from Antonio Garay. So the Spaniard is going to get on the podium the way things currently look. And I noticed that Brandon Nielsen is not out of the kart yet. So there they are. They are just ceding to him as they pass the scene. Yellow flags are there. But Brandon Nielsen is well and truly out of this race, and that is a real shame for the Swede, who started this race from pole position. But what happened to Brandon Nielsen? A very strange incident, that is for sure. Now, I think we might have lost Ricardo Avila. Ricardo Avila has dropped a long way down the order. No, there he is. He is still going round. Spotted him out of my window. So Avila is still going through, but Brandon Nilsson definitely is not. He's still in the kart, but it's a difficult situation for Brandon Nilsson now, as Paolo Ippolito leads the way. Brad Benavides in second, 2 laps to go, and we're still all scratching our heads, wondering what on earth happened to Brandon Nilsson. But it did look to me as though a component on the kart failed. There, he is out of the kart now, so that is good news. He is on his feet and he is out of the kart, but I wonder whether the throttle's stuck open or something, because he went very fast down to that hairpin, and I don't think that would happen under normal circumstances, even if there had been a little bit of a contact between Benavides and Nilsson, and I don't think there was from what I saw. I think there was something, maybe the throttle stuck open or something like that, but whatever it was, it's put Brandon Nilsson out of the race. So a big problem for the Swede. But his teammate Paolo Ippolito is surging forward to take what looks to be a convincing victory as he comes out of the final turn. And Paolo Ippolito goes into the final lap here at Zuera. And the gap between himself and Brad Benavides is now perfectly stable at 2.8 seconds, with Antonio Garay looking to grab a third place finish. A fabulous performance though from Ippolito. He was a bit conservative in the pre-final, but then he jumped the start. He knew that it wasn't really going to be his race, so he set himself a target, got himself to third on the grid for the final, and then just waited for his opportunity, made a good start, and then filed in behind his teammate until he could chip away at it. And Brandon Nilsson finally retiring. I wonder if that was the reason, eventually, in the conclusion of things, that Ippolito was able to catch him and pass him. Was that problem ongoing? For whatever reason, it doesn't matter. Paolo Ippolito is coming through the final few corners now after a sensational race performance here at Zuera. He has been the masterclass of the field. He comes out of the final turn, and Paolo Ippolito wins in KZ2 here at Zuera. A fantastic result. Second place for Brad Benavides, and in third place it is Antonio Garay who gets on the podium. He can be very happy with that. Fourth place for Daniel Vazil. Bristegai is fifth in front of Rodrigo Almeida. And then Alvaro Garcia is seventh in front of Ricardo Avila, with Brandon Nilsson sadly failing to finish. But your race winner is Paolo Ippolito. A great performance from the Italian. Brad Benavides passes him before he's able to shake hands with him. I think he wanted to give him an air gesture there, but Paolo Ippolito, the winner in fine style. Brad Benavides is second behind him. Antonio Garay in third from Daniel Vazil, Bristegai, Rodrigo Almeida and Alvaro Garcia, with Ricardo Avila in 8th position, and Brandon Nilsson retiring on lap 15 after what we think was a technical failure on his CRG machine. But what a fantastic race from Paolo Ippolito. A brilliant performance, measured, disciplined, fast, but incredibly controlled. And that is how you win races of this type. A sensational performance from the KZ2 racer. And having been fastest in time qualifying, the winner of all of the heats, and right up near the front in the pre-final, he continues with a victory here at Zuera. And CRG will be very happy indeed with that, as the Italian triumphs in KZ2. Their podium is up next. So now we welcome the drivers to the podium here at the Champions of the Future 2020 here at the Circuito Internacional de Zuera for the KZ2 final. In third position for Spain, Antonio Garay. And in second position, also for Spain, Brad Benavides. And your race winner in KZ2 for Italy, Paolo Ippolito. And now, in deference to your race winner, we will play the national anthem for Italy. Congratulations to our three drivers on the podium. In third position for Spain, Antonio Garay. And in second position, also for Spain, Brad Benavides. But congratulations to our race winner here in Zuera for Italy, Paolo Ippolito. We ask our three drivers to raise their trophies aloft in celebration for our cameras and photographers. Thank you very much indeed to our three drivers, Antonio Garay, Brad Benavides, and your race winner, Paolo Ippolito. Thank you very much indeed to our KZ2 drivers. We will, of course, now move on to our next race in the running, and that, of course, is the OK Junior Final. The waiting is over for our OK Junior drivers. This is the main event, the race that they have been building up to all weekend long. It is time for our juniors to go to battle in the OK Junior final here in the Champions of the Future season opener 2020 here at Zuera. And it's been a rough ride to get here. The 36 top drivers from the weekend are here to battle away for supremacy. They cannot give up, they cannot say die, and they've got to bring their A game to the poker table. Who's got the best poker face around this place over the course of the next few laps? Igor Sepil and Arvid Lindblad will line up on the front row of the starting grid. The two Kart Republic machines will go to battle from the front. But in third place, Martini Stenshorn, the Rosberg Racing driver, will line up on the second row. Alongside him for Belgium will be Douwe de Decker, and on the third row for Great Britain will be Aidan Neat alongside Lucas Flusha, the leading home favourite. Timotas Kucharczyk, 7th on the starting grid for the Birolart squad. Freddie Slater lining up in 8th place for Great Britain in the Ricky Flynn Motorsport machine. Koska Nerfen lines up 9th place, his teammate, and then his sister partner in the team, another driver, Dion Gauda for Ricky Flynn, lining up in 10th position from Singapore. Santiago Valve, the Kart Republic España driver, in 11th place. Kart Republic Motorsports Alfio Spina will line up in 12th. And the Bulgarian star Nikola Tsolov for DPK Racing lines up in 13th, alongside the American Yugo Ugachukwu for the Kart Republic Motorsport team. Alexander Gubenko, the Russian, will line up in 15th for Cosmic. And then in 16th place will be Bruno Delpino for the Tony Kart squad. Brando Badoa for Kart Republic 17th. And the Paralin driver Valerio Rinicella is 18th. On to row 10, it is going to be Augustin Bernier and Ian Eichmans. On row 11 will be Arthur Rojon of France and the Brit Maxwell Dodds. Flavio Olivieri is 23rd from Belgium's Laurence Lesetua. And then in 25th is Maxim Firon Castellan and the Polish superstar Karol Pazovic. Alex Powell of Jamaica lines up in 27th ahead of Britain's Jonathan Waywat. Christian Bartuca, the Italian for Birolart, alongside Portugal's Ivan Dominguez. And then Nacho Tunion, William McIntyre, Julius Dennison, Tuukka Tarpanen, Harley Keeble and Maxon Verbruge complete the 36 kart grid. This is the race they've all been waiting for, their first true test of the Champions of the Future. The first final of the 2020 season. 15 laps and 34 degrees air temperature. It's a tough one for the OK Juniors. Igor Sepil and Arvid Lindblad from the front row. Martin Stenshorn and Douwe de Decker on the second. From Aidan Neat and Lucas Flusha, Timotas Kucharczyk and Freddie Slater, Koska Nerfen and Dion Gauda, Valve and Spina, Solov and Ugachukwu, Gubenko and Delpino. From Brando Badoa and Valerio Rinicella, Augustin Bernier and Ian Eichmans. From Rojon, Dodds, Olivieri, Lesetua, Firon Castellan and Pazovic, Powell and Waywat, Bartuca, Dominguez, Tunion, McIntyre, Dennison, Tarpanen, Keeble and Verbruge. 15 laps around the Zuera circuit, and 36 of them will go to battle to charge their way around this circuit. It's fast, it's flat out, and it's incredibly tough to look after your tyres, brakes and engine all the way through these 15 laps. We've already seen some dramatic moments from the earlier KZ2 final and even from the Mini Brigade. Lots of battles and overtaking. But in juniors, this is where things are going to start to get interesting. Everybody wants to win this one. They're in a good position to do so. Anything can happen in 15 laps, particularly around this circuit. And when it's the OK Junior category drivers coming to battle, the best youngsters in the world are doing battle in the premier race weekend of the karting season this weekend. So Sepil, Lindblad, Stenshorn, De Decker, Neat, Flusha, Kucharczyk, Slater, Erfen and Gauda. And this is going to be a very tough one to predict because there are so many drivers out of position who are going to try and charge their way forward. Slater, for example. Koska Nerfen is another one. Also the likes of Timotas Kucharczyk, who was a little lower down the order. Alfio Spina out of position. Ugachukwu out of position. Badua, Rinicella, they were all further up the order. Max Dodds could be one to watch through the field. Laurence Lesetua is another one. Maxim Firon Castellan and Karol Pazovic. Alex Powell was in the top 10 for most of the weekend. John Waywat had all sorts of problems. And then right towards the back in the earlier race, we lost William McIntyre, Tuukka Tarpanen and Harley Keeble. All three of them had a retirement in the pre-final, so they'll be charging forward. All the ingredients are there for this one to be a true classic of a final. Whether it's a precursor to the European Championships in 2 weeks' time here or not, this is definitely going to be a race to remember. Sepil and Lindblad from Stenshorn and Dedeker, Neat, Flusha, Kucharczyk, Slater, Irfan, Gouda, Valves, Spina, Solov and Ugachukwu as they come through in their 2 rows around the final corner. The inside line has the advantage. Can Igor Sepil sustain this with Arvid Lindblad alongside? Looks like it's going to be a very strong start. Are we going to get a good one? Yes, we do! And charging through to the first corner, and on the grass, 2 or 3 cuts come together, and that's already problems. That's Dion Gouda who's gone for a spin, and also in there the 78 of Lucas Flusha, and 3 or 4 more cuts involved in it as well. So we've lost about 6 or 7 drivers, I think, on the entirety of the race, and it looks as though we've got a red flag. So there is a red flag, 1 or 2 drivers in some discomfort, so the race has been red flagged instantly. And it looks as though we've got 52 involved in that one. That is the Tony Kart machine of Harley Keeble, who has got out of the kart now. He is okay, but the race was red flagged. We've got a couple of drivers in difficulty out on the circuit. So it was Lucas Flusha and Dion Gouda who spun. Augustin Bernier and Julius Dinesen were also caught up with it, along with Harley Keeble. So the 5 drivers involved. Red flags all around the circuit now, so the drivers will be brought back to the start-finish line. And as it's on the first lap, I have a feeling we're going to get a fresh restart. So the drivers will be allowed to start in their positions. There is Julius Dinesen in the Ward Racing Tony Kart, and he's up out of the kart. I think he was the only driver we were a little bit concerned about, potentially. I think Harley Keeble was suffering some discomfort after the race as well, but every single driver is on their feet, which is very good news indeed. Disappointing for the 5 drivers involved, but at least they can say that they have walked away from that one. So it's a very tricky position, obviously, for everybody to be in on the start of racing, but at least everybody has come through in one piece. And we lose 5 drivers, unfortunately, to the red flag incident. It is Lucas Flusha, Dion Gouda, Augustin Bernier, Julius Dinesen and Harley Keeble. But I can tell you that all 5 drivers have walked away from the scene. Their karts are battered, but not, fortunately, too badly for the drivers. But it just means that there are now 5 rather unhappy and disappointed drivers who have bowed out of the race at the first corner. And that is rather unfortunate. So there are now 5 drivers who are going to be missing from the fray. But I look out to the first corner from my position in the commentary box, and I can count all 5 drivers that are there, and they are walking around, and they do not look to be in any major discomfort, which is very good news indeed. The one thing we wanted to ensure this weekend was to make sure that the racing was obviously a controlled and safe environment for everybody, not just because of the current world situation, but also because it is good practice to make sure that all of the drivers are looked after and tended to. And to be fair, the entire support staff here at Circuito Internacional de Zuera, coupled with the marshals and the RGMMC recce crew, have been very carefully protected all through the weekend. And it's great to see that they have been looked after in the right manner. So the competitors have lined up on the start-finish line, as they tend to do in these situations. So the competitors have all come through. And it looks to me as though there's going to be 5 drivers missing from the fray. I think there might be a 6th one missing from the fray, actually. I think we've had 1 driver elect to come off the circuit at the red flag. I think there is a driver suffering some discomfort after being involved in the incident and then having brought the kart back. I wonder if that is the 69 machine of Christian Bertucca, the Italian. So I'll double check and confirm it a little later, of course. I can see one of the Birolart drivers having walked in, but I couldn't tell you which one it is. Certainly Timotas Kucharczyk is there sat in kart, so it's not him. It might not be Christian Bertucca actually looking at it, because I see him now standing next to his Birolart machine. So we will have to double check and make sure that everybody who gets to start the race will get to do so in fine form. But of course, the 5 drivers involved in the first corner incident are unlikely to be able to take up the restart, as of course the cause of the red flag is usually the drivers are not given the opportunity to restart. So with the race being red flagged, the drivers are obviously now being told that they can come to the side of the circuit. They are told to leave their carts. So we will allow the recovery crews and the team here to follow the protocol procedures, and the race can continue when it is ready to restart.
Ένα γύρο κάνανε και νερό αμέσως. Λόρι. Και
So just to bring you up to speed with where things currently stand, if you have only just joined us or if you've been waiting for an update, we are currently under red flag conditions in the OK Junior Final here at the Champions of the Future 2020 at the Circuito Internacional de Zuera. Jake Sanson here with you. There's been a red flag incident, which was basically a first corner incident that involved 5 karts. And those karts have now been brought into the holding area to be repaired, and obviously the remainder of the karts, as you can see on your screen, are there in position waiting to be returned to. The race is due to restart at 15:10 local time, so the race will restart at 15:10 local time, and from what I have been led to believe, it is a full restart, so all of the karts will return to their original grid positions, and once again there will be a formation lap and the same procedure as the original restart. As the original start, my apologies. So all of the drivers will be able to return to their karts for the restart, which will be taking place at 15:10 local time. And so obviously we have a short pause in proceedings as we wait for the drivers to return to their karts. There are 5 karts currently being worked on, the ones that were involved in the incident. Fortunately, the drivers, I am told, are perfectly okay. And the race drivers have been allowed an opportunity to grab some water and get themselves repaired and reset for the race restart. Obviously, it's very important to make sure that the drivers are correctly hydrated. The air temperature here is about 34 degrees Celsius at the moment, and it is set to climb to a height of 37 before the day is out. So obviously the drivers need to make sure that they are fully hydrated. But from what we are told, the race is due to restart again at 10 minutes past 3 local time. So there are obviously 2 races still to go over the course of the weekend. We have this race, the OK Junior Final, and then following that we will have the OK Senior Final. But obviously we need to make sure that the correct procedures and protocols are adhered to, hence why we are currently under red flag conditions. I can tell you that all 5 of the drivers involved in the incident are okay. There are no lasting injuries to be taken into consideration, which is all very good indeed. And proof that even though sometimes things can look a little bit difficult, fortunately the drivers are made of tough stuff. And it's going to be a really exciting battle when we get going once again, as the competitors continue to charge forward. Time to remind you, of course, that this first weekend of the Champions of the Future for 2020 will be repeated later this year by another one, or followed, I should say, by another one. The second weekend of the season is due to take place at Portimao in Portugal at the Circuito Internacional do Algarve, which will take place on the 4th and final weekend of October. And from what I've been told, the drivers have been instructed to return to their karts along with their one mechanic to help them restart, which is good news. It means that we are just around the corner from restarting the race. So obviously the drivers can now return to racing, and it will be once again 15 laps around the course. So obviously the drivers now are preparing for a restart. And obviously this is always a bit of an interesting one for the drivers when there's been a red flag, and obviously the first thought and the first question of a driver's mind in that situation is everybody okay? Once you have a satisfactory answer to that one, you can then start thinking about, right, how do I get myself dialed into the zone again for this race? How do I prepare? How do I get myself back into that position in my mind where my head is clear and I know my objectives, I know how to get my job done? And that is obviously going to be the next important part of action. Now, word on the 5 karts that were involved in the incident originally. We obviously need to figure out how many of those 5 karts are going to be able to continue. It looks to me as though one of them certainly is not going to be able to, or is certainly going to struggle to be able to, and that is the number 20 of Dion Gauda, who took a massive amount of damage originally to the back of his Cosmic chassis. The Ricky Flynn Motorsport team have been working on it, but it looks to me as though it is going to be a very difficult proposition for Dion Gauda to be allowed to continue. And it looks to me as though the kart isn't going to be ready for the start. That is a real shame for Dion Gauda, the Singaporean, who has been very strong and very competitive over the course of the weekend. He's had a really good chance to showcase his skills here, but unfortunately his final opportunity is well and truly taken away from him. The Ricky Flynn mechanics have done their very best to get him out there, and it's a real shame that now Dion Gauda will not be able to take up the restart. It's unfortunate when accidents like that happen as well. The thing with a start line incident like that, you can't really point the finger and blame one driver for it. There was nobody at fault in that particular incident from the way that I saw it. Essentially, all it takes is one driver to get a wheel on the grass, and unfortunately, you try and bring the kart back onto the circuit. It causes a chain reaction because there's a factor of deceleration of maybe 2 or 3 miles an hour at best. But when everybody's trying to get into the same bit of racetrack at the same time, you can't really expect them all to run in the same bit of racetrack without a conflagration. And unfortunately, 2 or 3 karts connecting, even in the slightest possible rub, is what starts the chain reaction. And that's what spat 5 karts out to the scenery, with one of them unable to take up the restart in the shape of Dion Gauda. A real shame, but fortunately, at least we can say that all of the drivers involved in the incident are okay. And it looks as though we're going to have 35 drivers to go around. It will be 1 formation lap around the circuit, just the 1 formation lap for the junior drivers around the circuit, rather than the traditional 2. Because they've already had 2 formation laps around the circuit prior to the suspended race start. So there will be just 1 formation lap. So the onus is on Igor Sapil and Arvid Lindblad to control the pace of the field around for just 1 lap around the circuit before the race begins. But it will be 15 laps in duration, as we have come to expect, and of course is the correct distance of the race. So the competitors are now getting themselves together and ready for the start. But obviously after the red flag situation, the difficulty of the race has been increased a little bit for the drivers, because things have got a little bit hotter, even by the 1 degree or so. It doesn't sound like much, but when it's already quite hot, getting hotter is not what you want as a driver. So the drivers are now getting themselves ready in position. Pole position, Igor Sapil. 2nd, Arvid Lindblad. 3rd, Martinius Stenshorn. 4th, Douay de Decker. 5th place, Aidan Neat. 6th position, Lucas Flusha, provided that he can get the kart into that position, but I'm not entirely sure he can. He does not appear to be there on the starting grid. And so that has moved everybody up 1. So Kucharczyk, Slater, Irfan, and then it should be Dion Gauda, but he is not there either. So I think we will start the race minus the 2 or 3 drivers that are involved in the incident. I'm fairly sure that both Tuka Tarpanen and Maxime Verbruge have been able to get their karts back into the race again. But I don't see Harley Keeble's kart there. Dion Gauda, as we've just seen, has been removed. And it looks to me as though Lucas Flusha's kart is well and truly done for the day as well. So 3 retirements at least and 3 non-starters. So the karts now make their way around the circuit again for the formation lap. Just 1 formation lap, of course. They won't have 2. And we'll confirm the drivers that are not going to be able to start after the red flag. So the karts pull away, and they will obviously go around the circuit for just the 1 formation lap. And I can tell you that the 3 drivers that will not be taking the restart again after their involvement in the first lap are indeed Lucas Flusha, Dion Gauda, and Harley Keeble. What a shame, because all 3 drivers had a very good opportunity there to move themselves up into the top 5. And for Lucas Flusha in particular, an involvement in that first corner incident, taking away a promising weekend for the Spaniard, and he was the highest ranked Spaniard in the meeting up until that point. So now the drivers are going around on their sole formation lap, and it is going to be Sapil from Lindblad, Stenshorn, De Decker, Neat, Kucharczyk, Slater, Irfan, Valva, Spina, Solov, Ugachukwu, Gubenko and Del Pino. From Brando Badua and Valerio Renicella, Bernier, Eichmans, Rojon, Dodds, Olivieri, Lesatua, Ferdon Castellan, Pazovic, Powell, Waywat, Batuka, Dominguez, Tunion, McIntyre, Dinison, Tarpanen and Verbruge. And hopefully all of the drivers will be able to get through this time without any major dramas. So the competitors will come around the final corner in their 2 rows. Igor Sipil on the inside line. Arvid Lindblad on the outside line. Looks like this could be a very strong start. Let's see if they get away. This time they do indeed, and we are racing as they part away from the tram lines and through the first corner. This time it looks A-OK as they run through to the second corner. And out in front, Igor Sipil has got Martinius Stenshorn tight in behind him as they go through the hairpin, and it looks as though we've lost one of the DPK carts sideways there through turn 2. Manages to get onto the circuit, back again A-OK, and they all tuck their way through turn 4 without too many dramas or incidents. That is great news, but Stenshorn has got in front. That's the key element for this race now as Martinius Stenshorn hits the front here in Zuera. And every time Martinius Stenshorn has been in the lead of a race here in Zuera this weekend, he has never forfeited it by the time the checkered flag has fallen. As the carts make their way into the hairpin, trying to get a move or 2 completed. And it looks as though we've got 1 or 2 drivers going across the grass at the back of the field there. I think that was one of the Forza drivers losing some ground. So we'll double check. I think that might be Jonathan Waywat getting a little bit wayward at that final turn. But out of the final corner and onto the second lap, it is going to be Martinius Stenshorn that leads the way. The Norwegian out in first position. Giving chase is Arvid Lindblad and Igor Sipil. Then De Decker, Slater, Erfen, Kucharczyk, Ugachukwu, Solov, Valve, Neat, Gubenko, Renicella, Delpino and Spina. So Gubenko looked like he was making the move there on Aidan Neat into the first corner. But Stenshorn heads the pack with Arvid Lindblad in second place and Igor Sipil in third, trying to give chase. Slater and Erfen are in 5th and 6th position behind these 4 as well. And it looks like Santiago Valve has lost out some positions there, down into about 13th position now, as the field tightens their way around the circuit on lap 2 here at Zuera. Martinius Stenshorn controlling the pace out front. Arvid Lindblad second, Sipil third, De Decker fourth. So essentially it is 4 Kart Republic chassis out in front, stretching the advantage over the 2 Cosmics of Slater and Erfen in 5th and 6th place for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, and 7th now is Yuga Ugachukwu. The American has surged forward and is now in 7th place in front of Kucharczyk. Oh, we've got an off in the background. You can see there's somebody gone off. That is the 82, I'm afraid to say, and that is unfortunate for Alfio Spina, but the Italian is way off the track, and that's going to come straight back into the pits. What a shame for Alfio Spina. He's out of the race now. So he now falls from the fray as Igor Sipil has gone up into second place. So Igor Sipil now moves into second past Lindblad. And in 4th place still De Decker. Ugachukwu has got past Erfen, I think, to move up into 6th position. So the American is going to try and work potentially with Freddie Slater in 5th place to charge his way forward and to close up on his stablemates in 2nd, 3rd and 4th. They need to, because otherwise they're going to get away as De Decker makes the move on the inside of Lindblad. And Douwe De Decker, the Belgian, gets up into 3rd position. A nice overtake there from Douwe De Decker, who is acclimatizing to life in juniors very quickly, it has to be said. The Belgian doing a fine job here at Zuera and showing off his credentials very nicely indeed. So Stenshorn, Sipil, De Decker, Lindblad, Slater, Ugachukwu, Kucharczyk, Erfen and Solov, and then it's Aidan Neat in 10th position for the Tony Kart squad. Quite shocking to consider that he's the leading Tony Kart driver. Such has been the difficulty of their race weekend thus far. Bruno Delpino in 11th place from Gubenko, and Santiago Valve and Arthur Rogion, who's making good progress through the field. Valerio Rinicella doing well in 15th as well from Lawrence Lesatua and Karol Pazovic. Then Eichmann, Badua, Viron Castellan, Dominguez, Batuka, McIntyre, Dodds, Waywat, Olivieri. Then Powell, Tunion, Dinison, Tarpanen and Verbruge. So we lost the 3 drivers at the start. We've also lost Augustin Bernier on the first lap and Alfio Spina on the second. So now we're on lap 4. And Martinius Stenshorn controls the pace in front of Igor Sipil. This is going to be an interesting one. The last time these 2 came to battle, other than the pre-final, it was Stenshorn that came out on top. But this man, Yuga Ugachukwu, has just got past Freddie Slater for 5th position. And now the American is charging after the top 4. A very close battle between them all, as you can see here at the Zuera circuit. They come off the final turn, and it's still very close at the front. Stenshorn, Sipil, De Decker, Lindblad, Ugachukwu, Slater, Kucharczyk, Erfen. Is this going to be the move from Sipil? Yes, it is. He has a look, but it's chopped across nicely from Stenshorn, who is not going to allow a cheap overtake today. So Stenshorn holds the lead. Sepil, De Decker and Lindblad very close in together, and the fourth man in that Kart Republic squadron leader train is Yuga Chukwu, the American. Technically, the top 5 karts are now all built as the same chassis, and they're all in the same awning, but of course the first one is in the Rosberg Racing Academy colours, and the other 5 in the Kart Republic Motorsport livery. So Stenshorn, Sepil, De Decker, Lindblad, Uga Chukwu. Which of these 5 is going to take the victory? Or could it be one of the drivers out behind them? Because Kucharczyk has made the move up past Koskenurfen now, and the Kubica chassis driver from Poland is there in 7th behind Freddie Slater on the Cosmic for Ricky Flynn. And as they come out of the final turn, it's going to be a very tough battle ahead. Here's Martinius Stenshorn over the line. Sepil, De Decker, Lindblad, Yuga Chukwu and Slater. Kucharczyk in 7th from Erfen. Solov, Neat, Del Pino, Kubenko and Santiago Valve. They're still working hard, as at the end of 5 laps of 15, there's still some inter-team battles going on as Lindblad makes the move back on the inside of Douay De Decker for 3rd. So he gets through as Kucharczyk sets the fastest lap. So Kucharczyk now in 7th position. Bruno Del Pino makes the move on Aidan Neat further back as well, but Douay's got past Rinicella on this tour as well in 17th position. So with 10 laps to go, Stenshorn still leads Igor Sepil, but can he pull away just enough that the gap will be too much to bear for the drivers behind? Stenshorn still heads the gap here as Uga Chukwu closes up now on De Decker. So Douay De Decker in 4th position, but Uga Chukwu looking quite threatening there in 5th position. The young man from the United States comes out of the final turn and onto the home stretch again. So the man in 5th position in the silver skid lid doing an absolutely fantastic job as he charges after Douay De Decker in those traditional Mario Andretti style simplistic colours as Stenshorn runs in the lead. 2nd place is up for grabs as Lindblad gets the move on the inside of Sepil, and up the inside goes Uga Chukwu and Freddie Slater on Douay De Decker. Kucharczyk tries to slot in on the inside line there as well and gets the place. Nicely taken by Timek Kucharczyk. So Timek Kucharczyk gets into 6th position, and that's at the expense of Douay De Decker, who goes from 4th to 7th in the space of 1 sector. So a very tricky situation there for Douay, having lost his 3rd position originally to Arvid Lindblad. Lindblad's now got past Sepil, and De Decker finds himself down in 7th place behind Uga Chukwu, Slater and Kucharczyk. So the battle continues to rage. But it's Stenshorn on lap 7 who continues his position out in front. And as they come across the line this time by, Stenshorn leads Lindblad, Sepil, Uga Chukwu, Slater, Kucharczyk, De Decker, Erfen, Solov, Del Pino, Neat, Kubenko, Lesatua and Rajon. So they continue on in their charge around the circuit. But we are on lap 8 of 15, and there's a couple of drivers now trying to make a move or two around the circuit. That looked like the DPK racing machine of Nikola Solov, who was trying to get the move on Koskenurfen and got squeezed out. Now he's got to try and defend, and there's a little bit of a contraflow there. The 2 or 3 drivers battling away. That is the 51 getting nerfed sideways there. Bruno Del Pino got squeezed a little bit as the 2 karts came together with him. And there was not really a lot Bruno Del Pino could do other than just avoid a big accident. So Stenshorn leads the way, Lindblad in 2nd, Sepil, Uga Chukwu, Slater, Kucharczyk, Erfen, Solov, De Decker down to 9th now from Kubenko, and there is Alexander Kubenko who leads this current train as long as Lesatua tries to get up the inside of Bruno Del Pino, as Aidan Neat is in that mix of drivers as well in 11th position. Lesatua has to concede. So Arvid Lindblad sets the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 2.3 in his bid to close up on Martinius Stenshorn, and he's got plenty of time to make this work as well. So this is his opportunity. Lindblad tight in behind Stenshorn. He's giving chase, which is so much easier than being chased, as Martinius Stenshorn knows all too well. But Lindblad is closing up. The gap down to 1/4 of a second. 3rd place is still Igor Sepil. Uga Chukwu now up into 4th place past Freddie Slater, making up 10 places, the American. He is definitely one to watch for the future, in the same mould as the likes of Logan Sargent, who came through this paddock many years ago, and is now, of course, performing his tricks and skills in the Red Bull, sorry, not the Red Bull ring anymore, is it the Hungaroring this weekend? But he came from this paddock to do it, and Uga Chukwu following in the same footsteps. But Freddie Slater is tucked up behind him, as is Timek Kucharczyk. The top 6 still very close together. Martinius Stenshorn leads the race in front of Arvid Lindblad and Igor Sepil. Ugachukwu, Slater, Kucharczyk. And as they come through on the far side, Stenshorn has got Lindblad right up close to him. So this is going to be interesting as there goes Tuka Tarpanen making a move up the inside there. So Tarpanen getting the move on Jonathan Waywat. And now back at the front, we're going to have a fascinating battle between these guys as that Slater got past Ugachukwu. Yes, it is. Freddie Slater now up into 4th position. The second highest Brit in the race behind Arvid Lindblad. So some good racing all the way round the field. That is one of the Ward Racing drivers trying to move his way forward. That's Julius Dinnison, who was involved in the first corner incident on the first lap that caused the red flag, and he's now battling his way forward. So a good comeback from the Dane. But Stenshorn is now being hustled by Arvid Lindblad, and Igor Sepil is not far away. So Lindblad is just biding his time. He doesn't want to rush this. If he can get on terms with Stenshorn at the right moment and then start to put a qualifying lap or two, he might get his chance. He's closing up on Stenshorn. He's not close enough to dive on the inside line. With 5 laps to go, he needs to do this at the right moment. This might be it. Into turn 4, and he's going to make the lunge up the inside, and he gets there. Stenshorn knows it's coming, but it's too late, and Lindblad takes the lead. And now Sepil is going to try and make the move as well. Lindblad covers the inside line to stop an offense attack from Stenshorn. So Lindblad holds station in the lead, but Stenshorn is still close. He's got a good exit off of 6. Down to turn 7. Stenshorn has to go deep into the hairpin to avert crisis attack from Sepil. But Lindblad holds the lead. This could be a famous victory for the Brit out in front. But Slater's closing in on all of them as well, as is Ugachukwu. So Slater and Ugachukwu are closing up on this battle as well. So it's Lindblad, Stenshorn, Sepil, Slater, Ugachukwu, Kucharczyk, Erfan, Solov, Dedeker and Kubenko from Aidan Neat and Bruno Del Pino, from Lesotua, Pazovic and Badoa. Into the first corner. And I think second place might be up for grabs here. Igor Sepil is closing up on Stenshorn as they come up to the turn 4 hairpin. This is where he might get his opportunity. Sepil commits to the move on the inside line. Stenshorn moves the cover, and there's a good battle going on down the order as Waywat battles away. Sepil trying again, but he needs to be getting on with this now on Stenshorn because Freddie Slater is there for the attack in 4th position. He wants to get past Igor Sepil as well. So they need to hurry up with this essentially. Sepil needs to make his move on Stenshorn. Otherwise, Slater is going to make his bid to get into the top 3 without any question or hesitation at all. So as they come through in the right-hander, things are going to get spicy for Freddie Slater. Tucked up behind Igor Sepil, who is in turn right on the rear bumper of Martinius Stenshorn. And up the inside, that's a big lunge from Kucharczyk. Kucharczyk has made the move there to get into 5th position past Ugachukwu. That's what the hesitation does. There's not much you can do. Kucharczyk taking a bold lunge and makes the overtaking move stick into 5th position. A good one too. Stenshorn in 2nd. Sepil's going to make his lunge up the inside. Stenshorn moves to cover it, and that's held them both up. Slater's got a great chance to pounce now for 3rd position. Sepil get up the inside of Stenshorn. Stenshorn hesitates. Slater's going to get past them both by the look of it. Slater into 2nd position. Brilliant bit of racecraft from Freddie Slater as he storms his way through, and Stenshorn finds himself down in about 6th position now. Stenshorn and Sepil both drift wide, and Slater pounces to get into 2nd place, but Lindblad has a big advantage now with 2.5 laps to go. So Lindblad is leading, Slater is 2nd, Sepil is 3rd in front of Ugachukwu, Kucharczyk and Stenshorn. Dedeker took the opportunity to move up a position there as well. He's got past Koskan Erfan and Nikola Solov, and now he's going to try and make the move past Kucharczyk. So Stenshorn gets through into the position past Kucharczyk into 5th place, and that's Solov making the move on the inside of Koskan Erfan at the back of the field there, I think, as well. Oh no, sorry, it's not Erfan, it is Dedeker. So Erfan and Solov both got past Due Dedeker. Stenshorn got past Kucharczyk, and here comes Solov to make the move on the inside of both Dedeker and Erfan. But the battle for 2nd place has got a lap and a half still left in it as Freddie Slater holds the place in front of Igor Sepil. Arvid Lindblad just needs to finish where he is, and he's got this race on his own. A brilliant bit of driving from the contenders up front. Slater in 2nd, Sepil is 3rd from Ugachukwu and Stenshorn. But these 3 are the ones who are going to battle for the final 2 steps on the podium. Lindblad's got a perfect advantage now. It's a fairy tale for him up front. He just needs to write the final chapter of it on the last lap. And then he will get his happy ending. No glass slippers needed. Here's the move up the inside. A good bold lunge from De Decker to try and go for Solov. That's not going to work. He has to hang back. But this final lap battle for second is going to be absolutely rip-roaring. Slater, Sapil and Ugachukwu. Freddie Slater's going to be like a deer in headlights into the final lap. Here we go. And Solov's going to make his move on Kucharczyk into turn one. He needs to commit to it. Nice move from the Bulgarian, and that's going to hold up Kucharczyk. A nice move from De Decker coming in into the next corner as well. Slater still hanging on in front of Sapil. I think he knows that victory isn't on, so he's got to hold the kart in the apex. Lovely job from Slater. He slowed the kart right up on the apex. No room for Sapil to counterattack. Sapil is trying his best to get there on the hairpin. Slater runs deep, but holds the place. Good control from Slater. Good discipline from the Brit. And now Ugachukwu is working hard. I think we've had an off somewhere on the grass, but that is Ugachukwu trying his best on Sapil and running deep. So Ugachukwu has run out wide, and I think that's allowed Solov to get through on Stenshorn. It has. Solov's got through on Stenshorn then to get up in a fifth position, and I think we've sorted out our podium. Out in front, Arvid Lindblad is going to take the victory from Slater and Sapil, and a brilliant final it's been. Arvid Lindblad takes the victory. He pats the Kart Republic over the line, and it's a win for Lindblad. Second for Slater. He's happy with that one, and third place for Sapil. But what a drive back through the field from the man punching his fist over the line, Karol Pazovic. He fights his way back to, would you believe it, 11th from 26th on the grid. No wonder he was celebrating as if he'd won the race. Pazovic did a great drive back through the field. But nobody has done a better job today than Arvid Lindblad. The Brit has done the business out here today in fine style. What a drive! So, after 15 intense laps, Arvid Lindblad is your winner from Freddie Slater and Igor Sapil. Ugachukwu is fourth place in front of Nikola Solov and Martin Stenshorn. Timmy Kucharczyk and De Decker from Alexander Gubenko and Koska Nerfen. Karol Pazovic is an amazing 11th in front of his teammate Aidan Neat. Brandon Badua and Lawrence Lesatua from Bruno Del Pino and Maxime Ferdon-Castellin. Valeria Renicella and Arthur Rojon from Alex Powell and Ivan Dominguez. Ian Eichmans and Maxwell Dodds. Santiago Valve in front of Tuka Tarpanen. Then it's Christian Bertuka, who is in front of Nasho Tunion from Julius Dinesen and Maxime Verbruge. William McIntyre, Jonathan Waywat and Flavio Olivieri. Alfio Spina and Augustin Bernier were the race retirements. Lucas Flusha, Dion Gauda and Harley Keeble unable to make the start after the original red flag incident. But a fantastic victory in the sunshine here at Zuera for Arvid Lindblad. He joins Freddie Slater and Igor Sapil on the podium. But a fantastic race, and what a way to finish the job. The podium is next in the OK Junior category, where we will greet the Czech Republic's Igor Sapil and the two Brits, Freddie Slater and race winner Arvid Lindblad.
Perfect.
So it is time to welcome our drivers to the podium for the OK Junior Final in the Champions of the Future 2020 here at Zuera. In third position for the Czech Republic, Igor Sepil! And in second position for the United Kingdom, Freddie Slater! And we welcome to the podium our race winner, also for the United Kingdom, Arvid Lindblad! And in deference to our race winner on the top step of the podium, the national anthem for the United Kingdom. Congratulations to our drivers on the podium. In third position for the Czech Republic, Igor Sepil! And in second position for the United Kingdom, Freddie Slater! And to our race winner, also for the United Kingdom, Arvid Lindblad! We invite our drivers to pose for their photos for the trophies on the podium. And congratulations to our three top drivers from the OK Junior here this weekend. To Igor Sepil, to Freddie Slater, and your race winner, Arvid Lindblad! Many congratulations to our three OK Junior drivers. We will see you when the Champions of the Future returns in October at Portimao in Portugal. And of course, see you back here in 2 weeks' time for the FIA European Championships here at Zuera. From now, it is time for the final in the OK Senior category. So now the racing comes down to this. The OK Senior Final is about to get underway. For the 36 drivers that have made it to this point, it is now make or break. Jamie Day lining up in pole position on the inside of the front row after a fantastic display in the pre-final. Now, no pressure, but you've got to do it all over again. Alongside him on the front row of the grid is Joe Turney of the Tony Kart race team, and the captain of the ship at this present moment in time as he runs there on the front row. On the second row of the grid, it is the talented world racing man for Russia, Nikita Bedrin, who lines up beside the Brazilian ace, Rafael Camara of the Forza Racing team. Juho Valtonen lines up in fifth on the grid on the inside of the third row for the Pantano team, and Andrea Kimi Antonelli will line up in sixth place alongside him. Then it's Taylor Barnard of the Rosberg Racing Academy in seventh place, Lorenzo Travasanuto, the two-time world champion, in eighth position for Tony Kart on the outside of the fourth row. Then Oliver Gray, the Leclerc by Lennox racing machine, is ninth, and Oliver Gray will be joined on row 5 by Norton Andreasen, the Swedish driver for the Ward Racing team. Then it is Delano Van Toff for Forza Racing, who lines up in 11th on the starting grid for this one. And then alongside him on the starting grid, in 12th position, it is Josep Marti. In 13th on the grid, it is Luigi Coluccio, and alongside him is the Brazilian Matias Morgato. On row 8, it is Hannes Janke, the German for TB Racing, and Noah Denbol, the Danish driver for the Ward Racing team. Then Henry Sascalati of Parolin is in 17th on the grid, alongside Ricky Flynn's young star, Thomas ten Brinke, the Dutchman, and his fellow countryman is 19th on the grid, that is Robert De Haan, who lines up alongside the Frenchman Marcus Armand, who is there in 20th on the grid. Harry Thompson will line up in 21st in the Sauber karting machine, and then alongside him will be the young Irishman Alex Dunn in the Birolart. 23rd on the grid is Enzo Trulli for Kart Republic Motorsport, and he will be lined up alongside the grid with Spain's Genis Civico for the CRG factory team. Alongside Maya Verg, on the 13th of the row, the Dutch racer for Birolart will be the Finnish driver Matthias Salonen of the CV Performance Group team, there in 26th on the starting grid. 27th will be the Hungarian Levi Revej in the Kart Republic, alongside Italy's Michael Paparo in the Praga. And then it will be Lawrence Van Hopen in 29th on the grid for the Rosberg Racing Academy. And in 30th place, it is the Spaniard Juan Carlos Hernandez for Forza Racing. 31st on the grid will be the Ward Racing female, that is France's Lola Lovinfoss in her Tony Kart Vortex. And then James Wharton will line up 32nd on the grid, the Australian in his Parolin Le Mans. And then the CRG of Rasmus Jutsemis, the Finn, in 33rd on the grid alongside Poland's Oli Pilka for the Sauber karting team in his Kart Republic. And on the final row of the grid, after dropping out of the race in the pre-final for various different reasons, Clayton Ravenscroft in the Birolart now has nothing to lose. The British driver on the inside of the back row alongside the Italian Lorenzo Patrese, who was involved in an incident in the pre-final. The 36 young drivers battling away for victory in this most grueling of races is definitely going to be particularly entertaining. And we'll see some absolute heroics from these guys. Great to have all of you watching, wherever you are watching from around the world, via our live stream. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel, plus hit the notification bell on your screens, and you'll never miss a moment of racing on this channel. The drivers are getting themselves ready for the off as they do their morning rituals before the race. And this is their last chance. 1 minute board goes up. The drivers know what is to come. They need to get their blood pumping and the adrenaline flowing. However they do, their race start ritual is now well underway. Clerk of the course, Martin Bean, takes up his residency on the top of the gantry. And it'll be up to him when this race gets going after the 2 formation laps around this circuit. 30 seconds to the start of racing here. And these drivers, as they prepare for their European Championship season to begin 2 weeks from now at this very location, when we will all return to do it again. But this is the first test as to what we can expect when the FIA karting season begins. Champions of the Future has been a brilliant precursor to give us a flavor of what we can expect. And the drivers are ready. All we wait for now is the green flag to fly, which it does at the start of the OK Final. Let's talk you through the grid in full. Jamie Day and Joe Turney, Nikita Bedrin and Rafael Kamara, Juho Valtonen and Andrea Kimi Antonelli from Taylor Barnard and Lorenzo Travasanuto, Oliver Gray and Norton Andreasen from Dilana Van Toff and Josep Marti, Luigi Coluccio and Matthias Mogato, Hannes Janker and Noah Denbol from Henry Sescalati and Thomas Tembrinka, Robert Dehaan and Marcus Amond, Harry Thompson and Alex Dunn, Enzo Trulli and Jenis Savico, Maya Berg and Matthias Salonen, Levi Revege and Michael Paparo, Lawrence Van Hopen and Juan Carlos Hernandez, Lola Lovinfoss and James Wharton, Rasmus Utsemis, Ollie Pilker, Clayton Ravenscroft and Lorenzo Patrese, and that is a problem for the Praga. That is Michael Paparo, who is desperately trying to start his kart, but I'm not sure it's going to happen. Something is not well with the Praga. He's trying his best to get it going, but I'm afraid it's game over. What a shame for Michael Paparo, the Italian, who is desperately trying to get the car moving, but it's not going to happen. And I'm afraid he has to accept defeat in this one. So we've already lost one of the 36 contenders. And as the air temperature rises to 35 degrees Celsius here, it is obviously a very tough battle ahead of our drivers. 18 laps of this circuit to contest, 30.6 kilometers of racing, the same length and duration of time as the KZ2 final earlier on. But what a battle it is going to be. There are so many race winners in this field, and only the one who is best prepared, most alert, most disciplined, and certainly the most controlled around this circuit is going to be the one that emerges victorious. Never easy to tell who is going to get the job done. The second formation lap is well and truly underway, of course, as the drivers now wait for their ultimate opportunity to move forward. So there's a good chance that Michael Paparo will be able to take up his position in the race again by starting from the pit lane. So that is what Michael Paparo will be attempting to do in the Praga. So I don't think his race is completely over yet, but he is likely to start the race from the pit lane. So the drivers now in formation. They will form up in their two rows out of the final turn. Controlling the pace is the pole sitter, Jamie Day, the Emirati, who obviously wants to give the teams plenty of build-up and keep us with a little bit more suspense. This is the race we've all come to see, and this is the final we are all hoping for. Jamie Day in pole position, Joe Turney in second, from Bedrin, Kamara, Valtonen, Antonelli, Barnard, Travasanuto, Gray. I don't think that's a start. No, it's not. False start. Called very early there by Martin Bean, and he was absolutely right. The grid was not really formed up, and so they go around for a third formation lap, as if things weren't tense enough. Michael Paparo and the Praga team are trying their best to get Paparo back out on circuit. And it isn't working on this occasion. So they're going to have one more try of it. They're going to have to push him back into the pit lane. And if they can bump start him, as they usually do at the race start, then he can join up once the field has gone by. But I don't think it's possible. I think the Praga is well and truly gone. So Michael Paparo is now out of the race. That's a shame. So that is unfortunate for the Italian. He was looking very good over the course of the weekend, but I'm afraid it's fair to say that he now no longer has a stake to claim in this particular weekend. So the grid will line up behind Jamie Day, and the Emirati will control the pace as they come out of the final turn once more. But he obviously needs to be quite careful about how he lines them up. The field is still struggling to form up here at the back. So Jamie Day comes out of the final turn. He gets back on the power, and I don't think that's a start either. No, it's not. Two false starts. Well, you don't see that very often. So clearly Jamie Day very eager to get going and not able to make it work. So the grid is not being formed up correctly. And Jamie Day now has two false starts to his name for the front end of the field. It's up to him to control the pace. Joe Turney moves his way to the front of the field. And it's almost as if he's basically asserting himself on the front row, going, well, if I was on pole position, I'd know how to control the pace of this field. Come on, what are you playing at? Jamie Day has been here a million times before. So it's rather unusual that we're having 2 false starts in a row, but now Jamie Day is biding his time and waiting for his moment, as the field now should be forming up in the 2 rows. And Jamie Day is going quite slowly in position. Now, interestingly, the field obviously needs to form up in the rows of positions. Jamie Day is giving them ample time to do so in their 2 rows. As Joe Turney runs in behind Jamie Day. So this time, the 3rd time of asking, surely they need to form up in their 2 rows, as this is how we're going to get underway. Jamie Day, Joe Turney, Nikita Bedrin and Rafael Kamara from Juha Valtonen and Andrea Kimi Antonelli from Taylor Barnard and Lorenzo Travasanuto, then Gray, Andreasen, Van Toff, Marti, Coluccio, Margato, Janka, Denbol, Saskalati and Tembrinka. The Karats form up in their rows out of the final turn. Is this going to be a good start this time by... Yes, it is, and we're racing. A good start from the front from Jamie Day as they hurtle into the first corner. Very close indeed as they run through together, but Jamie Day holds the inside line. Joe Turney trying to stay in the top 5 around the outside and has just about managed it as Patrese got damaged and into the pits by the look of it. So Patrese is out of the race. What on earth has happened to Lorenzo Patrese? Something's gone very wrong. And there's a crash out on the circuit. We've got 2 karts off. That's one of the Cosmics. That's Coluccio. And in there as well is Henry Saskelati in the Paralin. And it looks like James Wharton's had to take avoiding action as well. So a big problem for the Australian. Alex Dunn having to take avoiding action, in fact, not James Wharton. So Jamie Day is out in front. In second is Nikita Bedrin. Then it's Valtonen. 4th place is now Joe Turney, having asserted himself there in the 2:37 in P4. So Jamie Day leads this race from Bedrin and Valtonen. Then it's Joe Turney. Rafa Kamara is still in the top 6, I think, just in behind Andrea Kimi Antonelli, I think it is, that's moved up into 5th position as they come through. No, it's Taylor Barnard who's come up. And in fact, Andrea Kimi Antonelli now finds himself down in about 16th place. He's had a horrific start and lost all sorts of places as Bedrin makes the bid for the lead early on Jamie Day and gets through. So Bedrin passes Day, and I think Turney is trying to go past Valtonen. Valtonen protects as Kamara gets through into 4th position round the outside. Turney still commits to the inside line, will not give way, and Kamara gets through into 4th. Valiant battling for positions in the top 5 as Kamara... Oh, a big hustle as 3 or 4 karts are going wide there. That's going to have to tighten up at some point as Travasanuto goes side by side with Delano Van Toff there and Rafael Kamara. Now Van Toff has got past his teammate, so Kamara... Oh, and off the circuit goes Travasanuto! He joins back on the circuit again, but he's lost a good 4 places and momentum, of course, as well. So that's not going to keep the Tony Kart team smiling as Bedrin leads. Day 2nd and Barnard 3rd now. Whoops, that's somebody's front fairing. So who is that that's gone? Can't quite make out whose it was, unfortunately, as Maya Berg makes a bid up the inside and takes the place. Jamie Day goes for the lead on Bedrin and gets the place back again on lap 3. So Jamie Day out in front, Bedrin in 2nd from Taylor Barnard. 4th place is Joe Turney, and that's a big move up the inside of him from Delano Van Toff, who gets up into 4th position. The Dutchman is now P4. What a rip-roaring race this is turning out to be as Nikita Bedrin runs in behind Jamie Day, the race leader. Taylor Barnard keeping them honest in 3rd. And he's not out of this one at all by any stretch. In fact, his race just got started and Bedrin knows it. Barnard's going to be a serious threat in this one, as is the Emirati Jamie Day. He holds on to the lead in this precise moment in time, but how long is it going to last? The Emirati, the Russian and the Brit. 1, 2 and 3. Day, Bedrin, Barnard. And 4th place for Delano Van Toff. 5th place for Joe Turney. Then it's Kamara. Thompson is up into 7th place. What a comeback from Harry Thompson. There he is in P7, but Valtonen's getting up the inside line to try and take him on for position. And so whether Valtonen is able to make that one successful or not, we'll have to find out. Delano Van Toff sets the fastest lap of the race from P4 in his bid to try and move up the order and make up a few places. Still some good battles and charges around the course. And we seem to have lost Coluccio, Saskelati, Papado and Patrese. We've also lost Lola Lovinfoss. I wonder if it was her front fairing that had parted company with the kart. But Lola Lovinfoss, sadly, is out of the race now as well. So just 31 drivers in it. And down at the back, after some problems, I gather, in the midfield, is Alex Dunn, the Irishman. just in behind Matthias Salonen and Juan Carlos Hernandez. So a long race for the Ulsterman. But Jamie Day in front of Nikita Bedrin, Barnard, Van Toff, Turney and Kamara. In front of Valtonen, Thompson, Janka and Travasanuto. That's your top 10 at the moment. It's going to be a tough old race to win this one for the top three drivers. Day, Bedrin and Barnard very closely matched and very close together on lap 5 of 18. They're going to try and spread out in front of Delano Van Toff. It looks like the race for 4th position is all the others can really hope for at the moment, unless, of course, these three start battling. Andrea Kimi Antonelli is moving his way further forward as quickly as he can. He's up to 12th behind Thomas Tembrinka and has set the fastest lap of the race. Through the left-hander, up towards the square right. Quite a fast apex, actually. It looks tighter than it actually is, and you can carry a lot of speed through there. Drivers watching on the sidelines already. You can see in the background Coluccio and Sascalati. But on the end of lap 5, it's going to be Jamie Day who leads the way here from Nikita Bedrin and Taylor Barnard with 13 laps to go in this final. And we have 5 retirements already. Lovinfoss, Coluccio, Sascalati, Paparo and Patrese. So Jamie Day leads the way in the Charles Leclerc by Lennox, with Bedrin in 2nd, Barnard is 3rd, and here's the battle for 4th. This is Delano Van Toff, a whisker in front of Joe Turney. Turney wanting to get the place away, but also wanting to work with Delano Van Toff to catch up to the leading trio as Andrea Kimi Antonelli moves up past Thomas Tembrinka and sets another fastest lap. So that puts him into 11th position. A couple of drivers sat out on the sidelines now as well in various places around the course. So obviously they're all taking an interest in watching the race as it unfolds. Not quite what they had in mind coming into this one. So the battle continues for Jamie Day, Nikita Bedrin and Taylor Barnard as the race goes on, but this battle for 4th is getting quite tricky for Delano Van Toff to hold on to. Joe Turney is still there in P5. 6th is Rafael Kamara. You'll have Valtonen in 7th place from Harry Thompson, Hannes Janka and Lorenzo Travasanuto. And there they come through the first corner. Travasanuto lining up Janka. It's back to the history books as Travasanuto gets up the inside of Janka and is through into 9th place. So a good, bold lunge up the inside there. But that's 9th position for the Italian now gained as Day, Bedrin and Barnard are out in the first 3 positions here on lap 7 with 1/3 distance completed. 6 done, 12 to go. And the new fastest lap of the race comes from Matthias Morgato, the Paralin driver. There are the carts that have been abandoned at the side of the road. Nobody knew, just the Luigi Coluccio and Henry Sascalati's carts, the Cosmic and Paralin respectively, now off to the side of the road. So Andrea Kimi Antonelli giving chase to a 2-time world champion. And then, of course, Andrea Kimi Antonelli is a pretty fast customer to chase after his countryman Lorenzo Travasanuto, who they know quite well now. They were in the same awning at one stage, of course, both in the Kart Republic awning at the 2019 season. As up the inside, Thomas Tembrinka makes his move to get past Hannes Janka, and he gets through. And that's up the move for the inside from Joe Turney to get past Delano Van Toff, and through into 4th position goes the Brit. So a nice move there from the Tony Kart superstar as Joe Turney gets up into P4 past Delano Van Toff. And it's up to Jamie Day, Nikita Bedrin and Taylor Barnard to duke it out for the victory. But if either of them fall short, Joe Turney is right there for the taking now in P4 as we are on lap 8 of 18. Here are the leading trio. Still a fair way out in front of the rest of the gaggle. Valtonen, Thompson and Antonelli queuing up behind Turney, Van Toff and Kamara. Some great moves all the way through the field as drivers continue to charge their way forward. Some overtaking moves all around the circuit. Out onto the home straight. And Jamie Day, Nikita Bedrin and Taylor Barnard are racing for victory in the OK final. Joe Turney running well in 4th in front of Van Toff and Kamara. And up the inside, that looked like a move from Norton Andreasen to get past Hannes Janka for 12th. And I think the Swede made that one stick as Antonelli gets up the inside for Thompson. So Antonelli gets past Thompson in the hairpin at turn 4 and up towards the long flowing left-hander at turn 5, which tightens on the way through into the square left-hander. The leading trio are already up at turn 7 as these guys bear down the straight that leads to it. So it's a long gap to make up for Turney, Van't and Kamara, but it is still possible. Everything is still achievable. So the drivers continue on their way forward. It is going to be a very close quarters, no nonsense given challenge and task for the drivers in the mix. Out of the final turn, Jamie Day, Nikita Bedrin, Taylor Barnard. The United Arab Emirates versus Russia versus United Kingdom. This is a very tough race for the three racers up front. And on three completely different chassis as well. Some of the drivers in this are mere spectators now. But the Charles Leclerc chassis out in front from Nikita Bedrin's Tony Kart for the Ward Racing team. And into the pits comes the CRG. That is Genis Savico. Genis Savico is coming to the pits. What a shame for the Spaniard. He's out of it now. And that is not where he wanted to be after this race. And I think we are now going to have a very tough battle for the lead trio as Bedrin closes up on Day. Turney is slowly starting to drop Van't as Valtonen and Antonelli have both managed to get past Rafael Kamara. Travis Anuto is next, by the way, trying to make his way past the Brazilian. But on the home straight, Bedrin is letting Jamie Day do all the hard work here. He's just sat in behind him, preserving his brakes, preserving his tyres, preserving his engine, and essentially allowing Jamie Day to tick down the laps in the lead of the race as Tembrinka makes his move on Thompson and gets through into 10th position. So the Dutchman comes forward, and Norton Andreassen's now going to make his bid to get through and does so. So Thompson drops back into 12th position. Not the easiest of races for him. Now Andreassen is sizing up his move on Tembrinka. Serial overtaker from Norton Andreassen there. Brilliant run from the Swede. That is a really decisive and confident stance from him. It's up the inside. That's a big lunge in the hairpin. Who was that making the place? I think that was at the expense of Rafael Kamara. Was that Travis Anuto getting by? It was indeed. And Travis Anuto now has not only dealt with Kamara, but also Andreassen, Tembrinka and Thompson all have as well. That was a decisive lunge from Travis Anuto as he gets through. Lap 11 is done. 7 remaining. In through the first corner. Look at how close the three drivers at the lead are. Surely there's going to be an overtake or two coming up as Travis Anuto defends from Andreassen. But Bedrin and Barnard is just biding their time in behind Jamie Day. Expect the first big move to come on lap 15. We're on lap 12 at the moment. It's probably going to be about 3 or 4 laps from the end when the battles really start. Looks like somebody's kicked up some dust there from the grass. Always very close indeed in the OK category, and drivers are backing away. Oh, there's been a shunt in front of my position. 2 cars have come together in the chicane. Just on the exit of turn 5 and turn 6. And it looked like one of them went airborne. Fortunately, didn't flip over. But it looks as though we've lost 2 of them in the fray. It's Harry Thompson and Rafael Kamara. So Thompson and Kamara have come together, and that's their race over. Kamara's kept going. Thompson is out on the spot. What a shame for the Sauber karting ace. And the 2 of them came together. I couldn't tell which of them it was that went up in the air, but certainly the 2 of them came together at the wrong part of the course. Meanwhile, Bedrin and Barnard are still very close together in their tussle for second as Jamie Day leads convincingly. More overtakes going on behind them in the midfield battle, especially now that 2 of them have been removed from the equation. Thompson and Kamara, who has rejoined in 27th, by the way. So Kamara has kept going, albeit having gone off the circuit. So Jamie Day, Nikita Bedrin and Taylor Barnard continue to quest after this victory. 1, 2 and 3 at this moment in time. Joe Turney is 4th, Juho Valtonen is 5th, Antonelli is 6th from Van't and Travis Anuto, Andreassen and Robert De Haan, who has crept his way up into 11th place now. He's picking them off one by one, and De Haan is now in the top 10. A great comeback drive from the Dutchman. So he fights his way forward ahead of Tembrinka, Morgato, Janka. And here's the move from Barnard on the inside of Bedrin. He's not going to wait around any longer. Lap 14 it is. And he makes his bid for second and gets it. Bedrin is clearly taking too long to go after Jamie Day in the opinion of Taylor Barnard, and he feels he can do a better job of it. So he gets in front of the Russian. And now Taylor Barnard sets off after Jamie Day in the lead. So this is going to be a thriller to the flag for these three drivers. There's still time to get after Jamie Day, but has that move from Barnard compromised their opportunity to close up on the Charles Leclerc chassis? So far, so good for Jamie Day in the lead of the race. His performance in the pre-final, absolutely stellar at the start, and that's how he was able to decisively take the lead away from Juho Valtonen. Now he is out in front on the final, and he has made it look effortless. He's dancing around this circuit in the lead. Second place Barnard still has time to catch him. How has he been looking after his tyres? Because if he has got enough life in them to go after Jamie Day, that half a second gap is achievable. Matthias Morgato sets the fastest lap of the race as here's the battle for fifth between Valtonen and Antonelli behind Joe Turney. Vantoff is down to seventh ahead of Travis Anuto, Andreasen, De Haan, Morgato, Ten Brinker, and Rafael Kamara's got a warning flag. Well, that pretty much curtails his running from this race. He will drop to 29th out of the 29 karts running. Well, some drivers have been able to take shelter at least, but certainly not the ones who are still racing. So Kamara will drop to the back after his warning flag because that gives him an additional 5-second penalty. And as he's only a couple of seconds in front of Hernandez and Wharton anyway, he's not going to finish in the high end of this race. So Jamie Day, Taylor Barnard and Nikita Bedrin out of the final turn. 3 laps remaining. Can Taylor Barnard catch Jamie Day before the finish? Joe Turney looks back and realises he's got a massive advantage over Valtonen and Antonelli. And I think they've just sussed that Turney seems to be quite comfortable. So they now need to team up and work together to catch him. Vantoff is 7th. Travis Anuto is 8th. From Andreasen, De Haan, Morgato, Ten Brinker. Marcus Simond is 13th. Janke is 14th ahead of Maya Verg, who's come up 10 places. Then it's Gray, Denbol, Marty, Enzo Trulli, and in 20th place is Clayton Ravenscroft, who's come up 15 places from the back row of the grid. A great fight back from Ravenscroft today. Taken out of the pre-final in mechanical problems in unfortunate circumstances, but he's making hay while the sun shines and carving his way through the field. 21st is Van Hopen in front of Jutsemis and Pilka, who have both made up 11 places apiece. Revenge, Alex Dunn, Matthias Salonen, Hernandez, Wharton and Kamara once the penalty is applied to the Brazilian. But out of the final turn, it's getting quite tasty in the leading battle as Barnard continues to chip away at Jamie Day. A new fastest lap from Taylor Barnard, 1 minute, 0.996. The gap comes down to 0.4 of a second. Jamie Day has got to perform 2 qualifying laps now in order to get away from Taylor Barnard. It is not going to be easy. Barnard is pushing. He's faster than his rival, but Day has responded 0.004 of a second quicker in the first sector. Jamie Day doesn't want to have to battle and defend for the victory here. He wants to race to win. And I think he should be okay. He's really pumped in a good second sector here. I'll tell you what, their materials and their package is absolutely incredible right now. Nikita Bedrin goes faster than anybody has in the second sector in his bid to get back onto the tail of Taylor Barnard, but I don't think that's going to happen. The final corner and into the last lap for Jamie Day. He can see a clear track in front of him. He looks back. Barnard is way back now, 0.4 of a second, and Day was faster on the last lap, so I don't think there's going to be a major shock for the Emirati out front. Barnard in second, Bedrin in third, but this is going to be oh so sweet. They've been one of the fastest packages of the weekend, to be fair. Their resources and their materials have been working to perfection, but it is getting very, very impressive now from the team that made a win on their debut back at the Dubai O-Plate in January, and ever since then, they have been adding to their win tally. And in the first ever Champions of the Future weekend, another one is coming the way of the Charles Leclerc chassis in its first season of competition. Another victory for Charles Leclerc by Lennox this year, but it's going to be for Jamie Day. He comes into the final 2 apexes of the left-hander and into the final turn, and it's one amazing success for the young man from Dubai. Jamie Day gets the victory, and a fantastic victory it is indeed, ahead of Taylor Barnard and Nikita Bedrin. What a race, what a drive this weekend from Jamie Day. Absolutely superlative. You run out of compliments to pay this young man, you really do. Amazing. A fantastic display in such a competitive field. This is a big win for Jamie Day. He's really deserved it. Amongst the best drivers in the world, he has triumphed, and now he can call himself one of those elite. What a day. The Charles Leclerc by Lennox driver, Jamie Day, is victorious for the United Arab Emirates. Taylor Barnard is second for Nikita Pedrin in third. Joe Turney is fourth. Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Juho Valtonen in the top six. Then Dilana Van Toff, Norton Andreessen, Robert De Haan and Matthias Morgato. Lorenzo Travasanuto is 11th from Marcus Simon. Then Thomas Tembrinka and Oliver Gray. Noah Dengel and Hannes Janker. Joseph Marti and Maya Berg. Enzo Trulli and Clayton Ravenscroft. From Lawrence Van Hopen and Rasmus Jutseves. Ollie Pilker, Levi Revege. In 25th position behind them is the talented Matthias Salonen. Alex Dunn is 26th from Rafael Kamara and Juan Carlos Hernandez. Then James Wharton. And the retirements, Harry Thompson, Genis Savico and Lola Lovinfoss, as well as the drivers out on lap 1, Luigi Coluccio, Henry Sascilati, Michael Paparo and Lorenzo Patrese. What a first weekend it has been here at Zuera, the first Champions of the Future race meeting of 2020, and it comes to a successful conclusion for the man on the top step of the podium, the Charles Leclerc by Lennox star for the United Arab Emirates, Jamie Day. And so to our last podium ceremony of the day here at the Champions of the Future at Zuera 2020. Time to welcome our three drivers up in the OK final. In third position for Russia, Nikita Bedrin. And in second position for the United Kingdom, Taylor Barnard. And finally, to our race winner from the United Arab Emirates, Jamie Day. Congratulations to our three drivers on the podium, and in deference to our race winner, the national anthem for the United Arab Emirates. Congratulations to our three drivers on the podium after a fantastic OK final, and we celebrate them with their trophies on the podium. In third position for Russia, Nikita Bedrin. And in second position for the United Kingdom, Taylor Barnard. And your race winner from the United Arab Emirates, Jamie Day. We welcome our photographers to take the podium celebration shot with all three drivers on the podium with their trophies, and congratulate our three drivers for the OK Final 2020 here at Zuera for the Champions of the Future. Nikita Bedrin, Taylor Barnard, and your race winner, Jamie Day. Congratulations to our drivers. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. And muchas gracias to everyone here at the Circuito Internacional de Zuera. We've had a wonderful weekend. We can't wait to be back again 2 weeks from now as the FIA European karting season begins. I'm Jake Sanson on behalf of everybody at the RGMMC group and all of the teams, drivers, racers, and promotional team and staff. Thank you so much for watching and being with us. We will see you again when the Champions of the Future return in Portimao in Portugal on the 4th week of October. Don't forget to like and subscribe, hit the notification bell. You'll never miss a race. And for more details on the championship, head to championskarting.com. I'm Jake Sanson. Adios.